be acting like they can't get it, man. They can't get it, man. For real, man. For real, man. I'll smoke one of these niggas, man. Yo, I'll smoke one of these niggas, man. Real quick, man. I'll be chilling, man.
Yeah. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. SendaRoni slow screw. Wow. Glad y'all could tune in, man. You know, we got special guests coming through. Everybody tuned in last night. We're gonna keep it going. You know, tonight's show, we're gonna be speaking on the Young Dog, Puff Daddy situation. We got some electoral footage, also some new up-to-date electoral footage. Once again, more footage, more to show, more to go. You understand me? Peace and love. Welcome all. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Take your shoes off, you know, make yourself comfortable. You understand what I'm saying? We got a long night. Yeah. Peace and love. SendaRoni slow screw. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Hey man, say man, we running no plays over here, man. No play. This is a no play zone. You understand me? We ain't got time. We don't have time for the small minds. You know what I'm talking about? No play zone over here, man. So all you motherfucking troll pages coming over here like y'all got some type of information trying to extort some weak ass punk bitch, man. Y'all play y'all games on your own time. You know what I'm saying? Stay the fuck off my line. Stay the fuck off my page with the bullshit. Because we are not doing it. We don't do plays. We do real life. You understand what I'm saying? We are not overgrown punks over here. We are not overgrown gay men over here running plays with fat stinking bitches and weak bitches and weak hoes. We don't do that. We don't fuck with it. We don't kick it like that. We're bigger. We're better than that. You niggas' life suck. Y'all gotta be motherfucking. Man, y'all gotta be down bad, bro. Nevertheless, though, man, stop coming over here with these troll accounts, man. Please, trolls, stay out the way. Go back to where you came from. You are not needed. You are not respected. You do not do it. Get away. Stay away. We are not running plays. This is a no-play zone. Go play with them fuckboys and weak hoes, man. We don't do it over here, man. Yeah. Salute. Man, we gonna keep it going. Hey, man, speaking of it, man, what's going on, Mike G? What's going on, Mike G? This a hell of a playmaker right here. We'll get this nigga Rookie of the Year. He going for Rookie of the Year. Major player, new player. We got Rookie of the Year. Yeah, man. Shout out to Mike G. Salute. Yeah, Jack. No plays on. We don't run plays. We don't eat plain lays. We don't run plays and we don't eat plain lays. Yeah, bitch. Salute to everybody. Salute to everybody coming in, man. Shout out to everybody coming through, man. Y'all hit that like button. Let's get to it. Queen GG, salute. Yes, sir. Let's go into law and crime trials. Subscribe to Law and Crime Trials. Top 5 moments of young Dolph's murder trial.
So now I just want to go over the autopsy report a little bit. First, I want to ask you, how did your autopsy proceed? Where did you start?
So I started with being notified of the death, and then I reviewed the investigative material that the medical legal death investigator performed or produced, and then I had requested what I needed done for the case. So it will start with me getting x-rays, and then the autopsy technician would be weighing the decedent. They would be taking measurements, and then they would undress them after taking pictures and documenting what they found on the body. And then after pictures are taken of the overall body and certain findings of the body, then more specific photos are taken of the injuries that were found on the body. And then I would start my external examination with everything, all the findings, and then measurements of all the injuries that were on the body. And after that, I performed the autopsy with the assistance of the autopsy technician with their eviscerated body, and I would note what was injured and what was found in each body cavity, and also going to the head.
So during the course of the autopsy, you said pictures were taken.
Yes.
Did you take pictures?
Yes.
Okay. I'm actually going to hand these to you one by one. Can you tell me what you see in that picture?
So this is the right side of the head and neck, showing a large wound on the right jaw.
You can place that one down.
So because these have been previously marked, I need to know which one you're sending.
Your Honor, this is actually going to be exhibit number 16, previously marked. And now as to the exhibit number 17 of the previously marked, Dr. Scantlebury, can you tell us what you see in that picture?
Yes. This is the back side of the body, noting mostly highlighting the right back with several wounds, and some wounds are noted on the left side of the back as well. And you can see the wound on the right jaw.
You can place that one down as well. As to exhibit number 18, could you tell me what you see in that picture?
So this is a front side of the body, highlighting the left side, and it shows some gunshot wounds here.
Okay, you can place that one down. And as to exhibit number 19, what do you see in that picture?
So this shows the right wrist and hand and a little bit of the forearm, and it shows some gunshot wounds. This one mostly highlights a wound at the right wrist.
Okay. And this is exhibit number 20. Could you tell us what you see in that picture?
So this is a wound of the left forearm right here, and it shows a gunshot wound of the left forearm.
And exhibit number 21. What is shown in that picture?
This is an overall picture of some of the clothing that was removed from Mr. Thornton.
Okay, you can place that one down. And exhibit number 22, is this also some of the clothing?
Yes. This is a shirt. It has some markers that indicate where some defects in the clothing were found.
Is that the front or the back of the shirt?
I'm not certain, but it looks like the back.
Okay. And you can place that one down as well. And exhibit number 23. What do you see in that picture?
So this is the front of a shirt, and it also has some markers indicating where some hole defects were found.
Okay, you can place that one down. And exhibit 24.
This is an undershirt with markers showing where defects were found.
Okay, you can place that down. And exhibit 25.
This is overall of some property that was found on Mr. Thornton. It has money, some jewelry, some cards, and a condom.
Okay, place that one down. And exhibit 26. What is shown in that one?
This is an overall view of bullet fragments from the right jaw that were recovered.
Okay, you can place that one down. Your Honor, we are asking that those photos that have been previously marked be entered into evidence.
No more exhibits will enter into evidence. Exhibits 16 through 26 that have been previously marked and identified by this witness into evidence. Have you not done it already?
And if I could have those pictures back. Your Honor, may I have permission to publish to the jury?
Judge, may we be briefly approached?
As you guys can see here, this is the coroner. This is the coroner giving her observation on what she assessed during the murder of rapper Memphis legend Young Dolph. This is the coroner giving her assessment on the murder of legendary Memphis rapper Young Dolph.
Okay.
Describe large firm.
Dr. Snowberry, can you
Got
hear
5
me
moments.
okay?
I can.
Okay. If you could just project your voice loud, and if you can't hear me, let me know.
Ms. Williams, I'm gonna ask you to do the same thing.
Absolutely, Judge. Okay. Dr. Snowberry, I believe this photo might be a little bit blurry, but could you tell the jury what is actually shown in this photo?
Okay, so this is showing his. Do you have a pointer by any chance?
We want to. Yes. Just press and hold that first button at the top.
Thank you. All right, so to orient everyone, okay, so this is the top of his head. This will be his torso here. This is the right side of the body, his ear, and this large defect here is a gunshot wound on the right jaw. And this is a well, you can't really see it that well, but this is the placard with scale and case number indicating which case it belongs to.
So for this wound, did the bullet or bullets hit anything as it passed through the body?
It did.
Okay, what exactly did it hit?
It struck the skeletal muscle and caused a lot of fractures to the mandible, the lower jaw, and it caused fracturing around the gums where the teeth are located in the lower jaw.
And your medical opinion, would this wound be catastrophic or fatal?
Potential.
Okay, move on to the next one. And just for the record, Your Honor, I am going to order the exhibits.
Thank you.
This is exhibit number 17. Dr. Stamberry, can you tell us what we're looking at right here?
We're looking at the back of the body. The head is here. The head is here, and his feet would be down here. This is his right arm. This is his left arm, and you can see this area here, there, and you're not so great. Some over here and another there.
Yeah.
Those are gunshot entrance wounds.
Entrance.
Salute Harlem Romeo. This is the coroner speaking at the moment. This is the coroner of the Young Dolph assassination, giving her assessment on what she discovered observing the body of legendary Memphis rapper Young Dolph.
Yes.
So for the torso or this area, how many entrance wounds did you calculate?
For the torso, 8.
Okay. Were there any exit wounds?
Yes.
Okay. How many exit wounds were there?
4.
Was that near the back of the torso or the front of the torso?
Front of the torso.
Okay. And did any of these bullets hit any vital organs as they passed through the body?
They did.
And what did it hit?
It hit the right lung, liver, the thoracic aorta, which is a major blood vessel that supplies blood to the whole body, small intestine, several ribs, and some vertebrae.
And could those wounds be potentially fatal in this instance?
Yes.
And if I could ask about the trajectory of the bullets as it passed through the torso, what directions were they coming from?
So for these wounds of the torso, they had a very mixed pattern, but most of them, the general track is forward,
So it came through
the back to the front. Yes.
Okay. Alright, moving on to the next one. This is exhibit 18. Could you tell us what we're looking at?
This is the front of the body, mostly the left. This is his left arm here, his head is here, and his lower body would be here. And it can show a gunshot wound here and here.
And are those exit wounds or entry wounds?
Exit wounds.
And how many did you say again that you calculated?
4.
Okay. Moving on to the next one. This is exhibit 19. Dr. Sandberg, can you tell us what we are looking at right here?
This is the right side of the body, mostly highlighting the right upper extremity. This is the forearm here, the wrist, and the hand. And it highlights a large wound, gunshot wound of the right wrist.
Okay. Next one. This is exhibit number 20. Does this also show upper extremities?
Yes.
Okay. So how many wounds are in this exact picture?
1.
Okay. All right, moving on to the next exhibit, which is exhibit 21. Now, are these the victim's clothing?
They are.
Okay. So exactly what did he come to, what was he wearing when he came to you?
These clothes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have two shirts, pair of jeans, boxers, shoes, and socks.
Correct.
Okay. Was there any property found within his clothing?
They were.
Okay. And this is exhibit number 22. And Dr. Stanberry, if you could just give me some clarification here. Are these white squares showing where there are holes in the clothing?
Correct.
Okay. Are there arrows on those white squares?
They are.
Okay. All right. And about how many holes in the clothing did you calculate?
I did not cut those.
Okay. Thank you. And the next picture is exhibit number 23. Now, it looks like the same photo, but is this the front or the back of the shirt?
This is the front of the shirt.
Okay, and do those white squares also indicate holes in the clothing?
Correct.
In exhibit 24, looks like this is an undershirt. And the same thing as the last shirt. Do those white squares indicate holes within that garment?
Correct.
Okay. And the next exhibit, number 25, could you tell us what we're looking at right here?
So we're looking at the overall view of property that was found on or in pockets of the clothing for Mr. Thornton.
Okay. Were there any weapons found within his clothing?
I don't recall.
Okay.
What was that response?
I don't recall.
And on to the final exhibit, number 26. What are we looking at, Dr. Stanley?
This is the brown areas of envelope that we use to package any ballistics that we recover from the body. And these are multiple bullet fragments that were recovered from the right jaw.
Okay. Regarding the bullet fragments that were recovered from the right jaw, would it be within your job duties to conduct tests on those fragments?
No, it would not.
Okay. And do you happen to know whether or not the murder weapons were recovered in this case at all?
Not at the time that I did the case, no.
Okay. So if the murder weapons were recovered, would it be within your job duties to conduct tests on them?
It would not be.
Okay. Just a couple more questions. So, Dr. Stanberry, what is a toxicology test?
At the time of autopsy, we take certain fluids, usually blood, sometimes liver, and certain fluids also from the eye, and we submit it to a toxicology lab, and they run a particular test that I order, and based on the drugs that they look for in that particular test, it would test against the blood, and whatever detected would be read as a positive finding.
Okay. And is a toxicology test a standard part of an autopsy?
Most cases, yes.
Okay. And did you conduct a toxicology test for this victim?
I did.
And what were the results of that test?
It was the active ingredient of marijuana was detected.
Okay. So as to the total entry wounds to this victim, how many were there?
20.
20. Okay. How about the exit wounds?
4.
Okay. And do you, in your medical opinion, were these gunshot wounds enough to cause death?
They were.
Okay. And within a reasonable degree of medical certainty, did you render an opinion as to the cause of this victim's death?
I did.
What was the cause of that?
Gunshot wounds of the head, torso, and neck.
Okay. And did you render an opinion as to the manner of death?
I did.
And what was your opinion?
Homicide.
This is Memphis, Tennessee. This neighborhood is close to the airport. It's called Orange Mound. It is a historic neighborhood in Memphis. One of the first predominantly black neighborhoods that had so much history, so much art and culture and of such, significance that it used to be compared to Harlem in New York City. There was a time when it was particularly vibrant at a theater, arts, It's an important neighborhood in Memphis. It is less than 15 minutes from this building. Like I said, it's by the airport. In the 80s and 90s, it became riddled with crime, with drugs, with poverty, with gangs. It is trying hard nowadays to make a resurgence, to go back to what it was. There are families that have lived there for decades, generations. There are businesses and other things that have been there for decades. What we're looking at here is one of those Memphis businesses, a family business. This is the storefront of Makita's Cookies. This is the front of the store. This is its parking lot in front of it. Makita's Cookies. They sell butter cookies, basically. Some have icing on them.
White salute.
This is simple butter cookie. People say they're real good. In Memphis, they say they're fire. So we got a cookie store that sells fire butter cookies in the middle of the day at 12:21 in the afternoon.
Mr. Hager, you're standing in front of them.
You can stop it here first. All right. So in 2021, people thought that was like a Lamborghini or something because they hadn't seen the new Corvettes yet, really. They weren't around. That is, in fact, one of those new Corvettes. It has a special wrap on it, is what they call that. It's not something you can buy, from the dealership. You have to get that done yourself. Well, here, that's a special wrap that the Memphis rapper artist, Young Dolph, had on several of his vehicles. There's a couple times in this video we'll just have to wait, but it's a matter of seconds, and it's the last seconds of his life, so we can wait for him. He'll stop there first. All right. This taller man here in the yellow shirt, blue jeans, white shoes. His name is Adolph Thornton Jr. You've heard me read it a couple times now. He grew up in Memphis. Neighborhood he grew up in was Castalia, not terribly far from this. Also a neighborhood in South Memphis. You'll see.
If you guys have been watching the Young Dolph murder trial, was not only one of the fastest trials, but one of the most heinous and completely, just a tarnish on the city. But, this is Memphis, Tennessee. It murders and robberies all the time. Not only did Frank White, the man, dropped his kids off to kill Dolph, yeah, they gonna get him in the pen. Not only did he drop his kids off, he put it as if he was murdering young Dolph for his family. That's how he ran it out. He only got $800. Don't you know? Seriously, this just real talk. If it was that deep, if it was that serious, he could have came to Dolph and told him them people had paid me or what they gave him to do that. And Dolph would have blessed that brother. This is a sad deal, but let's pay attention and listen. Subscribe to Law and Crime, fantastic network. Law and Crime Trials. Subscribe to Law and Crime Trials. Here's my review. Law and Crime Trials. Top 5 moments from Young Dolph murder trial. Let's continue.
A member of his family testified this week. She'll tell you a little bit about his background and his family. I'll tell you a little bit about him right now. He is an ambitious young man who is a rapper, Memphis rapper, who rapped about the things that he saw growing up and that he sees in his neighborhood in Memphis. Some of that is drugs, some of that is violence, some of that is crime, some of that is gangs. Whether or not we agree or disagree as to whether or not that subject matter, are things we should be listening to or not, I can assure you it's real. He rapped about stuff that is real. He rapped about stuff that was real. And one of the things that meant everything to him in terms of what is real is he wanted to make it for himself. He wanted to make it for himself. He wasn't interested. He wasn't interested in joining others. He wasn't interested in being promoted by other people. He was all about making it himself. He felt like when he grew up, he called it his come up. That's what he called it, his come up. That it was rough and hard, but it was important that he got through it himself and he wanted to make it for himself. And he made it for himself as a rapper, as an artist. Young Dolph became famous, shortened to Dolph, very famous. Wanted to make it by himself, wanted to be self-made, but it wasn't just about him, because he also wanted a record label. He wanted to promote other artists. He wanted to make them famous. And so he started not just his own rap career, but a record label that's called Paper Route Empire. Paper Route. Like a young man or woman would have to make money on the side throwing papers, but also a play on the word paper. Because in Memphis, slang for money is paper. It's sometimes abbreviated PRE, Paper Route Empire. And that is Dolph and the rappers that he promoted. Trying to make it on your own is obviously hard. In this game, trying to make it on your own can create enemies. PRE, Paper Route Empire, his label, is not the only label in Memphis. He's not the only famous rapper in Memphis. Another label, CMG, Cocaine Music Group. and they became an enemy. They wanted Dolph under their label, but he turned down millions. I want to do it myself. The second time, they wanted Dolph under their label, but he turned down many millions. I want to do it myself. And in this game, whether it's smart or not, there are things called, in Memphis, we call them diss tracks, D-I-S-S. A rap where I may insult, level whatever sort of insults and everything else I want to in the song itself. And Dolph had plenty of those. And he had plenty of those directed at this other label, the Cocaine Music Group, at their artist, and at their number 2 person. His name is Big Joe. The number 2 person of Cocaine.
Salute, Kitty.
Music Group. Through the years, I'm talking years before what we're going to watch, having nothing to do with Mr. Johnson on trial, there were highly publicized incidents of violence directed by CMG against Dolph. He even wrote songs about it. Bulletproof, 100 rounds. And he also spewed out the disses and the insults. Stop it there. This man here got out of the car with Dolph. That's his brother. His name's Marcus Thornton. His brother, his friend. This thing that we're about to watch has had a terrible impact on Marcus. Not just his brother and his friend, but he also works security for them. In fact, as Marcus walks in this cookie store, he has a gun on his person. And he has another gun in the car. Dolph was well aware of the threats and the violence from CMG that were constantly hanging over him and his people. We'll wait 30 seconds. Stop it there. A car that just drove up came from this side of the parking lot. It had actually been following Dolph on the street when Dolph turned it and it went up to this light where it got stopped for a few seconds and then came around. It's a white Mercedes. There's other pictures where you'll be able to see it more clearly. But it's a white Mercedes with back end damage back here on the back passenger side of the car. It's a stolen car. It's a stolen car that our defendant here, Justin Johnson, traded for one car for another at a gas station about 10 hours before this murder happened. This man got out of the passenger side of the white Mercedes. Door's still open. We saw him run to the parking lot. He's here with a large semi-automatic weapon. He's in a hoodie. He's got sweatpants, and he's got white shoes. We'll see a second man come out of the car too. Those two men that we're going to see come out of the car, they're going to gun golf down. He's inside the business. He has walked over to sort of where the bathrooms are in the business. He's as close as I am to y'all. There's the window, and he's getting shot through the window. Both of these men will shoot. This one in particular, it looks like he's never shot this type of gun before. It's because he probably hadn't. The second man out of the car who's driving is our defendant, Justin Johnson. Neither one of these men are professional hitmen. If it looks like they don't take tactical shooting stances, it's because they don't. Let's watch Mr. Johnson get out of the car. You can stop it here. This is Dolph here. Remember, he was wearing the yellow. This is Marcus. Remember, I told you he had a gun. He tries to return fire as these two men quickly shoot Dolph. Dolph's body's riddled with bullets. He shot all in the back, in the face, in the neck, in his arms. The first man out was Cornelius Smith, and he has that semi-automatic weapon shooting wildly into Dolph. The second man out was Justin Johnson, who has a handgun who's firing at Dolph as he lays on the ground. Marcus Thornton starts firing back once he hears the shots. Now we see him emerge from the building. Can't tell in the video, but Marcus actually hits Cornelius in the shoulder. Shoot back. I want to spend some time with two things. This Mercedes, these two people, Justin Cornelius.
Yeah, he pulled in the cookie store.
What'd y'all do?
We made the block. Came with the bad boy. I jumped out. Started shooting.
All right, well, let's back up here though. We saw him pull off of Airways to here, is that right?
Yeah.
Y'all, can you see my little pointer?
Yeah.
Y'all would be traveling this direction on Airways, is that right? Then did y'all do a crazy U-turn or anything, or what'd y'all do?
Nah, we came with the back street.
Okay. Following the clickers is what y'all did?
Yeah.
Okay.
We went to the light, made the loop around.
Did you see him get out of his car like this?
Nah, I ain't seen him get out the car.
Okay. Say y'all.
Yeah, that's us right there.
Stop it here.
It's me.
Can you stop it? All right. We're gonna back up. I might wanted to, back up a little bit. All right. First guy out of the car. Who's that?
It's me.
That's you. Which one of the guns do you have?
I got the little Draco stab gun.
Okay, that's that semi-automatic weapon. Is that right?
Yeah.
You ever shot that thing before?
I ain't never shot that one.
Okay. You can proceed, Art. That's your gap hoodie, is that right?
Yeah, it's me.
That's you. Who are you shooting at?
Don't.
All right, now back it up again. Miss Iris. Back it up for Justin getting out of the car. All right, who's the second person here that got out of the driver's side?
It's just,
He's got the smaller handgun, is that right?
yeah, bad baseball hat, bad pro baseball hat.
You're firing this crazy thing. What you see? What are you feeling?
I won't feel nothing at the time, but I ain't gonna even let it. I won't feel nothing at the time. I was just, trying to get some money.
Trying to get some money? Bet you probably would have wasted on oxycodone and ecstasy.
Trying to do something.
You shot that gun a bunch?
Right in there?
Right then and there.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times I shot. I won't.
Aiming for Dolph.
No, I ain't gonna go.
Was he able to say anything to y'all, or was he able to run or get away at all?
I shot through the glass, so I wasn't close up on him. I was shooting through the glass.
Okay.
I saw him standing by the window. I just got out and started shooting.
All right. Okay, proceed till Justin shoots. There with the handgun. Who's that?
It's just,
All right. You proceed. All right, you stop right here. This is Dolph's brother, Marcus. Did you know that he shot back at y'all?
I ain't noticed until we pulled out. There was a bullet hole in my side window. And I told Jesse, I'm like, man, I'm hit. He was like, I'm hit too. So I see, I'm hit right here on my leg. And I see a bullet hole in my sweater. I said, damn, I'm hit. So we driving out, he was saying he was hit. I'm talking to him, making sure we on Rick, making sure he's straight. I'm like, you all right? He's like, yeah, I'm straight. But the bullet head went in my arm. It was a bullet in my back.
I'm gonna back up. You and Justin here are running to the white Mercedes, is that right?
All right.
You get in what side of the car?
I get on the passenger side.
And Justin gets back in the driver's side?
Yeah, he get back on the driver's side.
Y'all get in the car. You can watch the rest of the video here. Did y'all see Marcus getting a second gun from his car?
Nah, but when we pulled out, and I knew it was shots back, I was finna shoot back, but there were too many cars coming, and I didn't just want to hit no anybody, so I didn't shoot back.
Because Marcus was shooting at y'all as y'all were leaving from down here, is that right?
Yeah.
And you would be in the car at this point,
Yeah, we was in the car.
looking backwards?
Yeah, I was looking back, but we had, like, how we were driving, like, how he was driving, he was all the way on the other side, but, so I ain't want to just shoot back and hit nobody.
So the shots, all the shots that you fired were the ones we saw right here with Dolph, is that right?
Yeah,
And Justin too?
yeah.
All right, so y'all didn't shoot back at Marcus as y'all were
Nah, I ain't
driving?
shoot back at him.
You say you got shot in the shoulder,
Yeah, I got hit in my shoulder, in my upper arm,
in the upper arm, shoulder area of
on my leg.
your right and your leg, and you realized you had been shot once you got in the car.
Yeah, once I got in the car.
Could you still have a scar from when you got shot in the arm? Is that right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Now I got him step down and display this to the jury real quick. Come on, Mr. Secretary. Turn sideways here. Just walk down this way, backwards toward the field. Thank you, Mr. All right, you and Justin jump back in the car. You've been hit in the shoulder,
On my leg.
and in the leg. Justin may or may not have been hit, but said
Yeah,
something
got scraped on your back.
scraped in the back. All right, what now?
We went back on Bradley Street.
Did y'all go to Bradley Street slow or fast?
Nah, we going back fast.
Okay, fast.
We going back fast. We been trying to get caught. So
Okay.
he gave me the keys.
He's God.
Peace, God.
He gave you,
The beans.
who gave you the keys to the
Justin
execution?
gave me the keys to the
If you guys have noticed, this is the Young Dolph murder trial. These are pivotal points in the murder case of the legendary slain Memphis rapper Young Dolph. Subscribe to Law and Crime.
execution.
Okay.
So I moved the truck out the way, and he pulled the beans in the yard.
So the expedition, was it parked in the driveway of Bradley?
Yeah, we parked in the driveway.
And he gives you the keys to the expedition?
Yeah,
You get inside to move it? And then where does he put the Mercedes?
he put it like right there with the expedition in the front yard.
Okay, so the front driveway area of Bradley, is that right? What do you do next?
We jumped in the expedition. We was on our way to the gas station. FaceTime Juke, let them know that was our work.
Who FaceTime Jook?
Justin had FaceTime Juke, spelling out dog. You know what I'm saying? Let them know that we did it.
And let's back that up. You say, let him know it was y'all's work.
Right.
You said somebody spelled out Dolph. Who spelled out Dolph?
Justin spelled out dog.
When you say spelled out Dolph, what do you mean?
Like the sign language.
With
Jailhouse sign
with,
language.
like this would be an O?
Nah, yeah, I think I don't know how to do it with
Okay.
something like that.
All right, so there was some signing that y'all just took care of Dolph. Was that short call, long call?
It was short.
Did you hear Jook say anything back?
Yeah, he'll get with us when he get done with the kids, like get up on him.
He'll get with y'all when, I didn't hear that last part.
Get up, finish with the kids, or something like that.
But he was busy with his kids.
Yeah, something like that.
Gotcha.
See him right, another part. We
Right, you can't even see him.
When he asked me, did I get that kite?
Okay.
He sent me more than one. He sent another one and said he got 7K. I could take that. I'll leave.
Where's that?
I don't know where it's at.
You lost it?
Nah. I sent it on out to my folks.
Okay. All right.
On out to my folks. My sister.
Okay. So you started telling the truth then. So surely by August, you met with the state in August 10th of 22. Surely by then you're telling the truth.
Yeah, you don't tell the truth.
And you would agree with me, the truth doesn't change. It's the truth, right?
Yeah, it's the truth. You know, quick, brought me in and set me up for the police to capture me. So might as well tell the truth. If we gonna tell the truth.
Okay. So today, for the first time ever, you testified that you wiped that Mercedes down.
Yeah.
You've never said that before.
No, I ain't know.
You never told them. You never told them that you wiped that Mercedes down?
I never told detectives when I talked to them. No.
Why would you not tell them? They've asked you every question under the sun about this case, right?
I said detectives. I never admitted that I was involved to detectives when I first got locked up December 9th.
You know they take notes and they recorded your entire interview.
Right. All right.
Why didn't you tell them in August you wiped the car down?
we were talking about some money, you know, we slipped my man from.
And they specifically asked you, and you said,
They ain't asked me that way you cut it in. They ain't specifically asked me
You don't-
that way cut it in.
you don't recall them asking you, and you saying, Justin said he had someone wipe the car down.
Yeah, he told me he had somebody to wipe the car down too.
But you didn't think to ask him,
I
right?
told him that I wiped it down. He said he used the right stuff because I got somebody else to wipe it down. You know what I'm saying?
So now you're. Why didn't you tell that to law seeking the truth from you, right?
You know, stuff slip a person man too. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Kind of an important detail.
like they ain't asked me that I already be cutting him. So I don't recall.
Well, your fingerprints,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
So when did you go do that?
Like a couple days after the shoot.
Did you tell Quet? Did you go by Quet's house?
Yeah, I ain't called quick and told him that I was finna walk in their backyard so he'll know who walking over there. I ain't called him.
So you called him, you let him know. You walked through his backyard.
Not through his backyard. That I was finna walk in the backyard where the car was in.
Okay. Why would you need to tell Quet you were going to be at the car across the street?
Because he got cameras. So I ain't want to think nobody trying to get him enough to get shooting at me. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like, didn't know what's up.
And just to be clear, does he have cameras on the abandoned house, or you were saying shooting out from facing out from his house? Okay. But you testimony today is you called Quet and told him you were going to go over there and wipe that car down. Okay. And you didn't tell law enforcement that either. Does that surprise you that you wouldn't have told them, hey, I even called Quet and told him I was going to go over and do it?
Nah, because, you know, like I say, stuff slip a person mad at the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, when law enforcement talking to me, you know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't just finna remember everything bit for bit right then and there. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, 3 or 4 times, as you said it, right? To meet with him, to go over it, to think about it. You were able to talk with counsel before you went into this. You were able to look at paperwork before you went in, right?
Well, I went with.
And met with him.
Yeah, what you mean though? What you saying? Like, what you saying?
It just slipped your mind.
Nah, what you saying? Like,
No,
what slipped my mind? What you saying?
To tell them all the details.
Yeah, I couldn't just remember detail like that.
Because it's hard to keep up with details when you're lying. You would agree with that, right?
Nah,
No?
Nah, when you telling the truth, like, and you
Okay.
nervous, like, it's hard to keep up with details.
So, you're saying that one just slipped your mind? Okay. You didn't bring it up. They didn't ask you. You just slipped your mind. Okay.
I answer the question they ask me correctly, you know, like, if they ain't ask me, if I don't want to call them ask me, I ain't answer.
So, law enforcement specifically asked you about this $800 that you got after the shooting, right?
Right.
And today, I just want to make clear, you're saying that $500 was hand delivered by Justin with a letter to your neighbor.
Right.
And her name, just to be clear, is Vivian Fifi, right?
Correct.
Lives next door to your dad.
Correct.
And you know that happened, correct?
Correct.
You say you were on the phone with Justin and Miss Fifi when that was happening.
Correct.
And to confirm that Miss Fifi actually got the money.
Correct.
Okay? Now, that you would agree with me that's not the story you first told law enforcement, right?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
I can't say he's correct in that, because I don't know what I told them, like, when I first talked to him.
But is that the
I can't
truth?
recall the interview that I had with them back then, so I can't say it's correct or it's not.
Okay. Well, did you tell them that you told them the truth, right?
Yeah, I told them the truth.
All right. So In that same interview, if that's the truth, with Miss Fifi, earlier, why would you tell them that some masked man came in a Chrysler 300 on 2 occasions?
No, I
and
did
said,
not say.
you didn't say that.
I didn't say that earlier. I did not say that. Yeah, the madman on 2 occasions came.
You didn't say that.
Justin dropped it off to Miss Fifi the first time, and he had somebody with a mask on the second time with $300. That's what I said.
So, if that interview recording's got your voice saying that you and Angela backed up in the driveway next door, and on 2 separate occasions, the first time somebody brought $500, and your girlfriend Angela got out and got it, and you stayed in the car, and then on another occasion, which is what you said today, somebody bought $300, and Angela got out and got it. You're saying that's just not it. Like, you didn't say that. Somebody else jumped in your interview that was recorded and said those things.
I don't remember saying all that. I can't recall the interview. Like, I got to hear you. But we just say, yeah, you know, I said, yeah, I got to hear the interview.
Okay. But if you were telling the truth, you wouldn't have any trouble, right? Going, did I say that or not? Because you know you didn't say it because you told the truth.
I'm telling the truth. I'm telling
This time or that time?
I've been telling the truth all the time, all along.
Okay.
Since that good, might as well tell the truth.
Stand right here, face your honor, raise your right hand.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth.
Amen.
Yes.
So, Mr. Johnson, you understand that we're at the part of the trial now where you have a right to testify or not testify on your own behalf.
Yes, sir.
And you and I have discussed this at length, have we not?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that you have a right to testify on your own behalf.
Right. Yes, sir.
And no one can take that away from you. You understand that? You also have a right to not testify. And if you don't want to testify, the judge is going to instruct the jury they can't hold that against you. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Have you thought about it extensively?
Yes, sir.
We've had several discussions, have we not?
Yes, sir.
And after considering all of that, what do you wish to do?
Not testify.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Johnson, how old are you?
26 years old.
How long has Mr. Evans been your attorney?
About 2 years.
About 2 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And he's gone over with you all those things he just talked about.
Yes, ma'am.
About you testifying,
Yes, ma'am.
the pros, in the back, in the con, the good and the bad. Y'all talked about all those things.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand those things. What's your highest education level?
High school.
You graduated from high
Yes,
school.
ma'am.
Do you have any questions for him,
Ma'am, will do.
for your attorney,
All the-
about this process,
all
about
the-
you testifying?
all right.
You make the time. Any other proof?
No, you're right.
Anything else we need to add to the charge? Come to
I was
that
wondering,
for you so y'all can see it, what it says.
there we go, there we go. It's better than me talking for sure.
This guy, the last guy that just took the stand, taking the real gangster role, saying absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Zero testifying, zero talking, zero cooperation. You know, so whatever time he do, it's gonna be other avenues that open up for him.
Yeah.
I can't say the same about the people who withdrew the plan, unless they're gonna have them in PC, protective custody or something to that degree. Them guys are pretty much lunch meat. A situation such and such, uh, when you crash out, you crash out. It ain't no, no thinking about it again and wishing, what I'm saying, this and that and all this and that. You better know what you're doing when you do what you do, because you cannot turn back the hands of time. You cannot turn back the hands of time. It does not work like that. When you lay somebody down, especially in that type of style, there is no turning back. There is no turning back.
All because you're trying to make a name for yourself.
God,
And now you got your name turned into a
yeah,
number.
that too turned into a serious ad. You know what I'm saying? And see, people glorify, that murder game. Young Dolph talked about sacrificing himself and in rhymes. Young Dolph, everybody talked about the dope in the murder game. Now, and when you doing music, you can always, elaborate or stretch out some things in life on wax, whether it be true or not. But when you start beefing with gangsters and things of that nature, and not saying that, one's stronger than the other one, but it's not about strength, it's about heart, it's about location, it's about eyes, whereabout, survival, it's about making it back home. Young Dolph was assassinated and murdered at a cookie store. Young Dolph was assassinated and murdered at a cookie store. The killers, a few confessed and testified. Only one didn't say anything. The, the killer said that he only received $800 cash money, $800 for a multi-millionaire, multi double-digit millionaire. Easy double digit. Dolph had to be worth easy 15-30 million, somewhere around there. Easy. Easy. On a low ball 10 or something like that. But let's get real. When you take away someone who's bringing job opportunities, business, and different sorts of income to the city, you must be prepared for repercussions.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go to Young Dolph security guard details rapper's beef that led to his murder. Subscribe to Law and Crime Trials. This is educational purposes. Salute Queen Gigi. Salute Kitty Divine. Everybody coming in. Frank White, Harlem Romeo, Mike G, God Keith, Kobe. Salute.
Peace, family.
Okay, I stay.
You all right, baby?
Subscribe to Law and Crime Trials. Young Dolph security guard details rapper beef that led to his murder.
Good.
Here's my review. Subscribe to Law and Crime.
Hopkins, Hopkins.
Thank you. How old are you?
60.
All right. Do you know Adolph Thornton Jr.?
Yes, sir.
How do you know him?
From the neighborhood, family,
What neighborhood?
Castalia.
And tell the jury where Castalia is.
It's South Memphis. It's north of Dunn.
Is that where, and I'm going to call it Adolph Thornton Jr., what did you call him?
Young dog.
Young Dolph or Dolph?
Dog, yes, sir.
Is that where Dolph grew up?
Yes, sir.
Were you Dolph's friend
Friend?
for his whole life?
Yes.
Involved in his business.
Yes, sir.
What was your involvement in his business?
I was his security.
And how many years have you been working his security?
Over time, 45, 7 years.
Job probably quite a bit of travel,
Yes, sir.
a little bit of stress.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about Dolph's record label. What was the name of it?
Paper Route Empire.
And is that Dolph and other artists?
Yes.
Dolph helped promote those other artists?
Yes, sir.
And Dolph would perform sim concerts and things like this.
Yes, sir.
You were in charge of security for many of these things.
Yes, sir.
For some years. Sounds like.
Yes, sir.
Let me pass you. This photograph. He's seen it. Tell me what that. That is underneath that little placard.
PRE chain.
Okay. And PRE, that Paper Route Empire.
Yes, sir.
His label. For some years, it sounds like.
Yes, sir.
So let me pass you this photograph. You've seen it. Tell me what that is underneath that little placard.
That's the PRE chain.
Okay, and PRE, that Paper Route Empire,
Yes, sir.
his label.
Yes, sir.
And he says a chain, like a necklace or something.
Yes, sir.
Is that DOS?
Yes, sir.
No, move that into elements that say sex under exhibit.
Objection.
This is a picture of the chain, emblem for a chain, ERE, with the placard number 64, looks like in a pot. We'll mark that as exhibit number 3.
You familiar with a rival rap label?
Yes,
What was its name?
CMG.
Is that Cocaine Music Group?
I think so, yes, sir.
Does that label have artists and things like it under that umbrella?
Yes, sir.
You familiar with the name? Julik or Big Julik?
Yes, sir.
And is that person to your knowledge affiliated or part of the leadership of CMG?
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
You familiar with any sort of rivalry between CMG and
Salute.
Salute.
Peace, God. Just wanted to make sure is the video showing?
It's showing, but it's stuck.
Oh, we get a little froze and stuff like that.
Yeah.
All right, salute. Okay, we'll get back to it. She'll be better now.
Still stuck, no sound.
As you can see, subscribe to Law and Crime Trials. That was the video footage and testimony from the security of Young Dolph. Let's go to Jamarcus Johnson pleads guilty to accessory charges. Subscribe to WREG. Subscribe to WREG News Channel 3. Here's my review. WREG News Channel 3. Jamarcus Johnson pleads guilty to accessory charges. Let's go.
Salute.
Salute, Queen.
Salute, King. Salute, everybody. What we doing?
This is the update on the Young Dolph assassination out of Memphis, Tennessee. Legendary rapper coming out of Memphis. Fairly new to a degree. I believe this was 2021 when he was gunned down. He had a few run-ins and issues with other labels in Memphis and things of that nature. Right now, we're looking at a testimony from one of the brothers who actually shot and killed Young Dolph, and he's on trial. So we're doing a review and looking at his testimony and things like that.
Okay.
Mm. I'm gonna bring it back. You just missed it. He was speaking on one of the killer's brothers testified against him.
Mm, mm. Can you hear it?
Yes, is the vlog. Can you not hear the video?
I can hear you. I
The
can't
video?
hear the
Oh
audio.
wow.
No.
Okay. Let me start it over.
I can't hear it.
Can you hear not? Did you hear anything?
No,
What about the moment?
no.
Okay. I'll be back. One second.
Justin would
Okay.
is
Now it's playing.
aware prosecution of these conspiracies is often the case. More and more information becomes available to the state and to the parties as we prosecute the case, as we talk to more witnesses and talk to, in some cases, more co-defendants and cooperating witnesses. That's been the case in the prosecution of Jamarcus Johnson. As we told Your Honor in chambers, I think the court is aware, the state now understands the exact participation of Mr. Johnson in the conspiracy with regard to the murder and cover-up of the murder of Adolph Thornton Jr., known as Dolph, in the community. Mr. Johnson had no, this Mr. Johnson, Jamarcus Johnson, had no involvement in the homicide before the murder. He had no involvement in the homicide during the murder. His involvement was after the fact. About a week after the murder of Adolph Thornton, his brother, Justin Johnson, who in fact was one of the shooters and one of the killers of Adolph Thornton Jr., came to him and gave him certain property. A car, not the car used in the murder, but nevertheless a car that Mr. Justin Johnson had possession of, and a cell phone. Cell phones of particular importance because it was Justin Johnson's cell phone that he had during the murder and that he had used for some time before. This Mr. Johnson agreed to take possession of the car and he agreed to take possession of the cell phone. His taking possession of the cell phone and the car aided in Mr. Justin Johnson's continued evasion from authorities and his continued cover-up of the conspiracy. This Mr. Johnson also used the telephone. He used the telephone by his brother Justin would call the telephone and he'd place the telephone up to another telephone and they would, in essence, trick Justin Johnson's federal probation officer into believing that Justin Johnson still had his cell phone and was still in Memphis, Tennessee, when in fact he had fled after murdering Adolph Thornton and was not in our community. He also did the same thing where he placed Justin Johnson's cell phone up to another cell phone and he facilitated a conversation. Again, this is over a week after the homicide, between his brother Justin Johnson and the other shooter of Adolph Thornton, Cornelius Smith. Mr. Johnson preserved the telephone and turned it over to authorities. He's spoken with the state and he's described the content of that conversation and the content of some text messages between Cornelius Smith and Justin Johnson that included Justin Johnson trying to get money to Cornelius Smith after the killing. Mr. Jamarcus Johnson has given truthful statements to the state with regard to all those acts. Those are 3 acts of an accessory after the fact that did aid in the cover-up and this conspiracy. For those reasons, now that we understand those to be the facts of his involvement, now that he's given a truthful statement with regard to these things, he has also identified a picture of his brother Justin Johnson wearing the outfit of one of the shooters, Dolph, just directly before the homicide. Now that he's been 100% cooperative and truthful, we're asking Your Honor to accept the guilty plea and recommendation in the case. There's a criminal information that is before Your Honor. It has 3 counts. It's I-2300019. It alleges 3 counts of accessory after the fact for those 3 acts that I just described to the court: taking possession of the car, the cell phone, and then using the cell phone to facilitate those communications. Even though Mr. Johnson is a range 1 offender, he has no criminal history. He's agreeing by this guilty plea, which is open to the court, that he should be sentenced as a range 2 offender. These are E felonies. Range 2 for an E felony carries 2 to 4 years incarceration. He's pleading guilty to all 3 counts of the information to those 3 E felonies, 2 to 4 years incarceration. He's also agreeing that when Your Honor sentences him, that all 3 of those sentences should be consecutive to each other. So Mr. Johnson is in essence pleading guilty to the court, open to the court, to a sentence that can range between 6 and 12 years.
Sound went out again.
When Your Honor sentences parties are not asking Your Honor to sentence.
What happened?
Please, I'd ask for council to stipulate to the facts. I'll just very, very briefly, basically 2 or 3 yes or no questions asked of Board Mr. Johnson during the guilty plea.
Yes, sir.
I'll ask your honor to accept the plea after that.
Mr. Corman.
And Judge, I believe that would be the evidence the state would present the case on trial. We do stipulate there's a factual basis, and we're gonna ask the court to accept our negotiating settlement.
Mr. Corman, Mr. Harriman, thank you. Mr. Johnson, Marcus Johnson, come around, please, sir. Johnson, you'll come up here where Deputy Chambers is, and once you get to the seal of Shelby County, put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand to be sworn, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Thank you, sir. Put your hand up, Johnson. Have a seat on the witness stand, please, sir. Council approach, please.
I'm sorry, that's stuck in my throat.
Yes, sir. Chambers. Can you please signature, my signature on the document, Mr. Hagerman? Sir. Mr. Marcus Johnson, good morning, sir. Mr. Johnson, what's your real name, sir? You need to speak up a little bit louder. The court reporter here has to write down everything that's said. Of course, you need to speak up a little bit louder. You can take that mask down if you want to. Yes, sir. Mr. Johnson, what school did you go to, sir?
I went to Woodhead High School.
How far did you get in school? Did you finish the 12th grade? Did you ever get a GED, sir?
Yes, sir.
Can you read and write okay, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Johnson, answer those questions because the law requires you to answer, okay?
Okay.
A couple of things, Mr. Johnson, you were charged by way of an indictment 2204769, a charge with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. That Class A felony carried anywhere from 15 to 60 years in prison. You're pleading guilty on the superseding information I-23-00019, a charge with 3 counts of accessory after the fact. That's an E felony, carries up to 6 years in prison. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Johnson, you have a right to have this case, this charge submitted to the grand jury. When you enter a guilty plea on this information, you're waiving. You've given up your rights to have this case of accessory after the fact submitted to the grand jury. That case comes to court quicker. When you plead on that information, the state will make you the best offer they will ever make on that information, but you're giving up, you're waiving your rights to have this case on an accessory submitted and reviewed by the grand jury. Do you understand that, sir? Is that what you want to do, sir?
Yes, sir.
For the record, I would find that Mr. Corman and his court have advised Mr. Johnson has a right to have this charge of accessory after the fact reviewed by a grand jury. If the grand jury found probable cause, they would indict him. If they did not find probable cause, they would not deal this charge. I find that Mr. Johnson has made that decision intelligently and knowingly. Mr. Johnson, I'm going to show you a document for the record. This is a petition. Waiver trial by jury request for sections of the on that bottom right hand corner where it reads defendant, you can see the word defendant. If you click on that, it will take you to the defendant. If you click on that, it will take you to the defendant. If you click on that, it will take you to the defendant. If you click on that, it will take you to the defendant. If you click on that, it will take you to the defendant. If you click on that, it will take you to the defendant. If you click on that, it will take you to the defendant. If you click on that, it will take you to the defendant. If you click on that, it will take you to the defendant. If you click on that, it will take you to the defendant. If you click on that, it will take you to the defendant. If you click on that, it will take you to the defendant. If you click on that, it will take you to the defendant. If you click on that, it will take you to the defendant. If you click on that, it will take you to the defendant. If you click on that, it will take you to the defendant. If you click on that, it will take you to the defendant. If you click on that, it will take you to the defendant. If you click on that, it will take you to the defendant. If you click on that, it will take you to understand that, sir? Yes, sir. Mr. Johnson, all of your rights of love, your signature to those your state and your federal constitution. Rights. Did your term to go over those? Yes, sir. Do you understand the rights that you waived and given up today? Yes, sir. Mr. Marcus Johnson changed something today. You're telling the court that's your case if you wanted one. You have a right to be tried. You would have front and cross-examine those witnesses against you. Say you have to bring those folks in court. You can look at it in person and sit right there on that chair on the witness stand where you're seated. Your lawyer, Mr. Corman, will question those folks to see whether or not they are telling the truth. If a jury did not believe those witnesses, or if that jury thought they were lying or mistaken, that jury would find you not guilty and I would dismiss your case. You understand that, sir? Had you gone to trial in this case, Mr. Johnson, you would also have the right to present proof. You could put on witnesses if you wanted to. You could present evidence. You don't have to do anything at a trial ever. If you wanted to, and only if you wanted to, you can take that witness stand and you can testify. You can tell the jury what happened. You can tell the jury your side of the story. If you chose to remain silent and not say a single word, I would tell that jury they cannot vote it against you for any reason at all. You understand that, sir? Yes, sir. Mr. Johnson, had you gone to trial in this case, if you had any witnesses that could help you, your attorney, Mr. Foreman, would send them a subpoena and have them come to court and testify for you. If your witnesses didn't show up, or they just flat out refused to come to court, I would have those folks arrested
Peace,
by the
God.
sheriff. I would make your witnesses come in. I would make them testify. If I had to, Mr. Johnson, I would put them in jail until your case was tried. You understand that, sir? Yes, sir. Had you gone to trial and had a jury found you guilty of anything, you can appeal any conviction the jury gave you. You can appeal any punishment that I gave you. The Court of Criminal Appeals will grant you a new trial or even dismiss your case if that court found mistakes have been made in your trial. If you could not afford an attorney, I would appoint someone for you free of charge to handle your appeal. You understand that, sir? Mr. Marcus Johnson, when you enter this change of plea, when you enter this guilty plea, you waive, you give up all those rights. You ask this court to find you guilty without a trial. And Mr. Johnson, both sides are recommending that I do not sentence you today, that I delay the execution of these judgments and set this case for a sentencing hearing. And at that sentencing hearing, Mr. Johnson, you'll be sentenced somewhere between 6 and 12 years in a prison. Now, is that the agreement you have to state in Tennessee, sir? Yes, sir. Mr. Johnson, you just want to tell the truth. You understand that, sir? Yes, everything that you say under oath has to be true. If you do not tell the truth, the state could indict you for perjury. That carries up to 12 years in prison. Do you understand that, sir? Yes, sir. Before I continue with this guilty plea colloquy, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Hagerman has asked the court's permission to ask you some questions. You waive your right to remain silent when you enter this guilty plea. So listen to the questions that Mr. Hagerman asked of you, sir. Make sure you answer those questions truthfully. You understand that? If Mr. Hagerman and Ms. Mine said, Judge Coffey, we don't believe Mr. Marcus Johnson is being truthful, they're going to ask the court to vacate this guilty plea and will strike this guilty plea. And your case will go back to the same status as was before this information was filed. You understand that, sir? Any questions, sir? Mr. Hagerman, you may proceed, sir.
Mr. Mustin, we have talked before, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when we talked, you told me about meeting with your half-brother, Justin. He's your half-brother, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You told me about meeting with your half-brother, Justin, about a week or so after the murder of Adolph Thornton Jr., is that right?
Yes, sir.
You told me at that time that he gave you a car, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You told me at that time he also gave you his cellular telephone, is that correct?
Correct.
You told me that, or did you tell me that afterwards you used that cellular telephone at his request?
Yes, sir.
Did you describe to me a scenario in which you would place one phone up to another while Justin was on another phone for the benefit of his parole or probation officer?
He would call to get somebody's number, and I would put my phone down on the bed, and I'll put somebody else's phone right there.
And you told me about the times that you did that, is that correct? And you also described times not just with the probation or parole officer, but also with an individual known to you as C.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you now know that individual to be Cornelius Smith, is that right? And you described to me, and you turned this phone over, and in it were text messages with this individual as C, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And some of these text messages, some of what you witnessed was conversation with regard to money that Justin would be getting to see. Is that correct?
He asked for money. Yes, sir.
Ask for money.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yeah. He was asking for money for somebody else, from somebody else.
Okay. And that somebody else was referred to as Unc. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this would be money that C asked for from Justin that Justin was going to get from Unc.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? You described all that to me.
Yes, sir.
You've also looked at some photographs that included one of your half-brother in a particular outfit, and you identified Justin Johnson, your half-brother, in the photograph.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that one day you may be called to testify in a trial in this matter?
Yes, sir.
Will you tell the truth that time?
Yes, sir.
Have you told the truth with me?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Judge.
Mr. Hagerman, Mr. Corby, you have any questions of DeMarcus Johnson?
No question, thank you, Judge.
Mr. DeMarcus Johnson, the felonies that you pled guilty to, accessory after the fact is a class E felony. It carries anywhere technically from 1 day to 6 years in prison. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You have agreed under what's called a hybrid guilty plea, State versus Mailer and Hicks, State versus Hicks, in which you're agreeing to plead outside of your range. You're not a range two offender. You understand that? In order to be a range two offender, you have to have 2 prior felony convictions. You don't have any felony convictions. You understand that? You can agree to plead outside of your range as long as it's within the range of punishment for that crime, that E felony, as long as you're doing that in your best interest. You understand that? So you're agreeing to plead outside of your range as a multiple range two offender. That range two sentence will carry anywhere from 2 to 4 years in prison. And you've also agreed that at your sentencing hearing, you will be sentenced to consecutive sentences on these 3 counts. So it's a minimum sentence of 6 years in prison to as much as 12 years in prison. Do you understand that, sir? You understand normally, unless you make that agreement, you cannot be sentenced to more than 2 years in prison if they run consecutive with a total sentence of 6. You understand that? Mr. Johnson, once the court sentences you, you lose all of your rights to citizenship. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
If you're sentenced on this case, in order to serve this sentence in prison, you'll be a convicted felon. That felony conviction will be on your record forever. You understand that, sir? If you were sentenced to a penitentiary sentence, even placed on probation, would have to render you implements for the rest of your life. You lose all of your rights to citizenship. For instance, you lose the right to vote. You cannot vote until you completed that sentence, and the right to vote was restored or given back to you by a judge, a circuit court, or by a certificate from the Tennessee Department of Corrections. You understand that, sir? As a convicted felon, Mr. Johnson, you can never serve on a trial jury. You can never possess. You can never carry. You can never buy. You can never own any handguns, firearms, rifles, shotguns, pistols, ammunition, or even bullets. Mr. Johnson, if you had in your possession, in your hands, in your pockets, on a house or car or any other place, if you possess any firearms, if you have one single bullet in your possession, United States Prosecution Federal Court, unlawfully possessing a firearm as a convicted felon, you can be sentenced to a federal penitentiary for a long time. If you possess any handgun or firearm, Tennessee can prosecute you for that. That carries up to 30 years in state prison. Do you understand that, sir? Again, you've been sworn to tell the truth, and everything that you say has to be true. You understand that, sir? You have any questions about the rights that you waived, the guilty plea you entered, or this agreement you have to state of Tennessee, Mr. Jamarcus Johnson? Have any complaints about anything that Mr. Corman has done since he's been your lawyer, sir? How long has Mr. Corman been your lawyer, Mr. Johnson?
8 months.
Did he get 7 months? Did he get discovery for you?
Yes, sir.
Did he let you know what the state would try to prove if you had a trial?
Yes, sir.
Did you have anything that you wanted Mr. Corman to investigate for you?
No, sir.
Do you have any complaints at all about anything that Mr. Corman has done or has not done since he's been your lawyer?
No, sir.
Do you also understand, Mr. Johnson, that part of this agreement, this memorandum, adopted by the parties, will be filed as a public record with your guilty plea? You're pleading guilty to those 3 counts in that information. You're also agreeing that you be sentenced as a range 2 offender, even though you are in fact only a range 1 offender. You understand that? You also are agreeing that those 3 felony convictions will be served consecutively to each other or one another, making that an effective sentence of minimum of 6 years to as much as 12 years in prison. You've also agreed that the state of Tennessee has not made you any promises, no recommendations to your sentence other than they will detail to the court any cooperation and truthful testimony or statements that you have given that may have aided in the prosecution. As Mr. Haggerty just told you, if some of those other cases go to trial, Justin Johnson or Cornelia Smith or Hernandez Govan, if those cases go to trial, the state of Tennessee might actually call you as a witness. You understand that? You understand you waive your right to remain silent, and you could in fact be compelled to testify if those other cases are trial. You'll also be supervised by Shelby County Pretrial Services. They reporting both parties, all parties recommending that you be released on bond in an amount of $25,000. And once you make that bond, Mr. Johnson, you have to report to Shelby County Pretrial Services. They reporting. We'll file that order with this guilty plea also. You have a curfew from 9 o'clock at night until 5 o'clock in the morning. You have to be at home every day, all day until your case is disposed of, unless you are working. I want to encourage you to work. And if you are working, you have morning, you have to be at home every day, night. You understand that? You'll also be in order to enroll in any other programs that pretrial services deem either group programs, individual programs, such as random drug screens. You have to check in with these folks automatically, regular contact with the person who supervises bond. And you also cannot possess a firearm while this case is pending and while sentencing is pending. You understand that, sir? Do you have any questions about any of those conditions that we talked about? Mr. Marcus Johnson, when found for the record, the attorney to Joshua Corman has represented you satisfactorily. I found that Mr. Corman and this court have explained all your rights to you. I find that you understand those rights and that you waived it. You've given up those rights intelligently and knowingly. I do find there is a factual basis. There is a legally sufficient reason for this guilty plea, which has been entered freely and voluntarily. Upon your plea guilty to information I-23-00019, counts 1, 2, and 3, Class E felonies of accessory after the fact. Mr. Johnson, it is the judgment of this court that you are guilty. The execution of these judgments will delay a sentence on this case until Mr. Corman, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Hagman, do you have a recommended date for the next setting on this case?
We're going to get about 45 or somewhere between 45 about 60 days.
The 60 days is August 10th, Thursday, August 10th, is the day for all lawyers.
That's a good day, Judge.
Yes, Mr. Johnson, we're going to delay the execution of these judgments. We're going to delay the sentencing on this case to the sentencing hearing on August 10th, 2023. Be back in this courtroom at 9 o'clock that morning, unless that date changes and stay in touch with the court in case the date does change. But I'll see you back in court on August 10th, that's a Thursday, at 9 o'clock that morning. Make sure you go to pretrial services on Tuesday morning. They will not be open on, I'm sorry. They will be open on Monday. We won't be in court on Monday. They're on the 8th floor in this building. 1 and definitely make a copy of the pre-trial reporting order for you. Take that with you. Go talk to those folks Monday morning at 9 o'clock. They will supervise this bond. Make sure you maintain contact with them. Make sure you answer those calls and those curfews, and make sure you commit to those random drugs. And I'll see you back in court on Thursday morning, August the August 8th, Thursday morning, August 10th. Thursday morning, August 10th at 9 o'clock. Any questions, sir? Yes, sir. Mr. Johnson, step down from witness stand. See you in 2 months, sir.
Yeah, you could tell he was happy to get up.
Man, do you want to dispose of
Mm-hmm.
it or carry it?
Sure.
Madam Clerk, show the other case 22047 report on Thursday, August the 10th.
If the, Ms. Clerk could make a note that the bond that your honor set covers both cases.
The bond $25,000 covers all this case, the information case, and the indicted case 2204769. I don't know what the bond was on that case, but should the bond a collective global bond of $25,000 to cover both cases. Anything else we need to address on this case?
Thank you.
Mr. Corbin, Ms. Mond, Mr. Hagerman, thank you all. Mr. Johnson, I see you on August 10th. Sound trouble, sir. Be safe. We'll get that card over to you in a few minutes, okay? Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
You know, looking at this whole situation, it's real messy and grimy. $800. One of the hitmen received $800 for a multi-millionaire. Yeah.
Makes no sense.
Makes no sense whatsoever.
Shit, that nigga just told himself that's all he worth. You only worth 800 because your life gone now.
Oh, he's
I'm pretty
done.
sure it ain't about to be no cakewalk behind it. I don't think he's gonna get no cakewalk behind that wall.
Not at all. Not at all. The whole thing about it is that they both got money. You know, both sides of the fence got money. So, you know, I'm not gonna say it's gonna be a cakewalk, but I don't think it's gonna be as severe as others
Okay.
who might
Yeah,
not
I see
even
what
make
you
it to
mean.
the main line. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, because
Right.
like when you get on the stand and don't when you get on the stand and don't testify,
No, that's the one
like
that
don't get it
didn't
twisted.
testify.
Anybody could be
That's right.
guilty.
Oh yeah. I
That's what I'm
thought that was
saying.
the other chair.
One
I
that
thought that
didn't
was the
testify.
other chair.
No, the one you just saw now was the brother of one of the shooters who was doing like three-way calls and setting up the phone calls so they could manipulate,
Oh,
you know,
okay.
the guy probation officer and stuff like that. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
But
Yeah.
if you look at the screen up top, that's the guy that didn't say his name straight drop. He a rapper. If you look
Okay.
at the top of the pictures up there, yeah, the guy, that's the one who didn't talk.
Oh, okay.
And they
Okay.
gave him
No,
life
yeah,
with
you're
no
right.
parole.
No, he ain't gonna
Yeah, he got
he
life
ain't
with no.
gonna have it as rough as it, but he might have a few little bump ins here and there.
Yeah,
But for the
he ain't
most
gonna have,
part,
yeah,
he'll be
exactly. He ain't about to
respected.
have no.
He'll be respected. Yeah. He about
He
to, he the
gonna
only
walk
one
into
that's gonna
town.
be respected for what I see. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something too about that not saying nothing part. When you don't give a testimony or don't put yourself in any kind of situation, in a way, it gives a gap for you might to get out later. You know, if they find a loophole or any kind of circumstances might change or something.
Exactly, because he didn't implement nothing.
Didn't implement nothing. Didn't say nothing. Far as we know, far as we know, you got an innocent man locked up.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? But they
I
doing a
swear
whole lot
to
of talking though.
God.
Y'all ready to get on some? What y'all want to get on some Diddy or some election politics? What y'all want to talk about? Cause I
Either
just
one.
seen some fake news with this Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris talking about some reparations. Like,
Yeah,
Kamala Harris
right.
talking about if she get voted in. Yeah, this punk bitch talking about if she get voted in, she gonna sign the bill for reparation. Ho, sign it right now. What the fuck you waiting on?
Right. Exactly.
Like the bill ain't on the table right now.
You know what I
Faggot ass
mean?
bitch. I can't stand that. This is crazy.
Let's go
But
let
these
kids
motherfuckers all
know.
fucked up in the head.
Shit you
Yeah,
can do
man,
already. You
motherfucker.
talking about you gonna do
Man,
what you already got the power to do. You know what I'm saying?
come on, man. I'm
But
talking
that
about
go for
she up
all of them
there.
damn politicians when they say that shit. That's why I don't listen to none of them when they say some shit like that.
Man, come on. How can you listen to it? You might. I mean, come on. We can lie to ourselves all day. What the fuck? I need a damn politician to tell some lies for. You know what I'm saying? Like this shit. This shit get critical,
Very, very.
man.
They still bombing your people over there, the
Oh,
borderline.
we can't say too many. Yeah, but they just got somebody over there in Baghdad, and one of them terroristic guys.
Oh,
What's
okay.
this guy right here? This guy, Hezbollah. They just bombed. They just did an airstrike on it. Hezbollah. Their leader
Yeah, I heard
Hassan
about that one.
Nasrallah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I heard
Hassan
about that
Nasrallah murdered and from a airstrike.
one. That's it. Trump get up in there. Ooh. But actually, Trump said he gonna pull everybody back from up out the fight, didn't he?
When they Yeah, man. Trump know where that money going. You know what I'm saying? That man, he about to put
Yeah.
some business back going on. It's some
Uh,
it's something going on to where, they up there giving a whole lot of money to these foreigners. I don't know what this about, you
mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? But they giving a whole lot of money to these foreigners, man. Like they giving a whole lot of money. And it's like, what are they why are they investing so much in these foreign places?
Right. Because that's where
What
all
is
of the business
main
moved to.
mm,
That's where all of the businesses moved to.
mm, that makes sense. Because they heavily invested in these foreign places.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. And it's
Right.
because they
It's cool.
setting up some bull. Actually, it's because they setting up some bullshit in all those other countries too. All of the businesses
Well,
moved over there to them countries so they can set up some bullshit in them countries. They conning them people.
mm-hmm. Conan, that's a
These
fact.
motherfucking slicks. I told people, man, ain't no code of pimp to the government. Them motherfuckers
Uh,
some slick
oh,
bitches.
you
Slick as hell.
know what I'm saying? No doubt about it. No doubt about it. No bigger gang than the police. No slicker
You
tongue.
dig? You
Damn,
just said it right there.
goddamn gavel.
Yes. See, they got their rankings. You know what I'm saying? You got the police is basically the streetwalkers of the gang.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You got to start off, and then all of them playing each other. You know what I'm saying? You got the
Mm-hmm.
CIA playing the feds. You got the feds playing the DEA. You got the DEA playing the police. You got the police playing the goddamn what you call them uh, 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 the task force. You know what I mean? But they all part of the same thing.
All part of the same team. Same game.
Yep. Same
Fucking
gang,
game.
different rank.
Same game.
Different.
Same game.
But know who over all of them? The Army. Or the you know what I mean, the military. You know what I'm saying?
It all boils
But
back to the same people, you know what I'm saying? Like
exactly. And who stands on the
all
military?
those
The president. The president is the first and foremost that stands over the military, period. They cannot move at all except the president say so. That's why they call him commander in chief. Slick ass
the
cat.
one who get to press that button.
Oh yeah, go ahead, press that like button. Then them stars, you
And
know what I
so
mean?
no doubt, no doubt, no doubt. You what's the fast that OJ Simpson trial lasted damn near a year, didn't it?
Yep. Yep.
The damn dog case lasted about dog trial lasted about 2-3 hours, man.
That's one of the shortest trials I ever heard of. And most of them I
Man,
know
I'm
they
telling you,
take
I ain't never
days.
heard of a
You know
trial.
what I
I'm talking
mean?
about.
Most I know take
Let me tell you
days.
something, man. I done been in court. I done been in goddamn traffic tickets, man. For some goddamn traffic shit for goddamn 8 hours.
Hmm.
That must have been a lot of talking they done did, man, for a motherfucker for it to be like that.
Hell yeah, they had to spill the beans
That's
fast
a
because
lot of
they
fucking talking.
that case closed. You know the prosecution they gonna want to know everything that's possibly to know. You know what I'm saying? And I'm pretty sure, you know what I'm saying, they would want to
Everything
tell everything that's
that's
possibly to
possible.
be told. And if all of it's told that fast, yeah, everybody
They
gave up
gonna,
that shit real quick.
you know what I'm saying? Bishop White passed.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I think on the 23rd.
Sorry to
Annie
hear that.
Rue.
She was at
I used
home?
to be outside. I don't know where exactly she passed at, man. But
Okay.
she was always good to me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what's up.
Yeah, they supposed to be having some for
Okay.
on the 19th or something. Yeah, 19th, I think it is. No, 11th or
They're
something.
gonna
I
have
can't
it.
remember.
They're gonna have it in California or Chicago.
Well, Chicago, he don't know one out there in Chicago. They just, he don't out there in LA. They in Chicago.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, sorry to hear that one.
Yes. Well,
But
yeah,
for me,
it's gonna be
for me, I really don't too
a
much.
good turnout. But she was up in age though.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. At least she lived a long life.
Yeah. You know, yeah. She was like 15 years older than him.
Yeah.
She was like 10, 15 years older than him.
They're gonna show you good game right there.
Yeah, they say she the one turned them out.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's what's
Yeah,
up.
she the one turned them out.
That's
Yeah, with
what's
them,
up. That's
with them
easy,
liber, with
baby. That's easy.
them,
That's,
them Liberace diamonds.
mm.
Salute, infamous truth teller. What's going down?
Salute,
We got
peace,
the
family.
the white queen, infamous truth teller, the white queen.
That's what up. That's what up.
Yeah, that would that, hey, that was C Mac. C Mac used C Mac used to be calling it the white queen. That shit was that shit was funny. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to infamous truth teller, keeping it going. Salute, much love. Shout out to everybody tuning in, coming through. Y'all hit that like button. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get into some more news and some more updates. I'm thinking about tapping
when
into the
that
Puff Daddy
when that nigga
situation.
when that nigga Diddy next court date is.
When shit, that's a good question. That's a good question. Let's see what's going on with it. P Diddy freak offs. Everything we know about secret parties. Subscribe to Law and Crime Network. Hold on. Let's go to another one. They talk about Puffy so much he got his own damn button. He got a Diddy button for this shit. All right, let's go to DC Blacks. Sean P. Diddy Combs will remain confined to MDC for the time. Oh no, that's somehow that might get us started. I gotta find a news network
I know I watched
that
one
can talk.
earlier say the Fed's supposed to expose some names of some people that used to attend the party, but I don't know if they saying that they guilty of participating in the bullshit.
Well, you know, it's a lot of people getting jammed up. They got that Mayor Adams or whatever. They just jammed his ass up.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of shit going on. You know, that people don't know.
The age of Aquarius, the age of
You know what I'm
exposure,
saying?
the book of Revelations, everything shall be revealed.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let's go to AFP. No. Let's go to Suge Knight. Suge Knight makes shocking claims about P. Diddy in new interview. Subscribe to Law and Crime Network. Here's my review. Law and Crime Network. Suge Knight makes shocking claims about P. Diddy in new interview.
Most important thing is it's got to be a solution, because this has been going on in the industry for a whole bunch of years, for decades. And at the same time, you know, nobody wants this to be true, and it shouldn't have to be true.
Suge Knight, the founder of Death Row Records and one-time enemy of Sean Diddy Combs, talks about Combs' arrest by the feds in an interview with News Nation. I look at what the one-time record company owner said about Combs from behind prison walls. Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Suge Knight doesn't hold back. He might be in prison for killing a man, running him down with a car in Compton, but that doesn't mean he's not sharing what's on his mind, especially when it comes to Sean Combs. Combs, of course, is in a federal prison right now, being held without bond. Following his arrest on sex trafficking and racketeering. Conspiracy charges. Combs has pleaded not guilty to the
Be back shortly. Gonna reload the show.
So sure.
Same time, nobody wants it to be true, and it shouldn't have to be true.
Suge Knight, the founder of Death Row Records and one-time enemy of Sean Diddy Combs, talks about Combs' arrest by the feds in an interview with News Nation. I look at what the one-time record company owner said about Combs from behind prison walls. Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Suge Knight doesn't hold back. He might be in for killing a man, running him down with a car in Compton, but doesn't mean he's not sharing what's on his mind, especially when it comes to Sean Combs. Combs, of course, is in a federal prison right now, being held without bond, following his arrest on sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy charges. Combs has pleaded not guilty to those charges, which appear at this point to involve one victim, Cassie Ventura, Combs' longtime girlfriend, who sued him last November. Combs settled that lawsuit the next day. Then came a flurry of other lawsuits filed by other accusers, including women and even a man. Accused claimed in May showed that Combs beat Cassie Ventura in a hotel hallway back in 2016. This happened in Los Angeles. Combs apologized a couple of days later on Instagram. So what does Suge Knight have to say about this? And why is anyone interested in what he has to say? Well, Knight and Combs go way back, and it wasn't always pretty. In the mid-90s, there was the so-called East Coast-West Coast feud where Combs had rapper Biggie Smalls at Bad Boy Records, and Knight had signed Tupac Shakur at his Death Row Records. Shakur was murdered in Vegas in 1996, and Biggie Smalls was shot to death in LA the following spring. But that was a long time ago, almost 30 years ago now, and we're talking about what's going on today and the allegations being made against Sean Combs. Suge Knight is currently doing time in a California prison for running over a man and killing him. He'll be eligible for parole in 2034. Knight might be behind bars, but that doesn't mean he's not doing things or that he's staying quiet. He actually has a lot to say.
We just have to really work hard back today.
Suge Knight actually hosts a podcast entitled Collect Call with Suge Knight, where he calls from prison and talks about a lot of things. And this week, he called Chris Cuomo on News Nation, and he had a lot to say about Sean Combs and what's going on with his case and the allegations of sex trafficking being made against him. One thing he talked about is whether or not he believes Sean Combs is safe being in jail. Sean Combs didn't want to be in jail. He wanted to post bail, a bail of $50 million, but the judge denied that request. He's in the MDC, and that's a federal prison with a really awful reputation. Knight was asked whether he thinks Combs is safe behind bars.
I don't ever want to say he's in danger, and neither should he say that. Because once he gets to the point where they feel he's going to be suicidal to himself, harmful to himself, once they put him on suicide watch, you have a right to nothing. No socks, no drawers, no T-shirt, no blanket, no sheets. You asshole naked in a cell as a crazy man. So he definitely don't want to do that. And the other advice I would tell him, maybe he should be on the Jewish diet. Because the kosher meals is way better than the food somebody else is making for you. At least they're going to come hot. They're going to come sealed, and you got to be the one to open them. That's very important.
What about people trying to hurt him?
Jail. I mean, one of the things is this. suicidal to itself, harmful to itself. Once they put him on suicide watch, you had a right to nothing. No socks, no drawers, no t-shirt, no blanket, no sheets. You asshole naked in a cell as a crazy man. So he definitely don't want to do that. And the other advice I would tell him, maybe he should get on the Jewish diet. Because the kosher meals is way better than the food somebody else is making for you. At least they're going to come hot. They're going to come sealed, and you got to be the one to open them. That's very important.
Jay Solid, salute.
Salute, homie. That shit coming in. That coming in real choppy.
Salute, peace,
I mean, one
family.
of the things is this.
Keys, what up?
What's good? What you got?
Queen JJ, what up?
Prison is an environment. Somebody can do something to them and get a name for themselves. They're gonna ask. They can do.
That shit coming in and out, bro.
We gotta learn.
Can y'all hear me?
We all know what we signed up for.
About him because he's and then he came back
What
to
was the show,
Compton and
skipping or
founded
something,
Death Row
or how y'all doing?
Records.
Yeah,
But do
it's
you
skipping
want to
like a
know more about
motherfucker.
him?
It's all good. What y'all talk about it so far, though, you know what I'm saying? Like, for what's been said, it seems to be like, it's like when I hear him talk about
Maybe
what's
about
going on
find.
between
Suge's
Keefe
first
D and
name
Diddy,
is
it's
really
like
Marion. I wish Suge Knight was
finally, I'm not gonna say it's a relief, but it's like he knew it was coming. He just didn't know when they was gonna get caught up.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think he didn't think. I didn't think he thought. I don't think he still knew it was coming. I think he thought it would never come.
Yeah.
I think he thought he was too powerful for it.
Exactly, nigga. I didn't think he seen it coming either, nigga.
Well, I'm speaking on he knew that Keefe D and Diddy was gonna get eventually jammed up, is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, not himself. I mean, respectfully, like don't get it twisted. Suge hands dirty, but it's like nowhere near as dirty as these guys. Like,
Right.
He would like you got some. Okay, Suge had hired PD help and inside, you know what I'm saying, scoops and stuff. Diddy actually had them people. He had them men in black, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's a different breed of animals, but all in the same.
Mm-hmm. Just like what we said earlier, the different brands, but all the same game.
There you go.
It's tripped out though, man. When you see niggas in power, what they do in the background, nigga, it just trips you out sometimes. Nigga's wild, nigga.
Well, power is a dangerous thing in the wrong hands.
It is. It is.
Some people can't handle it. It overwhelms them. And they can't handle it, so it makes them
We
do
see
things to
it
the
all the time. You
extreme.
look at go to you can go to any job, go to major city, you go to a job, and I guarantee you out of 1,000 jobs you go into, 950 of them is gonna have egomaniacs.
Yep.
You understand me?
That's
Running the
people,
show. That's just a fact.
they can't handle it. And then really, and all of that really goes to tell you that person isn't happy with themselves. You know what I'm saying? Abuse of power, that's a big tale of a person that's unhappy with themselves. You know what I mean? 'Cause if you was happy with yourself, you wouldn't have no reason to take your whatever self anger you have towards yourself out on everybody else. You know what I mean?
You remember that video of that nigga grabbing Cassie and yanking her back from the elevator and literally hitting her? You remember that
Yeah,
video?
yeah,
You know, most niggas that get shit like that on video, you're done. You know what I'm
yep,
saying? You're
yep,
done. You're out of here, nigga.
yep,
You know, for that nigga to be out, something has to be in his favor, man. He has to have some sort of connection. He should have been locked up for that shit, bro.
exactly. Well, he paid her that 30 million the next
Still,
day.
Well, he paid. Yeah, right, but he paid like 50,000. He paid them 50,000 to cover that tape up.
But one of them eventually, yeah. At first, yeah, he paid to cover the tape up, but it still got leaked.
Yeah. After like 8 years or so,
Yeah,
6 years, something like that. Yeah. You know, we got to look at it though. You know, Diddy had a good run. You know, for what it's worth. You know, Diddy went through what 3-4 generations.
yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like shit, late 80s, 90s, early 2000s, the 10s. Now we in the 2s. Now we in
Right.
the 20s. Like, come on, man. Like
That's
this
almost a 40-year
motherfucker.
run.
This
That's
yeah, he had a
motherfucker.
good
almost a
run.
40-year run.
Real shit.
No,
He had a good run.
almost going on 50 or some shit. Yeah, that motherfucker going on 50 if he had kept going. Like, you know, that's a hell of a run for a brother. And you got to look at the path that he put out there and distribute it. Like, you know, we only see the smiles and the dancing and the money, but
Right.
behind closed doors, this is what's going on. Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. That's crazy. Yeah, that nigga had a real
Allegedly.
strong run, bro. Diddy was
Oh,
cracking since
shit.
I was like 10, nigga.
I
He
done
was
found that page, nigga. I'm
44,
about to
nigga.
watch all these shits on this nigga there. I'm gonna watch all these. This nigga got his hair like, goddamn it, a bitch, right? He got a long ass wig or a perm or some shit. It say shocking federal evidence prove how Diddy
Man,
did Orlando Brown or some shit. But I found the one that you put up too. I'm gonna watch that one tonight. The full interview with
well, yeah,
Suge Knight.
you gotta think about this. A lot of that shit be clickbait. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
you know,
no,
like some of these goddamn monkey YouTubers be acting like they got
Yeah,
be
right.
posting these weird ass thumbnails. Monkey bitches
yeah,
be making these thumbnails acting like they got something going on. You click on they faggot ass shows and don't be shit but some weak ass motherfucking play, man.
yeah,
But
Yeah.
it ain't no different from these other paid mainstream fake motherfuckers. It's all the same shit. Everybody got the same game. You know what I'm saying? Different outfit. You know what I'm saying?
That's
yeah.
it.
Because
Just different
everybody
outfit.
understand that the media is the best way to fool anybody.
That's a
The
fact.
media,
And we are on social media. Mm-hmm.
and that goes to show you somebody's always watching.
So what y'all niggas think? You think he's done? You think gonna get some strong time for this or what? Or you think he gonna be out?
Oh yeah, he giving us some time. I
Yeah, I
don't
think
think
so
he
too.
gonna
No,
get that much time. I
they
don't think he gonna get that
they got
much
it.
time.
No,
But
they holding him on ice. They know this is bullshit. They know, man, a freak off ain't never been illegal.
this
They
ain't nothing
holding
but
that.
his.
They hold.
This is
Yeah,
his Illuminati
they holding
ritual.
him. They
You
holding
remember?
him for them bodies they about to start putting on his ass about a year.
This is the Illuminati ritual of going to hell for 3 days to take the key from Satan.
You say you
Hmm.
think it's just a freak off, nigga? You think that's all it is, nigga?
Well, that's how they describing it.
It's just a gay freak off. That's all. As long as all of them people was consensual, what is he guilty of?
Exactly.
So this is basically his ritual, like I said, of him
Hey,
going
think
to
about this.
hell
Think
for
about
three
this.
days to
They
get
not
the
they not
keys
they
from
not
Think
gonna
Satan.
about
haul
this.
you in
Think
and
about
lock
this.
you
Think,
up
hold
for
on.
being a freak. They're not
Think
gonna
about
haul
this
you
though.
in and
Think
lock
about
you
this.
up for being a freak, nigga.
This is his
Think about
Illuminati ritual.
That's what they doing to him. Think about this right here. Your girlfriend. No, we're gonna say your girlfriend. Let's go with your home girl. Goes to a Diddy party with her nigga, and Diddy get her nigga to suck his dick.
Right. That's basically all he did.
That's all
But
he did.
but nigga, they're not gonna haul this nigga in and make it a motherfucking national.
That's what they
This shit is
doing.
fucking
You're right.
national.
They're
Shit's
not gonna
viral.
harm it and make it any less
They're not
over
gonna
that.
bring
But
you
that's
in
how
for
you
being a
know
freak.
it. This is what I'm saying. This is how you know it's that part of their ritual.
I
This
think
is
they got
him going to
there's some other
hell for
shit.
3
There's some other
days and
shit,
getting the
nigga.
key from Satan. That's all. You got to walk through your ritual, man.
There's some other shit in the
We
pocket,
be
bro.
killing you right here on the cross. Now go down the hill for 3 days and get your key and come back up.
I think they got them. I think they got them hits on his I think they got them hits on the table, bro. They're just trying to bring it to light, nigga. They're not gonna bring you in for being a freak, nigga. They're not. Something else is in the
Nah, they
something else is
holding
in the
them. They
pipeline.
holding them for being a freak. This is what's going on. Listen to what I'm telling you. They got Puffy for this right here just to hold him. So when they want to start dropping these bodies on him, he's not out of the country.
Kind of, sort of,
They
pretty much.
using this. They using all this freaky shit, man. Come on, man. All this old freak.
Yeah.
He ain't done that wrong.
Think I do. Yeah.
These motherfuckers waiting this long to come back.
I think they got some heavy shit on this nigga, bro. He about to be fried, nigga. That's what I think. You know what I'm saying? They can't.
They got some murders. They got all the shit they've been talking about. They just
Oh, they
can't
got some
prove
shit on
nothing
him.
right
Yeah, they
now. So
got
they
some
what
shit
they
on him.
doing is they getting all people.
Come on.
Yeah, they definitely got something on them, no doubt about it. But
Yeah,
what I'm saying is, think about this though. All we know about is a freak off.
my nigga.
All we
This the
know about is a
feds.
freak off.
This the feds that snatched them off. This the feds, my nigga. They're not gonna snatch you up for some light shit. They're not gonna snatch you up for being a freak, nigga.
I
They
agree.
got some shit. I haven't been following this shit, nigga, so I don't really know. But I know if they're gonna hem him up and it's national news, they got something on this nigga. He gonna do some time, nigga, like a motherfucker.
But they say he supposedly exposed the nigga Jay-Z, and they say the nigga Jay-Z supposedly be selling off all of his, you know what I'm saying, assets right now, trying to get all the money he can so he can leave the country.
They denied a $50
Jay-Z.
million bond. That's crazy.
That's a rumor now. I'm not
Yeah, that's what got
backing
me.
it
Yeah,
up.
that's what got me too. When they yeah,
50
But
million?
no. That's what I'm saying. They turned down $50 million.
right, for it, man, you know
They
that
turned down
they
50
want
million.
that 50
Let me tell you
million
what
to
that
get that
means.
up there. And
They
they
want
turn
that
that
nigga
down, that
even
means
more.
you
Hold
gone.
on, God. Hold on, God. Check this out. Check this out. They turned down 50 million because they knew they could make over $1 billion in TV and trial and all that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? Just lingering that shit on.
You're probably right.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna
Yeah.
turn down
That's why they
50
turned down
million?
50 million. They
That's
turned down that
wild.
50 million. Yeah, they turned down 50 million because now it's gonna bring all kind of business to New York. People gonna be coming out there just to see the trial, all that old shit.
Hell yeah,
You see
that's
what I'm
gonna be a
saying?
hell of a
Like it's
day.
gonna be all
This
kind of
bigger
shit.
than OJ.
Yeah,
This is bigger than OJ.
yeah. Real talk.
This bigger than Bill Cosby and R.
Real
Kelly put
motherfucking
together.
talk. That's a fact. That's a cold-blooded fact, Jack. Cold-blooded fact. You know,
That shit crazy.
gotta pay attention, man.
um,
Pay
um,
attention, man. If they turn down 50 million, because you gotta think about this. 50 million, guess what? 50 million, he can get the hell on and never come back again and still be straight.
Nigga,
Because
50
he got
million, nigga.
everything in
You
his
can
mama name.
reset your life. You can reset your life,
So
change
he
your
can,
name, and live in a different country and just be good for the rest of your life,
man,
nigga.
50, man, you own businesses with that. Come on now. So if they turn that down, that means you definitely going behind that wall.
You own
50
corporations
fucking
with 50
million.
million, you own a corporation. 50 million, you own in corporations.
Exactly. You going behind that wall, homie. We don't want that. We're gonna get more from you getting behind that wall than we can do with this. And it got to be a way big ass. That got to be like times goddamn it 11, not just times 10. You know what I mean? That they gonna make with putting them behind that wall.
50 fucking million, nigga. Jesus Christ, nigga. These niggas are paid, bro. You think about it, these niggas are fucking paid, nigga. That's
Exactly.
crazy.
Your 50 million don't mean nothing to me when I got the mint to make the money.
50 million like nothing, nigga. Here's 50
Oh,
million.
nigga,
Get
we
me out of
want
here.
you. We want you. We don't want your money. We want
That's what it
you.
is. That's what it is, nigga. We want your black ass, nigga. We don't want your money, nigga. We want your black ass, nigga. We want to fry you, nigga.
Exactly. We about to make all these. Nah, you want to own your own business,
Mm-hmm.
nigga? Come on,
Right.
own your business, but come out here. Let
They
us
go,
let you give you all of this. We want, go on, have all that fun. Yep, go up in that room, go fuck all them girls. Did you get them to fuck you? Yep. Come on out here and say it. Oh yeah, he abused me. I got no bitch ass nigga. You gonna do what the fuck I say, or I'm gonna take your life away from you.
The nerve of you to be filthy
So he
rich
had
and
to
you want to be
repent.
evil? Oh, you're done.
He did something to somebody up high that got this still going on. Because you get 50 million, you can get rid of any problem in the world, can't you? But not this time, homie. So it's somebody up high sitting in them seats that he offended. One of them people at them parties was some kin to somebody up high, and he ain't know it.
Yeah,
I
one
told
of
you who
his.
he offended. He offended them liquor brands.
Yeah.
He started going against the liquor companies, talking about how unfair they was and shit like that. They fired his ass. They got his ass.
You want to talk shit about us, nigga? Oh, take his life from him. Matter of fact, take his money, take his life, take his bitch, take his kids too. Even that one that I'll be your son. You did?
Well, he gotta have a lot of dirt though. You know what I'm saying? He got a lot of
Oh yeah.
he has to have a lot of
Mm-hmm.
dirt, nigga, for some he gotta have some leverage, nigga. Like
Yeah, all
he
them
could
videotapes. That's his leverage right there.
he could probably turn some powerful people in, nigga. He could probably like, nigga, you know how much dirt I got? You better light my time off, nigga. Like I got some dirt for your ass.
But you would think that all the people that he got dirt on would at least try to form some type of committee to try to get him out to fight for him. They would pay people off like free B Diddy, you know what I'm saying? Some shit like that. Like, man, we got to find a way to get this nigga out of here before we be
Yeah.
going up in there with him.
Just like Epstein. Epstein didn't kill himself, nigga. That nigga got murdered. He
Hell
had so
yeah.
much dirt on motherfuckers. I know goddamn well some powerful motherfuckers
No,
would have hit
no,
on that
no,
nigga.
no, 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 no. No, solid. They went and got that motherfucker out and walked him out. They escorted him out into a limousine, son. Yeah,
You say
that's
he
how
ain't
much
there?
he had.
Huh.
No, they went. All the cameras was fucked up that day. The same day he did this alleged suicide and shit. All the cameras didn't work. The whole camera system was out.
So that was the old
So
fake move,
you
huh?
don't know who came in, who went out. Yeah, they ran a goddamn Fumaruski. They did a Fumaruski. Motherfucker ran the Fumaruski.
You know Epstein
You
got
know what
dirt
I'm
on
talking about? The
all.
over-under. He got that on everybody. They say he had Clinton. They say he had Clinton in a miniskirt and lingerie and shit. He is
Nigga, he had
like
Clinton, he
y'all
had
seen that photo
Trump.
of Oscar De La Hoya?
Yeah.
Man.
He had all the
Yeah, but
motherfuckers, bro.
no, but he didn't have him in. Yeah, he didn't. He had look. He had different. Like everybody had different shit on them per se.
Mm-hmm.
But this particularly though, he had one. He had motherfuckers in a goddamn lingerie allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
But like this is real shit. This type of stuff that he had going on. Seen them Clintons, Hillary and B. I seen them in black faces and stuff like that. I seen them,
Yeah, I seen that
do
one.
off the
I
wall
seen that
stuff.
one. With them red
And
top
see,
hats on.
Nah, she didn't have no hat on. I don't think. She just had like long hair, but they was wearing blackface though.
I think one I was with her with a red top hat on, and that, you know,
Man,
like
I think them high end white people put a hit on that nigga, bro. He got to be dead, bro. I hear what you saying, but that nigga, they ain't gonna take no chances. He's already got held up by the fucking system. I think they put a hit on that nigga and made it look like a suicide. He dead as a motherfucker.
Yeah, no, not Puffy. Not Puffy. If he was dead, he would have been dead a long time ago. They would have killed him.
Yeah, but nigga, he wasn't a liability till he got caught. That's when he became a liability. Once you get into the system, you a liability, nigga. You think them fucking multi-billionaires are gonna fuck nigga? In the hell no, you ain't gonna turn me in, nigga. You ain't gonna put out my dirt, nigga. You know, half them, even Trump, you know, half the motherfuckers fuck down the age bitches, nigga. You know goddamn well they did, nigga. Them white boys like that shit. They like that young pussy. You know what I'm saying? You know goddamn well
Hey,
they put a hit on that motherfucker.
They say that you know, the whole Puffy deal, basically Clyde Davis said he didn't know him. They seen Clyde Davis getting out of he was getting out some kind of a he was going to some restaurant or something like that to a degree. And they asked him about Puffy. That motherfucker said who he knew the hell they was talking about.
that nigga lying.
You know, this Clyde Davis now, this the dude that gave him the world.
That's what I'm talking about. Who the hell gonna believe some shit like that? You don't know him because you know some shit on him. That's what it is. And you part of that shit. And you don't want to be investigated.
Yeah.
But get what? They already investigated you. If they came to ask you anything, they was investigating you first, homie.
Well, the whole thing about Clyde Davis and them guys like that, them guys particular.
Clyde Davis is the one that was fucking them the B2K niggas, right?
Yeah.
No, that's Mario.
No, not them. You talking about it ain't the B2K, ain't it? It's the what's that
Which
nigga
famous
name?
producer
Clyde
was
Davis was
fucking them
fucking
little
Whitney
niggas?
Houston and shit. Clyde Davis was
Oh.
fucking Whitney Houston and all the motherfuckers and shit. He was fucking with Whitney, but he came out bisexual when he was
But yeah,
60.
I'm talking about what's the name? Them the little niggas. What's their name?
There was some
Another
producers
bad, not
fucking
another bad
B2K and
creation.
Immature and all them niggas.
Them little niggas. I forgot their name. They played on House Party 3. The little bad niggas.
Immature.
Yeah,
it's
them.
immature.
Yeah, he was fucking them. Yeah.
Clyde Davis was fucking immature. No, that's
What
a
is it?
Marion.
Nah, my
Marion.
nigga. Nah, some producer, my
No,
nigga, that was fucking them
immature
was
too.
fucking them. Yeah, some nigga. I
They
can't
got a
think of I
video
don't know
out
the
about
niggas.
that shit. What it's
Yeah.
called? What's the fuck that shit called? Oh damn, is it called Fucked Up Movie? It's called something, but it revealed all of them damn fags and shit.
You talking about Scary Movie and all that old shit, but that's
No, not
Marion you
scary
talking
movie.
about, man.
Not scary movie. It's called it's something. It got all them industry motherfuckers that was fucking them motherfuckers. I forgot the name, but when I think of it, I'm gonna give it to you too.
Yeah,
Right?
I forgot the name too, bro. But even one of them niggas from B2K came out with it. Like, nigga, I was getting fucked by
He
this
owned
shit.
it. He owned the video saying, man, the
Yeah, but that's
motherfucker.
Raz B said that they, you know, certain people fucked him. He did say that, but you know.
Y'all stupid.
You crazy, man. So who was the nigga? Was it Clyde Davis? I thought it was. Is it him? I thought it was another
Nah, I
nigga.
don't know why you keep saying Clyde Davis. That's a
Oh,
Marion.
okay.
They
It
said that
wasn't
was a
Clyde. It
Marion.
wasn't Clyde. It wasn't Clyde. Okay.
Yeah,
Nigga, it wasn't Amarian. Nigga,
Clyde
it was
Davis,
another
Clyde
producer.
Davis, an old white man. Clyde
Okay.
Davis is not Clyde Davis is
It was a
I'm talking
brother.
about
It was
that.
a brother that was fucking him. It was a
Yeah,
brother
that's
that
what
was
I'm talking
fucking him.
about. The black
yeah,
dude.
Omarion.
No, nigga, it
Tell
wasn't
y'all
Omarion,
Omarion.
motherfucker. It was a producer, nigga, not Omarion. Nigga, it was a producer that discovered him that was fucking him, nigga.
Omarion was the
Yeah.
producer of B2K.
Mm.
Nigga, what's wrong with you?
No, we talking about what's the name now from House Party.
Omarion was from Immature. He was the producer of B2K.
Nigga, Omarion was not fucking immature, nigga. Them niggas
That's
are
his
older than him,
brother.
nigga.
That's his
Yes,
brother.
No, I didn't say that. Nigga, I said Omarion was fucking one of the B2K members, Raz B. That's what was said.
Oh, okay.
Okay, probably, but there was a producer that was fucking
That
all
was
them
fucking
niggas
all they ass.
when they were little boy.
Omarion is the producer for
Nigga,
B2K.
no, you don't know what you're talking about, nigga. It was another producer, a faggot nigga. I forgot his name. It was a
Me
brother
too. I
that
forgot his
discovered
name
them.
too. They show his face on the documentary.
Yeah, you got to understand. Mario's brother is old boy from Immature. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
He the main one he was fucking. That's why he used to wear his hair like a girl all the time. That's why he
Right,
used to
nigga.
wear his hair like a girl all the time.
Yeah. There's a nigga that discovered him, an old brother, man. That's a faggot that was fucking them little niggas.
He the main one he
It's
was
only
fucking.
been one guy that said to fuck them, bro. It's only
No,
been one
G.
person that was said to be fucking them.
No,
Keys, you know what I'm talking
Okay,
about?
who? I
yeah,
tell you what. I
I
tell you
seen
what.
the video.
Look it up.
I watched it. You can find it on YouTube if you can look it up. But
Yeah,
I got to think of the name of
Look
it.
it up.
Once I think of the name of it, I'm gonna find it.
it's a
What
brother,
Marcus
nigga.
Houston, right?
It ain't
That's
no nothing.
Omarion brother. Marcus Houston. Yep.
Marcus
He
Houston, that's
all on there
Amari's brother,
saying the
right?
nigga was fucking the shit out of her.
Yes, he was fucking Amari's brother too. He was
Okay,
fucking him.
hold
He
on,
was
hold on,
fucking
hold
all
on,
them
hold
niggas.
on, hold on. Hey, my bad. Hey, my bad. I'm off. I'm wrong. Omarion was in B2K.
Right,
Marcus Houston was
Right,
Immature and
right,
B2K's
right,
manager. I got
right.
Marcus
right.
Houston and Omarion mixed up. I apologize. I had
Clearly,
that mixed up. I had
clearly.
Marcus Houston mixed up. Marcus Houston was the member from B2 from Immature, but he was the founder and producer of the B2K movement, stuff like that. There you go, right there. Marcus Houston was the one from Immature that was accused of fucking Raz B
That's
of
because they
B2K.
producer was fucking the shit out of Marcus Houston.
Exactly. It
Marcus
was the
Houston
nigga. It was
producer
the
was
nigga
fucking
that
the shit out of
discovered.
him.
It
So
was
he
the nigga
passed
that
it on.
discovered immature. The nigga that discovered immature was the nigga fucking all them niggas, bro. Is
Right.
what we saying.
Marcus
That's
I
Houston.
why
can't think of
Marcus
the nigga's
Houston
name.
was fucking the old boy. He taught them that faggot
That's
shit.
who.
It's a
You
popular
never
name
know
too.
who.
I can't think of the brother's name, man. He's known. He's known like a motherfucker. I just can't think of his name. That nigga was fucking all them little niggas.
I'm trying to think of the name of that damn movie, man. My cousin know it. I'm gonna call him tomorrow, and then the next time we come on, I'll have the name.
Oh man,
For real,
hard.
I want
That's
we all to watch that shit. Y'all gonna be fucked up in the head, and that's where old girl too. What's her name? She the redhead rapper from New York. She exposed somebody. She say they having a threesome, but these two niggas more into each other than they was into her.
You talking about Charlie Baltimore?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know exactly what movie I'm talking about. Yep,
Yeah, yeah,
yep, yeah,
yeah. Charlie. Yeah, she was a bad motherfucker too, bro.
yep.
I seen a
yeah. She
video.
well,
She
bitches.
sound like
All them
Eve when
bitches
she
bad.
rap though. To me, she sound like Eve when she rap.
Nah, man, not well.
She was
Yeah,
out
but
before
she.
Eve.
I think Baltimore wore raw. She more
She was
raw
out
than Eve,
before Eve.
nigga.
Yeah, Charlie Baltimore thing was out before Eve. Charlie Baltimore go harder than Eve. Really.
Hell yes.
I
Charlie
Hell
say
yeah.
they
Baltimore
do.
like Charlie Baltimore like a light skinned Foxy Brown. She's like a
Yeah,
light
yeah,
skinned Foxy
yeah,
Brown type
yeah,
jump.
She
yeah.
went in like a
Yeah.
motherfucker, bro.
But when I first heard her on that
Charlie
one
Brown was the
song,
truth.
first heard her on that
Charlie
one song,
Baltimore. Charlie Baltimore. Charlie
I heard it on the radio first, and that's what made me think it was Eve because her voice sounded like Eve. I'm like, damn, Eve done got cold. Then I say the video, I'm like, damn, that ain't even Eve. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Charlotte Baltimore was actually a bad bitch, though. She was a
Yeah,
bad motherfucker.
yeah.
I seen a
I
video the
forgot
other
who
day.
she
You
is.
remember?
She
You
said
remember?
she
You
had
remember?
that threesome with, but she say them niggas was more into each other than they was to her. It's like, damn.
You remember that? You remember that bitch Maya?
Yeah.
Nigga, I seen a
Yeah.
video the other day.
Yeah.
I seen a video the other day. She performed at some concert at a casino, nigga. That was like a week ago. Man, that bitch is thick now. She's still bad than a motherfucker.
Yeah,
Yes,
she's celibate
sir.
though. She's celibate. She going on. She been celibate for the past 10 years.
Yeah. That goes back to show you what I said about them light skinned bitches. Most of they pussy stink.
I heavily
Hmm.
disagree.
I said you must have been with
Heavily.
most light skinned women all your life.
Nigga, I got a dark skinned woman right now, and you know,
Exactly.
I've had light
Exactly.
skin too. You know,
Exactly. They
you
come
know
on
what
with that.
you know what to think of it, nigga. You actually right.
Man, you never
I'm
know what
serious,
bitch
dog.
pussy stank till you smell
You
it, man. You don't know what the fuck.
you actually right, nigga. Because the last
That's
light
a
skinned bitch
crazy.
I had, that pussy smelled like death.
I'm serious, dog. Just go back through your memory through all the people you've been with. The loudest scent you ever smelt was from a light skinned bitch.
You know,
Damn.
my baby with the baby I'm with now, nigga. My girl right now, she chocolate like a motherfucker, bro. She dark black, nigga, and you know, fresh like a motherfucker. But
That's
if
what's
I
up.
actually go back and down memory lane,
They say the
this nigga's
blacker the
actually
berry, the
right. The
sweeter the
last light
juice.
skinned bitch I can think of, man, that shit smelled like death, homie.
I'm for real, dog. I'm serious. I don't know why, but it's just that way. It's just that way. I've been wondering that, I swear to God, since I was about 20. Like, how come every light skinned girl like you, they,
And you know what?
what's
With
going
these
on?
bitches put, a lot of these bitches don't understand, bro. They got pH balances, nigga. What they don't even realize, all they gotta do is wash their shit with water. They ain't gotta
Yup,
mix nothing in it, just straight
yup,
water. Wash your
yup,
pussy with water, nigga. Your shit be fresh.
yup, yup. That's actually true. I know that because when I was 32, I believe. How old was I? Either in late 20s or early 30s. I had a girl I was with that she used to actually do that. I'm like, she's like, ooh, no, if I get in the tub, don't put none of that bubble bath shit up in there. I don't want that up inside of me. For real. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah, they be putting
Like,
that
but
cinnamon
you
shit in
know how
there,
you
nigga. That
gonna, you
fuck
know
up
what I'm
your
saying,
pH
run a
balance,
bubble
nigga.
bath, you know what I'm saying, and all that good shit, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? No, don't put that. I don't want that up in me.
And you know what? That's when you know your girl cheating too, nigga. When her pussy starts smelling funny, oh, she fucking somebody else, nigga.
Uh-huh.
Believe that.
Exactly. That's the
Believe that.
tell right there.
You know what I'm saying? If your bitch is pussy, when you fucking it, it smell
Because
different. Cause you
your
know,
pH balance is balanced with hers if
yeah,
you actually, you know what I'm saying?
yeah, you know, goddamn well when you fucking your bra, nigga, you know the smell of a pussy, nigga. You know what I'm saying? But when it gives off a distinct odor, oh yeah, she had another dick up in, nigga.
And when she try to bust that new move on you. This is where you learn that
Hmm.
from.
Her
Show me
own
the
body
movie
would
where
tell
you
on
learned
us.
it.
Her own body would tell on her. You know what I'm saying? Her
Yeah.
own body would tell on her motherfucking ass, nigga.
Yeah. Well, you gotta know how to
It's
read the
either that or that
signs
bitch
though.
ain't took no bath or something.
That nigga nuts.
Hey, even if she don't take a bath, she still got that same smell, pussy wise, nigga. You know the smell of your bitch's pussy, bro. You know the smell of it, nigga. Like, nigga, I've been with mine for so long. Even if she doesn't take a bath, even after she shit, I know the smell of a pussy, my nigga. It's a different type of odor. Once the pH balance is knocked off, it's a different odor that comes off, nigga, and it's distinct. It's distinct and it's heavy. You know
Yep.
what I'm saying? It's heavy, nigga. Like,
Kind of
ooh,
smell like cotton.
smell like an infection, nigga. What the fuck is this, bitch?
You smell like cotton, huh?
That nigga said cotton. Hell no, it smell a lot worse than cotton, nigga.
What the hell, cotton? Damn. Nigga
When a
sniffing
broad,
cotton balls, huh?
nigga, when a broad's pH balance is knocked off, nigga, it
Right though. He
stinks,
right though. He
bro.
not lying to you. He telling you the truth. He's not lying to you. He's
It
telling you the
stinks,
ultimate truth.
nigga. It stank, my nigga.
Yeah.
Shit,
So that motherfucker off, huh?
off, nigga. You know what I
Something
mean?
serious.
Your show ain't on. You better hit that switch, homie.
Funky bitch, huh?
That nigga stupid.
Hey, who that? With the who's that? That's real right there, nigga. Is that neighborhood real right there?
This guy,
No.
you talking about me?
It's me, Kings.
Salute, Queen.
Hey, how you doing? How you
Salute, sister, salute.
Salute. I'm just listening to you guys. Are so funny. I miss you guys.
Hey,
You agree? Do you agree with that assessment?
Likewise.
Yeah, I was about to ask you that. Do you agree with that? When your pH balance is knocked off, do you agree that
We
it
got it.
gives off a
We got
distinct
an
odor?
OG on the table.
Oh, absolutely.
See, it gives off a distinct odor when your pH balance is off, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
The woman just agreed with that, so now you know. This is for the inquiring minds. We told you we are an educational channel. You will learn something when you jump on here.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you like it or not. How Bill Cosby used to say on Fat Albert, you better
Hey,
watch out because you might learn something before it's done.
hey, sister, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Are you with a man now?
No, I'm not.
Okay. When you were with a man, have you ever cheated on a man that you were ever with in the past?
No.
Okay. Well, I need to talk to a cheater.
Oh, no, I won't.
I need to talk to a cheater.
No, when I was
That
a
nigga
little
just left a
girl.
whole look. He just left a whole panel full of cheating hoes earlier. What the fuck? I the hell he?
I wish I was
No,
When
he
with
I
know
was
where to
a
go
when
find
I was
some.
a little girl, my uncle cut my aunt's neck off,
Wow.
and it traumatized me. So
Wow.
I've been that woman to cheat on a man. I'd rather just leave you or you leave me, but
That's what you should do.
Well,
none of that shit.
on that note, I got a well, I had an Uncle Leroy. He had a best friend that he used to work with, and they used to ride together to work every day, right?
Mm-hmm.
So one day he go to work, but his buddy ain't calling him to pick him up, right? But he happened to get off early that day. He
Mm-hmm.
comes home, he find his best friend fucking his wife. Shot his best
Ooh.
friend in the back of the head,
Mm.
cut his wife's
That-
pussy out, put it in his pocket, walked to the police station, and threw it on the damn front desk. The nigga did
Oh,
60, he did 60 years for that.
they
He
get him in
died
that's
60
like
probably
3 years
years.
passing. He
coming
shouldn't have
out.
did anything.
Nigga, they
My
should have got.
Uncle Leroy, down from Memphis. He from Jackson, Mississippi, but he was living in
Oh,
Memphis,
well, that's
Tennessee
why.
at the time.
He
He
lucky
could
didn't
take
get
him for any reason.
that's death penalty wise right there, nigga. That's
He didn't
death
get the
penalty
death
worthy.
penalty. He did all them years. But he died like probably about a week, 3 weeks after he got out.
No, that's capital murder.
Ain't no
Yeah.
He
nothing
shot
worth.
dude dead when he caught him
Nothing's worth
fucking up
that.
in the bed. He caught them fucking. He shot dude dead in the back of the head, killed her, and cut her pussy out. Took it to the police station, threw it on the desk, and said, "That's why I killed that bitch."
Mm-mm-mm.
That sounds fucking devastating, my nigga.
Yeah, it's just I
Yeah,
don't play with that.
yeah. That's why I see, like me. I'm married. That's why I am
That's why bitch
official.
shouldn't be cheating out here.
Hey Keys, how long you been married, brother?
I've been married for almost 12 years.
12 years, okay.
Yeah, almost 12 years.
That's what's up, brother.
Yeah, for sure, for
So
sure.
this not your baby mama.
I got one child by my wife.
Oh, so you got a baby. So you got a youngin?
Yeah,
Okay, that's what's
I have
up.
a daughter. I have a daughter. The most beautiful thing in the world.
Already, my nigga. Already.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm 44, man, and my girl want a kid, nigga. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, God damn, this late? Fuck.
I'll be 50 in November.
This really the time you're supposed to really have them
Right,
statistically. Like, don't get it twisted.
right. Really,
You
you
know,
know what I
statistically,
mean?
yeah, you're supposed to wait till you get older to have kids. You ain't supposed to really be having
That's
them
what
at
you
13
that's
and
what you
20. You know?
that's what you supposed to do. I got five, nigga. I got five of them, man. I got kids that are grown, nigga, like in college, my nigga.
Oh.
But you know, to start
That's
all
like
over
my homie
again.
them. I go back and visit my homie. I'm like, that's my son. Damn, nigga, y'all like shit. I'm expecting everybody else kids to be as young as mine and shit because you know what I'm saying. I ain't had no child till I was what 37, 38, something like that. You know what I mean? 'Cause I used to think
Wait,
I couldn't have no kids.
oh, you had your first child at 38?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Shit. Nigga, I'm
Yeah. Well,
44,
no,
nigga.
37 because I'm about to be 50 and she about to be 13. So yeah, I had to be 37 or 38, somewhere
Oh,
around there.
hold on. You about to be 50?
Yeah, in November.
Okay, nigga, you had your child at 46, motherfucker. Not no 38, nigga.
She about to be 13. I'm
Okay,
about to be
nigga.
50.
Okay, so okay, so yeah, you're right. 37, my bad. You're right. 37, 30, yeah.
Yeah,
How many kids you got, bro?
one.
Oh, you only have one kid?
Yeah.
Nigga, you like a nigga that got like
But I
12
have two
kids, nigga.
stepchildren though that I raised. I raised them into adulthood.
Okay, that's what's up, bro. That's what's
You
up.
Child kids.
did. Peace, peace, family. Peace, peace. But yeah, you know what I mean? And we all one big family right now to this
That's
day.
that's okay. So the queen.
My stepdaughter actually works with me.
Oh, okay. So what? The baby mama that you with? Excuse me, your wife that you with now.
She's
You
actually
are.
2 years older than me.
Oh, okay. Okay. So her kids are your stepchildren, is what you're saying?
Yeah, but they my
Okay.
children. I don't really call them stepchildren, but they my children.
Already, man. That means you're a good man, bro. You took him in
Yeah,
like a motherfucker, bro. You
Right.
know what I'm saying?
Right.
yeah.
You're a good man, brother. You know what I'm
But see,
saying?
one thing about my whole family, the men in my family, I can speak up and say you will never find. You can search my whole family tree. You will never find one deadbeat daddy in our family, whether we're with the woman or not. You
Yeah.
will
That's
not find.
good.
You
Real
will not
shit.
find one.
Excellent.
That's one thing I do love about my family. At least the men in my family. Now the women in my family, that's a whole different story. Some bitches got kids by the same nigga.
You showed up and did your
Mm,
thing and
some
did
bitches
it
got
all.
kids by the same nigga. I can't speak up for them like that. I love them, but it's the truth.
It's the truth. Yeah.
So some cousins and sisters
At least you
and
got a
brothers.
bloodline of some strong brothers, bro. That's what's up.
That's why I'm proud of my brothers for raising me. You know what I'm
No, no,
saying?
no. You didn't hear what he said. He said some cousins is brothers and sisters.
Yeah,
Yeah, I did hear that.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
I told you I ain't never got nothing to hide. I always reveal the truth. You did.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't want to
The
dive into it, but
ultimate
I did
truth.
hear that part too. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you call a woman with funky feet, and a nigga. You know what I'm saying? That's being a nigga. You know what I mean?
Hey, what about you, real? What part of the country you in?
I'm in Cali, born and raised.
What part of Cali?
I'm in Altadena.
Oh, okay.
Altadena.
Hmm.
Yeah, I grew up in Carson.
Grew up in Carson. Okay. I was born in Los Angeles.
I bet
Started
California
out in
fun as
Watts-on
hell, ain't
formerly. Hmm?
it? I bet California fun as hell, ain't it?
I enjoy it
'Cause I'm
with my
from Chicago.
grandchildren.
I'm from a big city. I'm in Indianapolis now. This is like to me, this is just like being on the south side of Chicago, or you know what I mean. It's a small area to me.
I've never
I'm used
felt
to the big
anything
city.
like the cold of Chicago.
Yeah,
I
that
got
mid
off the plane, walked
The
outside,
weather's
and I
rough.
walked right back in and got on the back and went back
that
home.
Midwest weather is something different, bro. I used to stay in Michigan, nigga. That Midwest weather is different.
Yeah.
My
Y'all ain't
Michigan,
the
that
birthday.
only
snow get up
people
to
I
your
heard
knees.
say that.
That snow get up to
Y'all
your
ain't.
knees in Michigan.
Man, I'm
Yeah.
trying to tell you, and Minnesota, Joe. Minnesota, that's on the average. If it's snow in Minnesota, prepare for snow to be on your knees. But I'm from Chicago. Even when it's snow like that, we still got school. School ain't closed, and we go
Yeah.
outside and play football in the
That's
snow.
why y'all cut different. Y'all cut
We
different
don't.
in
We just
Chicago.
knock on your door. Soon as you open your door, we rush to your house, grab everybody, throw them up in the snow. We dunking people.
They
We
cut
get
different
snow
like a
like
motherfucker. They
You
actually
know,
have
shit.
in
seasons out there.
California they
I'm
have a
talking about
lot.
when I was
There's a
little.
lot of
I'm talking about when I
opportunities.
was little. You can't do that now. This is when I was little and a teenager. We used to have fun. You can't do that now because niggas is fucked up.
Yeah.
When I first moved down here, the first winter I had, my sister apartment complex. I literally did that. So as they had 4 inches of snow, I'm knocking on your door. Open that door. I'm grabbing your ass and bringing you out and dunking you in that snow. I just got out of prison. It's like shit. Nigga, this is what we do when it snow. Everybody looking at me like he crazy.
I mean, Indianapolis ain't too far from Chicago, right?
It's about 3 hours away if you do the speed limit.
That ain't
Close to
nothing.
Cleveland.
If you
So
do the speed limit. But if I drive, it's gonna be about an hour and a half.
Nigga, that's nothing. You down the street from Chicago.
Right. But they don't like niggas from Chicago down here. They don't like niggas from
Don't like
Gary, and
nobody.
that's Indiana. Gary is part of Indiana, but they don't like niggas from Gary. They don't like niggas from Chicago.
How
They
far you
love
from Gary?
Detroit and Michigan motherfuckers though. They love them Michigan motherfuckers. I
How
love
far you from
Detroit
Gary?
though. From Gary, about the same distance. That's because I got to run through Gary before I get to Chicago. So and Gary's about 30 minutes away from Chicago. So I'm probably about, if you do the limit, I'm probably about 2 hours from Gary.
I know Gary, a black city. About Indianapolis, a lot of black folks out there.
Gary,
Yeah,
Indiana ain't.
Indianapolis is black, white, Mexican, Asian, African, a lot of Haitians, and Dominicans and shit like that.
Mm.
You know, it's like I could order me an Uber right now. 9 times out of 10, it'll be a Haitian
I've
or
always wanted to
African.
explore them cities, bro. I always wanted to see Indianapolis and fucking I don't know why I want to go to
I'm
Birmingham
like
too,
that
nigga.
too. I'm a big city lover too. I love the big city. That's why I love New York. I ain't even never been to New York, but I would love to go, and I
Yeah,
would
I want to
want to
go
go
too.
to all
Yeah,
5 of the
yeah.
boroughs.
I just want
I
to check
want to
that
go
shit
to
out, bro.
California. I want to go to LA. I want to go to every big city that exists. I want to go to it.
Come
You
on,
know,
Kings.
every big city I go to, I always try to fucking
Bring your
explore the hood
family.
of that city.
I'm gonna come. Trust me. But my first stop got to be Las Vegas if I'm headed that way.
Oh, okay. Well, that's right down the street.
Yeah, you right there. You right there at the you damn near you close to the border, ain't you?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
Off
Oh,
the
okay.
15.
You Southern then.
Hmm.
It never rains
It's
in
nice,
Southern California.
my grandparents, they were they were the educated elite that they basically built Altadena, and
That's
there
what's up.
there was a black woman that owned the Rose Bowl. It was all black.
That's
So
what's up.
it's a beautiful area with beautiful views. It's a hidden treasure here. It's
That's what
hidden
up.
hills. They're in the hidden
Don't
hills.
say it too much because the wrong people get to listening and they get there and they're gonna come corrupt that motherfucker.
They'll understand that you don't come out here with that. You think twice before you come to California on some gangster stuff.
Yeah, you got the
Yeah,
Okay,
real
you
yeah,
shit.
think
yeah,
twice before you
yeah,
do that.
yeah,
We invented
yeah,
that
yeah.
gangster stuff.
Definitely. You got to do that before you go to New York, California, or
Yeah, you might
Chicago,
want to
or
rethink that.
Detroit. I worked up in Detroit, but I love them motherfuckers. I love them. Man, I was only there for 2 weeks, but I love them motherfuckers, man, because they
Detroit,
just
the
like
women just want to fight all the time. Like it's some
me.
kind of addiction.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I want to ask y'all women about. What is that? Why can't y'all
I
go
have
out
no
without
idea. I
fighting?
don't live that life.
Y'all can any club you go to right now. I bet you, if it's a brawl, it's some women fighting. You go
Yeah,
to a parade, if it's a brawl, it's gonna be some women, and they're gonna be some black women.
Yeah, there's gonna be some sisters. Yeah.
I don't know. I
All
don't know.
because somebody else was getting more attention than them. That's it. That's what all them club fights is about. Somebody else got more attention, and you didn't like it, so you think that Shawty being, she thinks she a bad bitch because the nigga that I wanted to fuck is talking to her.
Yeah.
The niggas do the same shit too. Only they start shooting at you and they kill their kid.
That's not my lifestyle. Ain't no money in that.
Right.
Never got caught up in that foolishness. Taking the life of our own people. That's not. Nah,
Well,
my
some
people
people
were
think it's gonna
activists.
get him a good ass reputation, but how you gonna have a rep but you locked behind that wall being somebody bitch?
Exactly. Exactly. And you see how they're trying to dehumanize the black man in all aspects. I know they
Exactly.
put Puffy in jail, but they putting that stigma on all of you. They're making it
What
seem
they
like
telling
all
you
black
is
men
no
are like
matter how
that.
much power you got, we got more power than you as a black man. No matter how
Exactly.
much power
Like
you
they
got,
own, like they have ownership over you all.
and to
And
help take your power, we gonna tell you a bitch, because all we gonna talk about is you
exactly.
fucking somebody in their ass.
And then you got all these grown men talking about I saw this and I saw that, and you a part of that. You watched
Exactly.
that and you kept working with him. You
Uh-huh.
you you like that stuff too. Trying to make it's
And now,
ridiculous.
see, this is where they're gonna get convicted, because within the law, it says if you see a crime going on and you don't report it, you are as guilty as the person that commit that crime,
That's
right?
right. That's
And
how I
that's a
look at it.
federal law, right? That's a
How I look
federal
at
law,
it.
right? So now, all of y'all that I seen, and yep, y'all line up too. Get ready to put on your suits and go ahead and put your goddamn wrists together, because you're getting locked up too. Now everybody's about to start snitching because they don't want all that time. I'd rather have probation than to go to jail. Nigga, I ain't do nothing. All I did was sit back and look. Yeah. Yup, it
No,
was
they making their
Puffy,
little money
it was
talking, not
Jay Z,
realizing that
it
they're gonna
was
be a
J
part of it.
Lo, it was Rihanna, dog Kanye West. He left because he was mad at Jay. But I remember you know what I'm saying? They about to tell on everybody. This is a volcano that's about to explode, and watch how many people come boiling down like lava.
They're about to get swallowed up, as TG Jake said. Swallowed up.
Oh, he gonna be the first one. He gonna be up in there swallowing up everybody. Like, yes, I've reached heaven.
Mm-mm-mm. Well, they like men, so jail's a good place for them.
That's what I'm saying. But
Have
they
you
ain't gonna like that
But I
torture
don't
and
I
getting
don't like the
their ass
ever
fact
beat.
that
been
they're
by
I don't like the fact that they're judging our brothers as if all of them are that way or all of them are involved in this and that. All of
Well,
them
that's the
said that.
thing. Is this is a program. They're trying to program everybody to be that way.
Exactly,
This is a
exactly,
program. Remember,
exactly.
they know what they're doing. They're tampering with science.
They always
And
try to
as
weaken
long as
our
we
men,
hold
make our
it out
men
and
seem
don't
like they're
put it
just
on,
so weak.
you notice, like even the OJ case, like Brother Roney said earlier, they had that all televised every time anything was on there. But you notice with this case, they're holding out because they want people to get built up in anticipation. That anticipation builds up; it's drawing more people to want to know what's going on. So now they're getting that energy.
Yeah.
That's why
What
they
about
turned
the
down
case
50
with
million.
Hoover?
You ain't just turning down 50 million from no motherfucker. Let me tell you something. Every state needs 50 million. I don't give a fuck.
Right.
Exactly.
They turned down that 50 million because they know they can make over $1 billion milking his ass out, court TV,
Hell yeah.
hotels.
Right.
Yep.
Like all the attention that shit gonna bring you. You pretty much you about to bring the whole world to New York to watch this execution. But he gonna beat this shit. They just really holding him
Yeah,
for
they
some other
really
shit.
don't.
They
That
holding him
nigga
for
gonna
whatever
be like,
keeping
this
me.
shit is bigger than Puppy Combs. If I'm
Me
going
out.
down, I'm taking a whole bunch of people with me. It
Right.
was him.
They want. What I don't understand is everybody's been humiliated except Jayla. Why is she
No, it's coming.
untouchable?
It's coming.
Yeah, I think it's coming.
You think so?
Yeah, it's
And
You
coming.
say
see,
what
and
now?
Jay being spared because of her contact with the white folk. For now,
Mm.
it's because of her contact with the white folk. You dig what I'm saying? J
Wouldn't it
Lo,
be
you know what
something
I'm
if she
saying,
was
gave
pillow
up her
talking?
hood status. Her initiation was when she got with old boy that divorced her ass.
I was wondering if she was pillow
Batman.
talking, and that's
Batman.
what
What's his name?
he
That was
snitched.
her. That was her initiation.
Mm.
And because you notice she got with Ben Affleck immediately after the first Puffy trial.
But she showed this. She got a white man real quick.
Yep.
I
Let me
mean,
get on away from that. They gave her offer in order for you to initiate. Bam. Now and then. Remember, she didn't bring out Jenny from the block until after the divorce. Forget about the rocks that I got. I'm still Jenny from the block. No, we don't want you, bitch. You go your ass back over there. So she stayed over on their side. You dig what I'm talking
I saw a picture of her in the bed with Aaliyah,
about? Yeah,
Puffy, and
yeah. It's a part of that freak off. I'll save that picture.
She took that shit, boy. She took
In
all that
that big
shit.
white bed. You talking about that big white bed that puppy got.
exactly.
When he had all of them in all white, all of them up under the covers with their shirts off and shit.
No, they had
It's a,
clothes on, but just the
some
fact that
of
they
them
were
had
in the
clothes on.
bed.
Some of them had clothes on, but it's a few of them in there with some shirts off. And they real close.
I mean, Puffy to me didn't do anything Hugh Hefner didn't do. But
Right.
Right,
True that. True that.
right,
True that. True that.
right.
Now, only part that I can say that he did is the abuse that he did to old girl.
no, what he did to me personally was drug those boys.
Mm.
He
Now,
done
see that
drugged
that
some
would
boys.
make him guilty of something, but it would. I wouldn't say that it's to the extreme of that's what they trying to portray it as.
What'd you
If
say? You
you
said
drug a
drug them
young
boys?
boy to have sex, you're a sick person. You
Yeah,
know,
that's sick. That's
him and
sick.
R.
That's
Kelly
sick
on the
as
same
hell.
boat.
That's sick as hell. But okay, he should be charged and for all of that bullshit. But what I'm saying is they're making it an extreme so they can make all more money off of it. That's what I'm saying. Otherwise, it would just
No,
be that case. Okay, we got this
no,
nigga.
no.
We got him on.
No,
See that
no,
that
no.
that classifies rape right there. You drug somebody and you have sex
She
with
was
them.
probably
Like Jaguar Wright.
That
She should
classifies
be
rape.
sitting
You
in
drug
she
a
should be sitting
motherfucker to
under the
fuck him.
jail with all that information.
Now, being gay don't make him no criminal, which I don't
back
agree with the shit, but being a
to in living
fag don't
color
make him
days
no criminal.
Yeah,
though.
I agree.
You
See,
know?
y'all ain't thinking
What you say, Pimpin'?
What I was saying is being a
no,
fag don't
she talking
make him
about
no criminal.
It doesn't.
But drugging people, yeah, and then having, yeah, that makes you a criminal.
Yeah,
Because
drugging people is another
well,
ball
you are
game,
not
man.
yeah,
on
I ain't
consignment.
listen, I'm that drug is shit. That drug is shit.
That makes you a criminal right there. You know what I'm saying? Having sex with a whole bunch of people don't make you a criminal. But
No, it don't.
drugging people to have sex with them makes you a criminal. You see what I'm saying?
I got you. That's how I felt about Bill Cosby. I was with him the whole time until he got on the stand and said, "I gave her the medicine her mother gave me." Well, you knew you was giving this girl some medicine.
Ain't you a doctor?
No, John, get out of
No,
here
he is
with
a
that.
doctor in real life. They call him Dr. William
Well,
Cosby.
that's just because of the money he
So he
gave to
should have
college.
known something about the drug, right?
But he knew he was giving her
That's
drugs to
what I'm
relax
saying.
her.
That's what I'm saying. If you a doctor
That
and you
nigga,
administer a
that nigga
drug,
was
you know what that drug is gonna do.
Yeah,
that
that
nigga
was
was Dr. Love. That's what it is.
Dr.
But do you notice that
Dr. Jello.
he had his own series.
Dr. Pudding Pops. I am Dr. Pudding Pops
Yeah,
and I have the
Dr.
pudding
Pudding
for
Pops.
you tonight.
Drink
Oh.
pudding
Yeah.
all the time. I took it
You
to the
guys
pad and then I drank a little drink into the drink and then
You
the
know,
fish a
see,
little drink and then
what it did was we went out to the movies, and then at the movies, we watched the movies, the movie was
Yeah.
good, we come back home. And so, we
You
got
can't forget
home,
you can't
I
forget the
pulled out
Jello.
the champagne, and I'm down, listening to the music, took out the pudding, put a twin hands, you want some of the pudding, and she went to sleep, so we opened up the legs,
Y'all so
and
silly.
started saying, woo, God, man, oh, man, boy, you gotta try
You got
that
that shit on the money, nigga.
You
one.
high as a kite.
But the Pudding Pops.
Oh man, you gotta try it. So you can put it in the drink, right? But you gotta put it in the champagne because it's the bubblies, and the bubblies cause the fizz, and the fizz makes it expensive, so you don't see it, right?
Oh, that's a shame.
And then Steve's gonna be all booze, booze. It's gonna go out. You're gonna get at least about 4 hours to do your thing. And then make sure you get it back. She was like, no, I just laid you down because you said you had a headache and I'll just let you rest. Ooh, that rest was good. Got my whole body riveted. Thank you, sir. Then come to find out, oh, you done stumbled up on that tape. Nigga! Hey, police!
Mm.
This nigga was raping me the whole damn time.
That nigga was fucking raping.
I
Talking
wonder
about
every
Fucking,
time why I go over his house, it feel like I was different.
fucking Bill Cosby.
Shit.
mm. Think
Oh,
about all
Billy.
of the greats. Look at
Don't let me up on that other evidence.
Excuse me?
What you say?
Because I'm
I
coming in on my tablet. I told him not to don't leave me backstage because I'm gonna put a link in the chat.
Already. What's up, Infamous? What's up with you?
peace and love, peace and love. But look at Red Fox. All the greats have to go out with disgrace.
Yeah, yeah. And you know what? We want to wait till you get older because the older you are and you get humiliated, you will not live the best years of your life
Don't
at
put it
the end.
up for good though.
That's the
You're not
part we
taking
want
none of
to
their money
destroy.
with you, is what it is.
Hopefully they're good.
You're not taking none of that money.
Really, it ain't even the money; it's who you know.
No, they making sure they destroy the man, the character of the man.
And the only people they gonna destroy is people that's in power. And just to let everybody else know that your power is no bigger than theirs. It will never surpass theirs. Their power will always oversee yours. That's why they call it understanding. Understand this. That means you stand under.
Understand it exactly.
You're standing under me. I
Mm.
overstand you.
Mm.
You dig? That's why they ask you to understand. No, I don't understand. I understand because I stand within myself. And I will always overstand you.
You understand me? Yeah, that's real shit.
You did. Tell you them people when they went to our universities and our schools on every continent they studied us. They studied from us. They learned everything and then the niggas that was goddamn it ungrateful and jealous because they weren't in the positions that they wanted to get to. That's why knowledge is deadly when it's in the wrong hands.
You know,
We were some caring ass people. We were friendly people. We invited people in. We allowed everybody to come in because we were just beautiful people. We
you
didn't
know,
have it in the back of our mind that anybody would ever betray us. That's why we were so friendly.
it's a fact. It's a motherfucking fact, and it's documented, nigga. If you are unable to detect sarcasm, you're below average intelligence, nigga. Like
Exactly.
if you can't
That's
pick up
why I
sarcasm,
pride myself on
if
being
you can't pick up
sarcastic.
sarcasm from
To me,
if you can't pick up
sarcastic people are
sarcasm,
the most. First of all, sarcastic people are the most logical people in the world.
but what
Because
I'm saying, if you can't pick up
sarcasm is
sarcasm
based
in a
on
normal,
logic.
One mic,
if you
one mic,
Sarcasm
one
is
mic.
based on logic.
hold on,
Sarcasm is based on logic.
One mic, Keith. One mic, Keith. One
hold
mic.
on. If you having a conversation with somebody, you can't pick up sarcasm. It's a fucking fact, nigga. You are below average intelligence, nigga.
Fact.
Exactly.
You should be able to detect when you're having a conversation with somebody and they start to be sarcastic. If you can't pick that up, you're not that bright.
Right. You don't have a logical. To me, you're not thinking logically because, like I said, sarcastic people are the most logical people in the world because sarcasm is based on nothing but simple logic.
Did you guys ever hear of a guy named Dana A. Dorsey?
Nah.
I'm
He
not
was the
sure.
first millionaire black man. He owned Florida.
Mm.
He
Oh,
owned
That's what's
Florida.
up.
I'm telling you, the resorts he owned. Oh God, you guys got to look him up. As a matter of fact, Pimpin', I'm gonna send you the video.
So somebody must have wiped him out to take off all of his
You got to
property.
see you just got to see what they did to the brother. Like
Mm.
this is what I'm talking about. It's
Mm,
it's 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 constant. It's the
mm.
same game, new names. It's the same game. Hold
Yeah.
on, I'm gonna send it and see if Pimpin can put it on. And see,
I mean,
this
Yeah,
is
you got
everybody
this
you
is the
name,
knowledge that we
you
have.
know,
This is why we
put it in
need
the
our
back chat.
reparations. Oh, I don't know if I can send it there. I sent it to you.
everybody that we named though, everybody. If you come on, look at the history. Everybody that they done wiped out and they made it a big deal out of, it's people that was in powerful positions. That was, you know what I'm saying? Michael Jackson, Prince, goddamn it, you know what I'm saying?
They
Eddie
just
Murphy
didn't
better
have.
watch
Remember,
out.
you guys, they were
Eddie
the
Murphy better watch
they were
out.
the immigrants here. They didn't have anything. America gave them land and gave them money and gave them slaves. America did this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We always had the money. We built this mother screecher. Seriously, you look at our history is so rich, you guys. If you just take a moment, Pimpin', if you could put that on, man,
Yeah, I need you to send it to the back chat.
I'm gonna see how to do that. Hold on. Let
Yeah,
me.
just copy the link and then put it in to where you type in when you come up here.
Man, I
Okay.
wish I was computer literate like y'all motherfuckers. I don't know how to do none of that shit.
Because I'm
He
working on
always
my
teaching
laptop.
me something.
Okay. So,
Oh,
you doing it multi devices. See, that's what I'm saying. You know how to work them different devices. I wish I knew how to do that shit.
You coming in real choppy now.
Yeah, it's staticky.
That's- Is that me?
okay. I
It
just
probably
I
is.
just put it in. You guys watch this. This is something really. I mean, this is something y'all need to know. This is an example of why we need our reparations immediately.
Hmm.
Can
But
you
we'll
play
never
it?
get them. They'll never give us no damn
Oh, we're
reparations.
gonna get them. Oh, yes, we are. Don't say that. It's places already getting them that you just don't know it. Google states that receive their reparations. Blacks
Okay.
that receive their reparations. You're gonna be like, what? And nobody told me. Watch. It's just on the hush. People getting their money and don't get it twisted.
But we'll be glad when they bring it down here.
Well, they're about to do it in California, so hold on. Because when California sneezes, everybody gets a cold.
I love y'all motherfuckers, man. I swear.
Just hold on a minute. They tried to give us all 5 million each, and we told them to kiss our butts. You better give us our
What the
land, our
fuck?
buildings, and our money.
Nigga, give
That's
me
what's
5 million, nigga. I'll take it.
That's what some brothers were saying. I said, why would you take 5 million when 5 million's going? You're gonna have to go and purchase their properties on their land when you can take your 5 million in on your land and generate black money, generate black generational wealth. We can recycle our dollars. Why
right.
not?
His pocket to Miami to take a job with the railroad.
Start it over. Watch this, y'all. Okay.
The serpent. Black in Miami was a difficult challenge in the days of Jim Crow. Earlier, even more difficult task, getting ahead, all but impossible. But one black Miami man not only became successful, he became a millionaire. Dana Dorsey, a carpenter, comes from Quitman, Georgia, the proverbial $5 in his pocket to Miami to take a job with the railroad. Carpenters were in short supply, a guy with a skill like that. And he worked with the FEC. That's what brought him down here, started making money, set it aside for investment in land. He would buy a chunk of land, $25, $35. As a carpenter, he would build the building, sort of like the shotgun houses, and then sell those buildings. And he just accumulated a fortune. Over the years, he donated land, buildings for the betterment of the Miami black population, opened the Dorsey Hotel, established the Negro Savings Bank, donated land for a library, high school, purchased what is known today as Fisher Island. Yes, you heard right. Dana Dorsey at one time owned what is called Fisher Island. These days, some say the most valuable real estate in the world. Ours at B did not like the idea of a black beach, much less a resort. Well, after a few years of ownership, Dorsey sold the island to Miami Beach pioneer Carl Fisher.
1945, 4 years.
You can't hear it, Pimpin'. It broke up.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, it
You
goes
see how
so
they
far.
blackballed it? People always say, "Oh, black people need their own hospitals." We had all of this, all of it. They just didn't like the idea of it.
Right.
Actually, we
When they
still
don't
got it.
like the
We just
idea of it,
all
they gonna
working
get
for
rid of
white
it.
people. We
And
still
now it's
got it
funny.
right now. We just all working for
This is what
them.
I'm saying. You can't if they just because they don't like the fact that a black
Being
person
black in
took
Miami
their
was a
money and
difficult
failed. Oh, sorry.
challenge in the days of Jim Crow. Earlier, even more difficult task, getting ahead, all but impossible. But one black Miami
Hey,
man
Miss, can you put it
not
in the
only became
back chat?
successful, he became a millionaire.
Dana Dorsey, a carpenter, comes from Quitman, Georgia, the proverbial $5 an
Whatever link you're sending, can you put it in the back chat?
I did. I put it in the back chat.
The serpent gave information to Adam and Eve. Wait a minute. The person that's giving me information is
Because P. Diddy be wanting the body.
What the fuck?
No.
Oh, that was Law and Crowd. Okay. I thought that was what's the name? I can't show that shit.
I gotta look that.
Hold
I
on.
gotta look that shit up. That's crazy.
You got what?
Well,
That's just
that's
like
what
that Black
That
happens
was
Wall
Law and
Street.
Crime.
when godly minds get together, coming up on some powerful shit. They like to have the other forces like to show up and try to draw distraction.
Some wild shit.
To play the audio,
You
you don't
see
have
how?
to play
Yeah,
it
because as soon as we put on something that shows truth, here come the bullcrap.
Yeah. Well, that's to test your mind and to see how powerful
That's
your
so you won't.
mentality is to see if you're gonna get distracted.
That's so you don't put unity in your mind. Something that we did, something that we kept doing.
Yeah.
Exactly. To see if somebody
They
gonna
don't
get
want us to
distracted, to see
believe
if
that
we
we can
gonna be
work
off
together.
track.
We can create something that we all can eat off of. We can have generational wealth. We can generate black dollars. They don't
But
want
you
you
never
to know that.
forget this. Never forget where two or more come together in my name, I will be present, baby. For I am God.
Yeah.
Never forget
You
that.
do everything the right way and you still get banned by their thoughts because they don't like the fact that a black man can own Miami.
Yep.
A black man from Georgia, by the way.
We ain't gonna sit here and let this nigga run this town.
Yeah. Just like
But you
Black Wall
take it away
Street.
based on Jim Crow laws, based
Man,
on white racist
how would
laws.
it look to my grandchildren if they had to wake up and learn a legacy of their granddaddy giving up their house to a neighbor? I refuse.
People come forward before now.
You know, Farrakhan said some of the greatest men on earth come out of Georgia.
Yes, sir.
I know that's right. My
Yeah,
daddy did it.
Farrakhan said that.
That keeps coming up
Yes,
as we
sir.
talk about Sean Combs, and his name is continually
Because
in
you
the
got to
spotlight.
remember, these were brilliant
How
people,
is it
and they
you
were
can
creative, and
sue
they
the
were at the
rapper?
Africans that came through the Louisiana state line, came all through Georgia and everywhere else. Come on now. If we just knew the truth, man, we could build.
Even though Georgia tried to boot Ray Charles, he even sung a good song about their ass. And I know he one of the
Georgia.
greatest. You did.
Georgia.
Georgia. You did.
Come on
Come
now.
on, man.
Come on
That
now.
You
song hit
can't
your
play,
soul. When
Senora,
you
you
hear
can't
that
play
song,
the
that
thing
shit
like
hit
that.
your
I can play
soul.
the audio off of mine if you want.
Yeah, I played the audio. They were talking about something else. It's
You
some
got
kind of
some pocket
static going on. I don't know what's that about.
Is that me?
It's not me because I'm muted.
Who is that?
Let me mute and see if it's me. Hold on. No,
Is
because
it
I'm
me?
talking.
Georgia.
Is it
All right,
me?
everybody say something.
Yo, yo, yo.
Hello.
Yo,
Hello.
yo, yo.
Georgia.
Okay.
Is it me?
All right, here we go.
Yo.
Say something.
What's up? What's up? What's up, folks?
What's
Okay,
up?
yeah,
What's
that's
up?
you. That's you.
It's Keys.
Yeah, I
That-
believe.
Y'all hear
Yeah.
static when I talk?
No.
What about
I'm going
me?
to do a review of Law and Crime Network. P. Diddy rap mogul used terrifying NDAs to silence his circle ahead of trafficking investigation.
Oh,
Subscribe to
So
Law and Crime
basically,
Network. Here's my
yeah.
review.
So basically, they break down the NDAs, and this lawyer's gonna tell you. He's gonna talk about what's in the NDAs, because there was one that was somebody gave one to Little Rod for his lawsuit, but he said as long as he left it anonymous, you know what I mean, he could put it in with the lawsuit that he put in. So that's where that came from. That's where it came from. The law and crime got it.
yeah.
Wow. Here we go.
Because P. Diddy wanting the body. And you gotta tell him no.
That was
You got to tell him no.
Sean Diddy Combs is facing some serious allegations and civil lawsuits, and there have been rumors about Combs and his lifestyle for decades. So why haven't people come forward before now? Well, we're exploring the colossal non-disclosure agreements those in Combs's inner circle may have had to sign, and we're breaking it down with renowned trial attorney David Ring. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Here's a question that keeps coming up as we talk about Sean Combs, and his name is continually in the spotlight. How is it that people can sue the rapper and producer and potentially talk to the government about him? Didn't they sign NDAs, non-disclosure agreements? And by the way, if all of these allegations are true, was it because of these NDAs that people didn't come forward sooner? Important questions, and that's what we're going to get into right now, because the Diddy non-disclosure agreements, a lot to talk about. Now, Combs, of course, is the subject of several lawsuits alleging sexual assault, rape, harassment, physical violence, sex trafficking, spiking the drinks of minors and sex workers, the transportation and possession of firearms. We also know that after federal agents from Homeland Security raided two of Combs's properties in LA and Miami last week, it was reported that this was all pursuant to an ongoing investigation potentially centered around sex trafficking. Now, Combs, to be very clear, has not been arrested. He has not been criminally charged, although experts and analysts predict it is only a matter of time, but we shall see. However, what keeps coming up is the contracts that Combs and his team allegedly required those in his orbit to sign to seemingly keep quiet about what they saw and heard. And you're seeing more people who've been associated with him that they've hinted at suspicious or illegal activity taking place, especially during his apparently legendary parties. I mean, to give you a sense, Aubrey O'Day from the musical group Danity Kane that Combs helped to form claimed that Combs had asked her to sign an NDA in exchange for the group's publishing rights. Now, as she said on the podcast Only Stands, quote, I have to release him for any claims or wrongdoings or actions prior to the date of the release. I have to sign an NDA that I will never disparage Puff, Bad Boy, Janice Combs, or Justin Combs' music, or EMI, or Sony ever in public. She also said in another interview in 2022 that she was fired from the group by Combs because she wasn't willing to do what was expected of her, not talent-wise, but in other areas. And also, since the raid, she has referred to herself as a victim. Now, when former Combs producer Rodney Jones sued Mr. Combs, alleging that he was threatened, assaulted, and harassed by the rapper and mogul, he brought up a shooting that happened at Chalice Recording Studios that he implied Combs and his son were a part of. The suit says that, quote, upon information and belief, a few days before the September 12th, 2022 shooting inside of Chalice Recording Studio, Mr. Combs required all attendees of the CRS shooting to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Mr. Jones did not sign the agreement. Unfortunately for the attendees of the writers' camp, they are unaware that NDAs are non-binding when it comes to reporting criminal activity such as a shooting, sex trafficking, and the distribution and use of illegal drugs and guns. A copy of the non-disclosure agreement that a witness who is asked to remain anonymous provided this writer is attached. And that is what we are going to do right now. We are going to break this document down. Joining me right now is David Ring. He is a nationally renowned trial attorney who specializes in sexual abuse cases, even represented a survivor in the Harvey Weinstein saga. David, so good to see you. Thanks for coming back here on Sidebar.
Hey, thank you for having me, Jesse.
Now, before we even get into this document, overall, when you're thinking about the Diddy case, let's say you have an ironclad NDA, okay? Talk to me about some ways that they could potentially be invalidated.
Look, NDAs have a valid purpose if used properly. If you're working for somebody and they have a lot of confidential or personal information that they want to keep private, then there's a place for non-disclosure agreements. The problem with NDAs that we've seen over the past few years is they tend to be abused. They tend to be abused by people in positions of power, people like Sean Combs. And so NDAs can cover a lot of things, but NDAs do not cover criminal activity. NDAs do not cover illegal activity. They do not cover things that are already out there in the public domain, information that's already known. So there could be these very broad NDAs that people are forced to sign. That doesn't mean they can't go to the police or the authorities to report crimes, but yet they're duped into believing that. And that's the problem.
And to follow up on that as well, if somebody was under duress to sign an NDA, I imagine that would invalidate it as well.
Absolutely. So if someone is being pressured to sign an NDA and they sign it under duress and they can prove that, the NDA is not enforceable. And that happens all the time as well, because look, people signing NDAs tend to be in positions of weakness. And the person who's forcing them to sign the NDA is in a position of power. And there can be a lot of duress in that situation.
All right. So, David, with that in mind, you ready to break this NDA down? We're going to go portion by portion. We won't go every line, but we're going to go over it. You ready to do it?
Let's break it down.
Okay. So now, by the way, as we break this NDA down, remember, I cannot 100% guarantee the authenticity of this document, but have no reason to believe that it is not true. It was part of this lawsuit. Let's check it out. Okay. So, David, the first thing that struck out to me was who is included in this. So this NDA not only covers the person who is signing it, but also shall include you, your estate, each corporation and or business entity in which you have an ownership or beneficial interest, and any and all persons and or entities owned and or controlled by you and or such businesses, affiliates, employees, officers, directors, managers, accountants, and agents, and all of your respective heirs, executors, representatives, administrators, employees, licensees, successors, and assigns. Is that typical?
Is there anyone they left out? I mean, no, that is not typical. That is so absurdly overbroad that it basically encompasses anyone you know for the most part. I mean, to have your heirs to locked in on an NDA that they've never even met the person who's having you sign the NDA. No, that language is absurd.
Okay, so then it goes into how Combs's privacy is very highly valued, that there are efforts to maintain confidentiality. But then it says you have to keep private not just stuff about Combs, but a lot more concerning and or related directly or indirect. Okay, artist and or any person, corporation, and or other entity related to or affiliated and or associated with artists personally and or professionally, including without limitation, family members, relatives, past or present fiancés, husbands, wives, friends, and business associates, collectively artists, parties. So everyone, again, what do you make of that?
Again, I mean, it encompasses anyone and everyone, and that's the problem. It's so vague, it's so overbroad. Anyone signing this, how would they even know who it applies to. It doesn't just apply to Sean Combs. It applies to basically anyone he knows. And so again, that's a huge problem.
By the way,
how could you?
I was going to ask you later on, but I might as well ask you now. If you saw if someone gave you this NDA, would you say there's some red flags here? Like, what are you signing into? Who are you about to be in business with, or who are you about to be associated with? Or would this already, the first paragraph or so, give you a red flag?
If someone came to me and showed me this document and said, "Hey, should I sign this?" I would tell them absolutely not. And who is this person having you sign it? And what is it that you're going to be doing for them? It's a massive red flag to see this 3-page document with all of this legalese. It's insanely overbroad. It gives the person.
Because pause here. I want everybody to understand. If I'm not mistaken, that NDA is a non-disclosure agreement. If I'm not mistaken.
Right.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, and I want everybody to understand when you sign this agreement,
You are
I'm pretty
obligated to
sure.
that.
Oh, no
But
doubt
you should
about it.
have an entertainment lawyer. You need an entertainment lawyer to go over it, to go through all to read
But
through the
not
whole.
if it's signed in distress.
Right, but like that's why they're going over it. That's why they're trying to. They're
The thing
explaining.
is, once you sign it, you are obligated to that. So once you say anything to anybody, that's a breach of contract.
Yeah, but that's what he's explaining.
Publicly.
He's explaining
Say
that
it publicly.
the NDA. Watch when he covers more. You'll understand.
Okay, but if okay, no, look. If you listen to how they read that off, they say if you say anything, even to your family members, you dig what I'm saying? This is the non-disclosure.
Publicly.
Right. So that means you can go outside and you can just say it. You ain't telling it to nobody, but somebody catch you on camera saying it.
Yeah, not
Watch
You
necessarily.
see what I'm
when they
saying?
go through a little
Not
bit more.
publicly. Once you outside, you are
That
in
means you
public.
can.
Once you are
But he's
outside,
saying
you are in
he's
public.
saying it's so overbroad that it's covering the accountant. It's covering. You know what I mean? Like he had it so
Right.
over the
So,
top that
so
it goes
therefore, once you
into
mention any word to anybody, it's a breach of contract. So all of y'all will be found guilty on something also.
That's what that lawyer is breaking down. He's breaking down that it's so outrageous that it's so, you know what I mean? It's just so overbroad. Like it's like it would be like his kids, his kids' kids, his kid. You know what I mean? It's
Right,
when they start breaking
exactly.
it down.
They signed it. They signed it.
But she'll explain to you.
And so by signing that
But you
and
can
by
fight
saying
it in court. Like
anything,
it
that's a
probably wouldn't
breach
be
of
held.
contract. So that
Yeah,
makes
but
you
they said it
guilty.
probably wouldn't be held up in
In a
court
court of law,
because
that makes you guilty. In a court of law, if you sign that paper to shut up, you
The
open your
lawyer
mouth
said
to somebody, that's a breach of contract that
he said
makes
he
you
would tell
guilty.
his clients not to sign it, but apparently they didn't get a lawyer to tell them that.
Right, exactly.
Well, no. It's not that they didn't get a lawyer. He's threatening them with the damn publisher. So it's a no-brainer.
Yeah,
They
and
shouldn't have
he
signed
put so much into it, so like you don't even like you're under duress. If you think about
Oh,
it, you're under
listen,
duress.
if you sign this, I give you your lifetime work with me.
Exactly. Now, if
Yeah,
you
but
say
if you
something,
don't know,
that's a breach of contract, though. Soon as
if
you
you
say
don't know,
something to anybody, that's a breach of contract. You have broken this contract. This contract no longer stands.
right? Let it play SendaRoni. Watch, let it like when they go over a little bit more of the NDA, you'll see it's like it's kind of outrageous.
Person who's having the document, the person, Sean Combs, in this instance, it's giving him absolute power. And so I would question anyone who came to me with this document. I'd question them, say, I highly recommend you do not sign this.
Now, another way of looking at it is, look, he's a celebrity. It's a different kind of environment. It's not only about his family. It's not only about him. It's his family, his associates. But let's move on, because then it says you have to keep confidential all information that you learn past, present, and future
Listen
about
to that.
Diddy, his businesses, his personal life, his financial affairs, whether that be in documents, recordings, pictures. Is that language
Listen to
different than
that.
what you've seen before?
The problematic part of it is the future. What if this person stops working for Diddy and learns information from some other source? This agreement would arguably cover that situation when really that would be absolutely unfair to have it cover that situation. And again, what this agreement does is it locks up someone from speaking for basically forever about anything they really know about Sean Combs. And so that's the major problem with this NDA.
But before we go any further, couldn't you say, look, his reputation is his career, it's his livelihood, and when you're dealing with celebrities, maybe this kind of language is necessary. Somebody doesn't have to sign it. I mean, they could walk away and say, oh, you know what? I don't want to be a part of this inner circle. I don't want to walk. I don't want to be a part of it. But like when you're dealing with celebrities, there is a privacy issue, and maybe it's not uncommon for celebrities to have people sign these kinds of things. No?
Well, look, like I said before, there's absolutely a valid purpose for NDAs, but they have to be reasonably, have reasonable constraints. They have to be written in a way that the person can understand it. I mean, this NDA here is just a bunch of. It's like someone threw up a bunch of legalese, put in as broad as terms as they possibly could think of. And it's impossible to read or really understand unless you dig into it. And so that's the problem with this NDA. This is one that's subject to being abused because it locks in a person and silences them for anything and everything. And that's not the purpose of an NDA.
Let me ask you about this part. I thought this was interesting. So another part says that you shall not authorize any third party to photograph, film, or record Combs or his family and associates. You can't write any books, can't do any interviews about Combs, and it goes on and on. But then it says, and correct me if I'm wrong, you will grant Combs all the rights in any of these prohibited materials. So if you take a video you're not supposed to take of him, he owns it. Did I understand that correctly?
You read that correctly, Jesse. I mean, that's again another red flag where anything that the person who signed this NDA, anything they happen to record, write, give to someone, boom, it automatically.
Now I got so many videos because you recorded me without me telling you to record me.
Again, it's something that someone signing this would never understand what they're actually signing.
Would a court uphold that, either that provision or any part of this?
They would have to.
I think if a court looked, again, it depends on the context of how all this comes up, right? The person who's disclosing information, what is the context? That's what we have to look at. Right. But for the most part, a court's going to look at this NDA and most times find it unenforceable.
Talk to me about there's you can't defame or disparage Combs. How does that get complicated here? Because again, you might have people who are coming out and saying things about him, or you might have people you mentioned who cooperating with the government. They seem to have a right to be able to do that. But when you talk about disparaging or defaming Combs in light of what is coming out with the lawsuits, with the criminal investigation, how does that get complicated here?
It gets complicated. And here's the thing. There's this concept in law called a litigation privilege. And basically anything you put into a lawsuit, that's fair game. It might not be true. It might be proven to be false. You might lose the case, but because it's in the context of a lawsuit that's filed in a court, you can't be sued for that. So the other thing is, if you're cooperating with authorities or you're subpoenaed to talk about certain things that are arguably illegal activities, or that someone believes that someone's involved in criminal activities, you have every right to go talk about those things. The NDA is ineffective to all of that stuff. And so while all of that stuff, if it's proven to be false, might be defaming to Sean Combs or somebody else, the fact that you're subpoenaed to talk about it, the fact that you put it in a lawsuit, you're going to be protected by that.
Can we talk about the term for a second? Because this was one of the more notable ones. So it says, the term of this agreement and duty to keep all information confidential and not use prohibited material shall commence on the first date above and continue for the life of artists plus 20 years or 70 years, whichever is longer. What do you think?
Very strange. I mean, where does that come from? So basically, anyone who signs this agreement cannot divulge anything until what, the year 2090? Is that what we're talking about here? I mean, again, it's ridiculous. It has no basis to have something like that in there. To have a 70-year, basically a trigger to keep someone silent. It just goes to show whoever wrote this wanted it to be so intimidating to the person signing it that they would think 5 times before they ever divulged any information about Sean Combs.
But I guess the counter argument to that would be, as a musical artist, your work can create further income and a legacy for your family, and even after your death. And if something were to come out right after the artist dies and somebody speaks out negatively about them, that could hurt the finances of it. And so I wonder if that's not totally uncommon when you're dealing with a musical artist. There's one thing about you can't do anything while they're alive, but even after they pass away, their family are still benefiting from their work. And if somebody comes out and says something, that's not fair either. What do you think?
Hey, look, that's true, but 70 years? I mean, really? Is 70 years reasonable? I could see a few years. I can see 5 years. I can even see 10 years. But to put
if
in
I don't want you to say nothing about me, I'm gonna put the most over your head.
Years, without any context around that, I think that's an unenforceable provision in this NDA.
Speaking of that, there was another thing that I just got to get your perspective on it. So it says, you hereby appoint artist Sean Combs as your attorney in fact, which appointment is irrevocable and coupled with an interest with full power of substitution and delegation to execute all such documents which you fail to execute within 5 days after artist and or any artist party's request thereof. And I guess this is regarding the return of materials or things of that nature, or any disclosures that you make. I mean, appointing him as the attorney of fact, can you explain that one to me?
Hey, Jesse, to me, this is the most crazy clause in this entire NDA. And it's basically giving Sean Combs the right to step into the shoes of the person who signed this document. So basically, if Sean Combs, let's say someone signed this document and they gave something to the media, and Sean Combs demanded that person, you retract that right now. And the person says, no, I'm not going to. Sean Combs, under this agreement, would have the right to step into that person's shoes, deal with the media outlet and say, I have power of attorney over this person. I now am basically in his or her shoes, and I have the right to demand that information back because I am now that person's basically attorney in fact. That is unbelievable. That is all-encompassing power that is given to Sean Combs in this agreement. Again, I have not seen that before.
So that's basically like, how people get in those conservatorships. It's almost pretty close to that. Like, if you think about it, it's pretty dang close to it. You know what I mean? If he's making himself attorney, basically I'm power of attorney over this person.
Unusual.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Now, David, you're an excellent attorney, right?
I would say that's a good strategy of self-protection.
Yeah, but like he said, it has to be reasonable, which I understand. Like, I get it because of all his legacy and everything like that. I get all the all that and stuff. But like, for him to like he made it so intimidating. Like how he said,
that if other
Right.
attorneys saw this,
and if you want to be close to that celebrity, you're gonna feel like you're under. You know what I mean? They're gonna be like, oh, well, I'm gonna need this back in this many days. So you don't really have time to get it thoroughly checked and look
Well,
through.
all you find up in the vault is paper. You don't never find no money up in the real secret vault. You never find money. What you find is one envelope with a lot of information on it. Look at the biggest heist in the world. All they ever look for is that envelope. They don't want the money. It's the envelope.
Hesitation.
Oh, I played so nice this whole time.
Oh no, we be sitting and waiting because it's gonna catch on.
I think it's pretty much done. I think that's was the last part, like the last clause that they go
But
over.
I believe everybody get the understanding of what they trying to convey.
Yeah, because he's like
I
70 years.
believe
And I
everybody
get
gets
that.
an
But you know what
understanding.
sucks is that if he gets, if all said and done and he has to do this,
That
it's gonna jeopardize his kids getting any kind of royalties and stuff
at the
because
end
of all the lawsuits and then what
of
he's
the
gonna get
document,
charged with if he gets convicted.
Well, it's gonna take a lot of that legacy away from them. It's gonna take that silver spoon up out their mouth for one.
Yeah, that's exactly what that's gonna do. And then everything that he already was like the revolt and then the liquor, what was it, the vodka or whatever he was the
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
That's what we were
All that
saying, because it's all
yeah,
really
everything
because they got mad at him. It's all because of the damn liquor companies got mad at his ass. He
yeah,
did.
so he was signing off his thing to revolt because he just did that voluntarily, stepped down from that. And then, the other, like even his Sean John his clothing line, like where was it in, I don't want to say Marshalls, Macy's, I think it was in Macy's or something. Like they
Yeah,
started
yeah,
line.
yeah.
So like
Yeah.
the kids are gonna not, that's gonna
Still
take that
gotta
silver.
tell Son John jeans that I be wearing.
And if he gets convicted, those lawsuits will probably, more than likely, not most of them, but the ones that could be proven will go through. So he's going to be broke.
Yeah, yeah. That's what they were saying that. They were saying that he don't got enough to pay off as many lawsuits that probably would come against him.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
And that's what sucks is it does affect the kids. You know what I mean? And
But
that's
then
where
still,
they say he had
I
like
still gotta wonder, like they said, why ain't nobody speaking up for this man if he's so called not guilty? Because
because
any
because
other
he
thing,
took
on
all
any
those
other thing, you seen people speaking up. You even seen people speaking up for OJ.
Yeah. And what I think it is because of all those freak offs, because he had people in all those compromising positions and
Yeah,
situations. He had cameras everywhere. You know what I mean? So he had
yeah.
basically
That's what I'm saying. I
blackmailed his
think everybody's
pockets.
scared. I think everybody's scared that they gonna come up. But you know what? The scariest motherfucker gonna do this. This is what they gonna do. They gonna come forward before they even get called and expose everybody before Diddy do it.
Yeah, well,
Watch,
I know the
watch this.
history of Diddy's daddy
Watch this.
too. Right?
No,
His
if
daddy was
somebody else scared than Diddy, they gonna pop up before they even get contacted. They gonna expose everybody before Diddy do it. Watch this.
yeah.
Did he do it?
Well,
Yes,
yeah,
he did.
it's all helpful with, and you know what? Some of his people that used to work with him, and even that guy Gene or whatever his bodyguard, he said he should have just came out a long
Gene
time
Deal.
ago and said he was bisexual. You know what I mean? And he would have came out years ago and just said it. Like way back when, then he probably would have been all right. But it's the whole process of he says he has like a god complex. It kind of it inflates your ego and
Yeah,
it
that's that
inflates everything.
abuse of power. That's that abuse of power.
But
That's
they
that
said he
abuse
said
of power.
he would even mistreat his mom because Gene said that he was telling a story that he saw him one time that he was talking to his
Yeah,
mom like,
I couldn't be his
yeah,
homie. I'm different. I'm different. I was born and raised by my mama. I was born and
yeah,
raised by my auntie. I was born and raised by my daddy. I was born and raised by my uncle. I was born and raised by my neighbor. I was born and raised by my sister. I was born and raised by my brother. If I ever see you try to disrespect your
yeah.
goddamn it, I will beat your ass.
That's
I
what
don't
he
even
told
got
him.
to know you, and I know that's your mama, and you talking to her crazy nigga. I'ma beat your ass. Yup, you gotta shoot me.
That's what Gene told him. He said, don't ever let me see you disrespecting your mama in that manner, like talking to your mama. He told him straight up. And he says, oh, and he said that he didn't cower, but basically, he cooled his shit because he says that he knew
Right, right. You can't
he
disrespect your mama in front of me. Not in front of God Keys. Nope. Disrespecting your mama in front of me. Yup. I'm gonna be the first person to hit you in your mouth, so you're gonna have to beat my ass. And I know how to
his
fight.
mama gave him that nickname, Puffy, right? Because they said that he
Yeah,
had a
because of
temper
his
when
damn
he was
jaws.
little. When
He
he
looked
was
like he
little.
got balls in his jaws all the time. And I guess he followed that and kept balls in his jaws.
So that's the only thing. The only thing I thought I would was interesting is because if it is so outrageous and so like you know what I mean, that if everything falls where it falls, or they think it's gonna fall, that people that sign those NDAs might even have like they might have an out because it's so outrageous. Those NDAs, the
See,
way.
one thing everybody got to understand is this: no matter what you do, the law of Tahuti. See, Tahuti is the one with the pen and the paper
Yeah,
that's writing down everything
yeah,
you do. Everything you do is written down.
yeah.
So no matter
So
what you do, the law of Tahuti will get you. It will
mhm,
get you. Talking about some? Don't nobody know I did it. Yep, you know you did it. That other person know you did it. And guess who else know who you did it? I do.
yep,
I am God.
yep. And
And
like if you have all those
now,
tapes, they
actually,
said they
if you would have played your cards right, you'd have been smooth. You'd have been cool. But nope, you fucked up. You thought you was bigger than me.
Yep, that's exactly what it was, and that's what I feel it was. You know what I mean? And that you got because he didn't even really like even when he did that apology, he didn't even apologize. He just basically said
Exactly.
he was talking
Exactly.
about himself. It was all about me, and I was
He
having
was
issues.
straight acting. He was acting for a camera. He wasn't being sincere. The universe, anybody that spiritual tell you when you dealing with the universe, it depends on your pure intentions. That's how the universe deal with you. If your
Yeah,
intentions are pure, the universe will reward you. And if you
God
think you
doesn't
can
like me to
outslick the
budget.
universe, you fucked up because the universe is what created you.
Yep, it will come back. The energy you put out is the energy you get back tenfold.
Yes, sir. That's called the mirror factor. That's the mirror factor. The
So,
universe is only going to mirror you.
yeah,
So put out something good if you want something good. But guess what? When
exactly.
you put out something good, you're going to get tested by something bad to see if you deserve that something good.
And I know that there's history of like when he was the assistant of Clive Davis and all that stuff. You know what I mean? And that he probably, it's when how they say the bully becomes a bully and the offender becomes the one that was offended was becomes the offender and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's called the
Yeah.
glorification of getting your little revenge. And
Hmm.
and that's very tempting. That's a very tempting plate to eat is when you see a person that get what they deserve for what they did to you.
Yeah, they
That's
said
that. I swear to
revenge is
God, you will love that plate if you eat from it. But
they said
what you
revenge
have
is
to do
a
is
dish best
if
served
you're
cold.
willing to avoid that plate,
Yeah,
then
they
that's
said
up to
revenge
you.
is a dish best served cold. Like not to take it upon yourself to have the revenge. Let the world, let the world, the energy of the world take care of it. The energy of the universe and your higher power. It will all come back full circle. Whatever you do, you know.
Yeah, yeah. A
Who
Mhm.
lot of
taking
people
care of it
call it
is the universe.
exactly. And see, a lot of people call it karma. I just call it a mirror because it's your reflection that caused
Yeah.
it in the first place.
Mhm.
Karma's a living, breathing fucking machine, nigga. It's
Some
real.
say karma's a bitch. Karma's not a bitch.
My
Karma
best.
is actually karma is what you call justice and righteousness. Karma is balance. It evens everything out.
Yeah. But that's what I said. That's why some of the people. That's why I was saying they said that he should have just come out way back when, and he probably would have been all right. Then but because of that God complex, kind of that where he thought he was bigger than,
Yeah.
bigger than his higher power, and
Well,
that's
what
what got
made him think he was God was after he had Biggie whack.
Yep.
He saw he got away with that murder. He felt
Got
like
away
he
with a
couldn't
lot of
be
shit.
touched no more.
Yeah. Got
And
away
you
with a lot
did,
of
and
shit.
then it not only that, when he had Shine take that case for him, you did. You see
Yeah.
how Mace got down from him, but then Mace got away from him and said he gonna go follow the Holy Ghost.
Mace did too. That's what, and Mace said that too. Remember that recording that he did?
That's
He
what I'm
said,
talking about. Yeah,
why don't you ask what's his name? He's he's dead, and so he's dead, because he can't,
right,
you can't ask
right.
Biggie. He's dead. Yeah.
And see, so him getting away with all of that built up his ego, which made
Mhm.
him think that he was me, for I am God.
Yeah,
I
and I was
am
watching some
God.
interviews like with Snoop
You
and
did.
with Ice Cube and you know and all that. Like they, I watch a lot of interviews with all the all the artists and stuff. Like
Yeah.
when they
If you listen to
when
them,
they
a lot
said
of
that
them
was
don't
funny
realize that
that
they
Biggie
They won't let
Biggie
nobody.
said he was going to start asking for he wasn't going to sign his stuff away. He was catching on to it. He was catching on to kind of what was going on, and he was in the process of like, saying, hey, no, I don't want to. This is not the way I want to go. Like he wanted to have his rights to his own music and the masters and all that, and I think that's
well,
kind of
once you want the rights to your own shit, now I got to get rid of you.
yeah, exactly.
You not finna be no influence to no other motherfucker and tell them that they could be powerful, nigga. Fuck wrong with you?
I am God.
And
Yes, I am. I
and
am God.
Snoop is the only one that he just cruised his way through. You know what I mean? Because he just knows how to adapt. That's what I think. Snoop he just been adapted to he adapted
Well,
to his.
actually, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that so much. I would say it looks that way and it seems that way. But part of Snoop's sacrifice was Tupac.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And
Snoop
he did tell
didn't
a story
blow up
about
till
he
Tupac
said
died. He
he
even
said
ran away from death row. He went to goddamn it, down south to my man's, na 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 na.
Master P.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then,
And then 50
then
Cent said he was
he
so
had
glad
to
that
wait. He had to wait because he didn't come back
that
to
50 Cent
goddamn it the West
initially
Coast till after Suge got took out the way. Then
and
he
50
got
Cent
caught.
50
And
Cent
then he started
initially wanted
hanging
to
out
be
with
with Bad
Don
Boy.
Juan.
He wanted to sign with Bad Boy in the beginning, but
And then he
Puff
started
turned it
hanging out
down.
with Don Juan. Notice this. After what's the name got
He
locked
said
up,
that he's
Snoop
so glad
went
that
back to the West Coast. Then he started hanging with Don Juan because he knew Don Juan can get him protected.
Right, but 50 Cent initially he wanted to sign with Bad Boy, but he said no, that's too gangster and all this and that before Tupac and
I
Biggie like
think
they
50
came.
Cent got something to do with Jam Master Jay getting knocked out personally.
Well, I don't know about all that, but I
50
just
Cent
know that
didn't
50
become
Cent
a
said that.
billionaire until after Jam Master Jay got knocked off.
Yeah, well, that.
Look at their
Yeah.
history together.
That's why I'm glad I'm
Yeah.
not all up in industry
Them
stuff
niggas
because
don't. That shit ain't got nothing to do with nothing. Jam Master Jay helped 50 Cent get on the game. Jam Master Jay was dealing keys and shit. He got killed by his own family, his own people and stuff like
I
that, like
think
his own
50
partners and
had
stuff.
something to do with it.
50 Cent ain't had 50 ain't had shit
50
to
Cent
do with that.
he
Nothing at
went with
all.
Master P, didn't he?
That's
Master
just
P
my
was
own
helping him.
opinion. That's just my opinion.
Master P gave 50 Cent his first tour,
Right,
and then
right.
50 blew up, and Master P had
Master P gave
like
50
4 or
Cent his
5
first
more.
tour.
Yeah, he paid for it. He paid for his
Yeah.
whole first tour. Paid for it. 50 Cent will tell you that. Master P will tell you that.
Yeah.
Is
And
that my
50 Cent
nigga
was in
Alaska?
a
What
group.
up, fool?
Yeah.
Now, why
He
I
was
say I
like
think that 50 got something to do with Jam Master Jay is because
Fuck
when
that
they was
nigga
first
doing?
they
Mailman,
was
what up,
good.
fool?
I'm talking about when he wanted to get signed by Jam Master Jay, and Jam Master Jay wouldn't sign his ass.
We looking at
yeah, he went to
Alaska
I
right
think he
now.
went
That's
to
what's up.
Yeah, Master P, like you said, he paid for his tour because he wanted to get signed with Bad Boy, but that's before Tupac. Tupac and Biggie came shortly after that because Puffy's like, no, you're too gangster for me. He wanted to do that. That's when he was doing all his fly stuff and he was doing his clothing line and all that stuff. And he said it was too like for his brand, it was too gangster. And so he was
But he
like,
went to
all
Jam
right.
Master Jay after that, and Jam Master Jay was fucking with him, but he told him he wasn't gonna do no business with him. And I think it was one of 50 Cent homies who was actually mad at him. But that's why I think that 50 is connected to it somewhere in there.
Well, there's always haters. The ones that are closest to you are usually the ones that act like, a lot of times when you're in that kind of industry and that kind of,
Yeah,
you
pretty
know,
much. Pretty
situation,
much.
That's
you
what's
can't
up.
trust the people that next to you.
Pretty much.
So who knows, but He said he's just glad that he didn't sign him. He said, I'm so
That's a
glad he
good
didn't.
thing. I would suppose that to be a good thing. You
Yeah,
did.
he said, thank God. I'm glad I was too gangster.
I hope y'all ain't been to no. But that's fucked up. A lot of people gonna get locked up just for being at a party and ain't had
Yeah.
nothing to do with nothing.
Yeah.
So
Right.
they were doing all that freaky shit, and he
No,
had
for real. A
recorded.
lot of people that's gonna get locked up. I know this because I know the court system. I done been behind that wall.
That's where that racketeering is coming in too. That racketeering is coming in because everybody that he had time with, the
Oh
Kardashian
yes,
money,
sir. Cause,
all that
cause they
stuff.
ain't gonna, this is why it's gonna be the racketeering because they ain't gonna be able to get them on sex trafficking for one. Because all of the sex, besides the ones that was drugged, it's all, you know what I'm saying, consensual. Consensual sex. I don't care if I'm from Mississippi and you from New York and we traveling, you can't
Yeah,
call me no sex trafficker.
but he drugged a lot of
We can
people.
have sex okay, I'm from Mississippi, you from New York, we riding, we have sex in Vegas. So both of us gotta be sex traffickers, huh? If it's consensual, it's not sex trafficking. And for the most part, all of the sex was consensual, besides what it's so called been drugged. You dig what I'm saying?
But
So
you know,
they ain't gonna be
Diddy's
able to get them
lawyer
on sex
isn't getting
trafficking.
justice. Diddy's lawyer
But what
isn't
they
getting
is
any
gonna
justice.
be able to get them on is the pandering because they got them hiring a lot of prostitutes and gigolos. You dig what I mean? So
A
now you
whole
got
man.
pandering. You
That's what
basically
I'm saying.
pimping.
But if you think too, his history, like his daddy got killed for being a snitch. And I'm not saying that he's gonna be a snitch, but you never know, because like
Man, if
he,
he on
he
suicide watch, he about to tell on somebody.
yeah. And his best friend had to kill his daddy, and
But
then they killed.
then
Yeah,
again, if he on suicide watch, he probably be on I'd rather die than snitch.
I don't know. I
He
don't know.
might
It
be
depends on
he might
how
be on that. He
he got
might be on
humbled.
I'd rather die than snitch.
We'll see if he got see if that complex got humbled while he's in there. I don't know. You know.
And I don't think that a fag that already been exposed as a fag will
They
kill
got baby
himself
all in
for being
jail. Like they
exposed
not
to
locking
being a
nobody
fag. You
up.
see what I'm saying? If you already been exposed as a fag, I don't think that you gonna kill yourself for being exposed as being a fag. Nope, that's not no reason why he gonna kill himself. Nope. He not gonna kill himself for having no sex parties. Every Hollywood motherfucker in the world have orgies.
Yeah, and you
Even
know
the
that
poorest nigga in
all
the
the all
hood
the
will
all the
throw an
other
orgy.
celebrities
The
that
poorest
went to
nigga in the hood will throw an orgy. So nope, 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 nope.
all
Y'all
those
trying
other
to kill this
celebrities
nigga
that
because
went to
he
those
knows
parties
something
too, and
that
he has
y'all don't want
recordings
him
of
to
the
expose.
footage. So like they when they raided his thing, I'm sure they got they got footage of a lot of the celebrities doing stuff. So they're all shooting bricks right now.
Yeah, that's why he getting killed because he got a lot of videotapes of some shit that he can expose. Why they ain't exposing the videos since they got the videos and they know what's on the videos?
They're wanting them to come forward. They're gonna see who
Because
wants to
the
come
videos is what he getting locked up for. No, nigga, you got the wrong
forward.
person on video and you got that much power. Oh no, if you don't give me that video, I'm gonna fuck your life up.
Yeah. But they're shaking the trees. That's what they're doing. They're shaking the trees. Right.
Yeah, because if we can get more motherfuckers with this, let's get them. Why not? That's more money for us.
Yeah.
Shit, we
Yeah.
greedy. We eating like
I
we hard.
am
Yes, I
But
am. I
the
am
judge told him when they went into they did it the first time, when he went to go try to get to get out, and then the second time, and the judge told him, they said the judge told him, he goes, look, he goes, the thing is I don't even think that, because the lawyer was saying
Why
you
you
could
think
trust
the
me.
judge denied
No, but
that
listen, the
money?
lawyer was saying you could trust me, and the judge says what he said. He says, I don't think so, because I don't even think you trust yourself. He said.
Mm.
What he told him.
Now
I don't even think
that's
you
cold
trust
blooded
yourself.
right there. That's cold blooded. He say, I don't think you even trust yourself.
Yeah. Yeah.
So basically, I ain't even heard you in the first place. Go on here, get back in line and sit down.
That's it.
Homeboy, you going back up in that
And
bathroom.
when they picked him
That's
up,
all a jail cell is a bathroom with a hard ass bed up in it. It's a bathroom with a bed in it. That's jail. Now, I keep telling these niggas, go ahead. You want to kill somebody, go lock yourself in the bathroom and stay in. Don't ever come out but for 30 minutes a day. And that's only to eat or play basketball. Other than that, go back up in that bathroom and lay down on that couch. Because that's all a
where
jail
he's locked
cell
up
is.
at,
It's
they
a
said it's the most
bathroom with a
rundown.
bed in it. A
They
jail
said
cell
where he's
ain't
locked
nothing
up
but a
is the,
bathroom with a bed in it, baby.
but they said where he's locked up at is the most rundown facility too. It's a real rundown facility.
Yeah, they got to break that soul. He got to walk through hell for them 3 days. This is his Illuminati initiation. Come on, man. I told you they cannot convict him on sex trafficking. Nope. Because all of the sex is like I said, consensual. Now, if there is proof of drugging people, then he's a criminal. He had his proof of him beating old girl up, but that was taken care of already. He cannot be charged for that. But they can use it as an argument. They can use it as an argument, but they can't convict him on it. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah,
This
did you
is
hear
legal matters.
the new girl that came out? The new girl that came out with that female lawyer. What's her name? That female lawyer that always represents people that have that stay.
The one you talking about, the one R. Kelly tried to hire.
I don't know if that
I
is that.
forgot
Yeah,
her name. I forgot her
yeah.
name, but she's famous. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, she came out and she read a statement and everything. I got a screen recorded the whole press conference.
Okay.
Yeah, she was sad. Like you could tell, like she was broke.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's been through a lot of shit, but like she was like, like her tears would just like pour, like they would just streaming out. You know what I mean? Like she couldn't even hold it. But she read a statement too. But they yeah. So yeah, shit's going down. All I know,
What it do?
going down.
What it do, y'all? 2:00 in the morning where I'm from, man. We got infamous Truth Teller and God Keys in the same mingle together. What? The same mingle? Infamous.
We always have. We always have.
Infamous and God Keys. If you don't mind me just going and taking over the panel real quick, I need y'all to make sure I make it safe home. You know, it happens. It happens. Thank you. It happens. We go to the bar and we have a drink, and then like, damn, we got to get home too, right? You know, so here we are.
So get on safe,
it
nigga.
happens. Yeah.
You shall make it home safe.
I'm only like a minute. I'm only like a minute away from home. I already did the hard part.
But they say accidents happen closest to home.
Right.
So
But you know what? You know how we know you gonna make it safe because you came on here and you know what I'm saying. You just
I wouldn't have got on and hit all them buttons and did all the shit I did. Yeah, I already know.
You did. You did. You just you know what I'm saying. Acknowledge the panel of the God. You did.
And God, I'm smiling like a motherfucker. I can't stop. You know what I mean? So it was a good night tonight.
Don't stop, man, because that's the beauty of your soul shining through you right now.
I appreciate it.
Is that Anchorage, my nigga?
No, I was in Anchorage early. I was in Anchorage like 30 minutes ago, man. I cammed up too on a different panel and shit on a different channel, and then I'm back at home. I ain't even got a seatbelt on, but I'm about to park right now, man. Give me
see that he made it home safe right there. Look at the power of the God. You did.
Put the seatbelt on.
Yeah, it's too late. I'm pulling up right now. As we speak. Let me go and take.
So you live outside Anchorage?
Yeah, I live outside of Anchorage. I do, but my kids, I'm from Anchorage. Everybody's from Anchorage. My kids, everybody's Anchorage. But my jobs is outside. Get out the way. You feel me? Get out the way.
Yeah.
It's only 15 minutes outside of Anchorage. It's called Eagle River.
Eagle River?
Yeah, Eagle River. Yeah,
but you ain't got no problems out that way, though, do you?
Oh, no. I ain't got no enemies up here. This is my city now. Yeah, I just cammed up and I literally just went to a bar randomly. I don't even go out. You know what I mean? And I happen to see everybody.
You know what you did, though? You probably don't know it, but you subconsciously, you probably don't know it, but you was a big influence to somebody tonight.
Oh, tonight wasn't a good night. You gotta understand what happened tonight. I'm at work. Let me cut off this car. Let me tell
Influence
y'all
of
real quick.
somebody tonight. I don't know. They
Let me
say out
finish,
of
God.
chaos come order, but out of your chaos, I bet you was a big influence on somebody tonight. Now go ahead, run your story, and I'm gonna show you how you was.
You're trying to be right. See, and this is probably what you have the issue that in your, in relationships, who you are closer with, you probably just trying to be right. But let me go ahead and say what I was going to say before you was even trying to be right and tell you about the good night tonight. Look how you roll your eyes, God. You stubborn. You good at chess.
I'm waiting and listening.
Hold on. You said I could talk. You say, so you good at chess. I think you be good at chess, a stalemate. Like, we getting into stalemate because when you rolled your eyes, a stalemate, like, look at you. Your actions are a lot louder than words. You didn't even got to say all that stuff. You don't need to tell anybody that you are God. I'm telling you you're God.
With that white
You know what I'm
halo
saying?
around his avatar.
So let me cam up. Let me cam up and put the camera on in here because I'm home. I'm in a work vehicle with a bunch of liquor.
You got your spirits with you. That's what it is. You're surrounded by spirits.
This nigga in a party bus.
Yeah, exactly. And let me finish real quick. So the fact is I'm so stupid. I literally could just went home. I got all the liquor I want at home and in here. So I stupid ass went to the bar, had a drink. You feel me? So that's why I'm like, damn, it could have been dumb. It could have been dumb as a motherfucker.
Right.
Full of liquor.
The God in you. That's the God in you. That's the God in you. The God in you kept you away from that.
And
you did.
Damn, nigga.
It's talking about the good thing that he was talking about. Tonight was a UFC, the first night for the AFC. They call it AFC up here because Alaska AFC, and it was first night, and so we made $27,000 in liquor. Once it was more than that. Once I seen we started. I rolled up, and it's like today was a good day. So everything was successful on what we had going on. You know what I'm saying? So
that's what's up, nigga.
Right.
Yeah,
so I can't leave this van over at the spot. I had to leave my car and take the van because of the bad neighborhood. Now I pull this shit up at my spot. Right, you feel me? I pull this shit up at my spot, but this, you know what I mean? So that's all. That's it. I done told enough already, man. But life is
that's beautiful though. That's beautiful
I know you
though.
said hi to me earlier. I'm sorry, my bad.
Mailman in the house.
That's beautiful, God. That's beautiful.
I didn't even respect it. I didn't even respect the nigga who keeping the lights on. Isn't that some shit, man? I must be a motherfucker or something tonight. See, pardon me. Hey, them pardons is real. Pardon me. Yeah, pardon ain't just a word. Them pardons is real. Hey, Infamous, man. I can imagine what you're sitting on right now, Infamous. God damn. I can imagine what you're sitting on right now. Mm-hmm. I know you attract niggas. I'm gonna get signed because I've been sipping on the beautiful. I've been sipping on the beautiful. What do you expect?
You like to be pushing your boundaries all the time.
Right. Can you imagine when a bartender asks you, what do you want to drink? I'm like, a beautiful, right? A beautiful. What the fuck else I'm going to order?
Wow.
Yeah. What you want? Red Bull? What you want? I got to get home. Get inside. I got to get inside. But no, it's good hearing from you, Infamous. And respect to and my aunt forever, and respect to God Keys. My aunt forever.
Family peace, always and forever.
Yeah, my aunt forever, like a
motherfucker. My aunt.
Mm-hmm.
Hotepu Ankuru Ashe Dua Huru Sara.
Hey, where you at, my nigga? You at the house?
Yeah, I'm at the house. I got my little, shit that I need to roll up, and little cigarettes, cigars, and shit.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Time to get on that level. You did. You did.
Alaska shit. That's what's up, nigga.
Mm-hmm. I'm home. There ain't no snow yet. Now listen. Now, if I was pointing here and it was daytime.
Wait a minute. You say Alaska. Wait a minute. You said Alaska.
Yeah. Now listen, if I was pointing here and it was daytime, you see the tip of the mountain with the snow on it, like it's coming. That permanation frost, what they call the permanation frost.
Oh, okay. Is
Whatever
that
that
how
shit
you
was.
can tell what the season's gonna be, but how you look at the
Nigga,
milk?
that's snow coming. That's snow coming. The leaves is yellow now,
I
nigga.
think it's gonna be a cold winter for all of America this year. I
Damn,
think
nigga,
it's
you
gonna be
right
a
It's
there
cold
cold
by
right
the
winter.
now.
street.
Look, it's cold right now. You see the smoke when I blow.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
cold right now.
yeah.
It's 50. It's 50. It's 50, 40. Yeah, it's 50, 40
Damn,
right now.
damn.
Mhm.
That look like a business, nigga. That's where you live.
You feel me? You feel me? SendaRoni, no. Yeah, I talked to SendaRoni, man. I was looking for business business spots. You know how you can find a business spot for the low and the landlord ain't
Oh, that's your
treating
own van, big cuz?
you. So when you find one of
That's
them
your business
business
van right
spots,
there? I
nigga, I'm
like that
damn near,
motherfucker.
I damn
And I
near
like
moved
how
in
the
that
sun
bitch.
is lit.
You know what I'm saying? I damn near moved in that bitch. You feel me?
Yeah.
Well,
You know when you
sometimes
find a
you
cool
have to
little
when you're
business
on the
spot?
hustle.
Yeah. Yeah, and then the person ain't even tripping. He just want the money. You know what I mean? You like,
Right,
cool, you could run your
right.
business. Yeah. See, so shit, that's what it is. Yeah, this
Hey,
the
nigga, do
Well,
you
goal.
need a passport to get to go
it's
out
good
there?
with that plug spot. Like I take a lot of Ubers, but I see some cars with
No,
plug
you don't
spots.
need
If
a
it's built
passport to
with
go
that
out
plug
there.
spot, and you do a lot of traveling, you can get you a microwave and put it up in there.
Hey, mailman, you need a
Mhm.
passport to get out there, nigga?
No,
Yeah,
If
I
you
do.
drive,
part of
I
the
need a
registration.
passport. I ain't gonna even
if
lie
you're
to you. I
driving,
need a passport.
if
I do.
if you're driving, yeah. I mean, but if you're driving through there, yeah. But no, if you're flying, no. That's ain't number the
Oh,
Alaska Airlines, anybody else, Delta, Alaska Airlines, all the shit here, Southwest,
okay.
everything.
Where you located at? I'm
Anchorage.
talking about what you showing us. Where you at right now? Where you showing us? What city is
Alaska.
that? Damn.
This is
I
Eagle
thought
River.
y'all had snow all year round.
Nah, family. I never seen the igloo in my life, family. I'd have came up because you said that. Nah.
No, I'm serious. I thought y'all had because you close, you right there next door to Canada,
I've
right?
never
Hey,
ice
Canada
how
is
fished.
far
your
how
I
far
never
are you from the
ice fished
hood,
in my
bro?
life. You know how desperate it is to ice fish? Think about this shit. You
your
sitting on
whole
a thing,
border
a
is
sheet of
Canada, right?
ice, and
Your
you put
Hey,
a
whole
hole
border
mailman,
in
now
is
how
the.
far are you
Canada,
from the
right?
hood, bro?
Your whole border
Um,
is Canada, right?
I just
I'm
left
talking
there.
about
I
as
just
far
left
as state-wise. State-wise,
30,
your whole border is Canada, right?
15 minutes, 20 minutes from the hood right now. 15 minutes.
But
Yeah.
you got to go through Canada to come to the rest of the countries of America, right?
If you drove, yes.
Now, on the water,
Hey,
you
I'm
don't
gonna
got to
jump
do that.
down. I'm gonna jump
On
down.
the
I got.
So,
I got.
water,
in order to live in
damn.
Alaska, you
All
do
right,
have to have a passport there.
No, because
So
this
how
is
do you?
America.
Okay. Say you born in Alaska. How can you come to California without having a passport when you up top on the side of Canada?
Let me answer the question. I'm from Alaska and I'm born in Alaska. You're asking me why don't I have a passport? Because I'm not going out overseas.
But you going through another country. Anytime you
I'm
go
gonna
through
need a
another country,
passport. I'm gonna need a passport to drive through there. I drove through Canada twice, down and twice up.
right?
I drove
That's
all
what
the way
I'm
down in the
saying.
states.
That's what I'm
Yes, sir.
saying. So in order
Yes, sir.
to live in Alaska, if you want to visit the rest of America, you have to have a
That's what
passport
I always
because
thought too. How long was that
otherwise
drive to
you'll be
If I
Canada?
able
was
to sneak
driving,
up into their
if I
country.
was driving,
Oh, you
if I
say
was
if you
wait, as a matter
driving.
of fact, I don't
So
even know if that's real. I had a passport only
I'm
when I
only
went to
saying
Canada.
that because of the borderlines. I'm only
How long
saying
was the
that
drive
because
to
of the
Canada, bro?
borderlines. You know what I
It's probably
mean?
like a week.
But I've
It's
been to
probably a week or
Detroit.
more.
I've been to Detroit
It's,
all the way up there to the borderline. I
You said a
seen you.
weekend?
Oh, you got to
man, I'm
put
still
where your
camped
pants.
up.
You know what I'm
God
saying?
damn. Mhm.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
guy. I
yeah.
ain't trying to overtalk. I'm just
No,
saying.
you ain't over talking me. I'm answering your question, family. My bad. I got distracted.
I'm just
I
saying
can
from
never
what
be
I
like this.
experienced. You know, like I said, I've been up there in Detroit. Well, I've been up there for only 2 weeks. I love them motherfuckers though. I love
Now I just
Detroit
drove
motherfuckers.
through. If you're driving through, if you want to go to Seattle or Washington, the Bellingham is the first city you're going through there. But we drove through the Minnesota part,
Like,
Minnesota,
see,
all the way up
now
there.
you talk about Minnesota. I used to
Minnesota,
live in
St.
Minnesota. I
Paul.
Oh,
lived
so
in
We
you
went
in
to
Minneapolis.
Florida
I
part.
Iowa,
lived in St. Paul.
Minnesota, Champaign, Illinois. We went to Wisconsin. We
Yeah,
went through
I
that
lived in
route. We
Champaign
went through that
also.
route.
and
That's where
Springfield.
we drove. What I'm trying to tell you is that's where we drove from Alaska, that route up there, closer to
Well, Chicago, yeah, we make you pay tolls in Chicago. You pay
That's
tolls
crazy. I
in
didn't think you could
Chicago.
drive, nigga. I thought it was a body of water you got to cross to get to the states.
Nah, family, no family. We connected. We connected to Washington,
So it's an
Canada,
expressway that go out on the
Oregon.
outskirts of the water. Then
We connected to Canada. Nah, we connected to Canada.
that's what
How
I'm
We
far?
talking
connected to
about.
You
Canada.
saying
I'm
Canada
talking
should be
about
damn
in a
us.
weekend?
Okay, I'm talking about
If
if we look
Alaska's
at the
us, we
map,
connected.
right?
There ain't no water. That's a border. That border got niggas illusion.
No, I'm not talking about the border. I'm saying you have to go through the border in order to get from Alaska to California.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. What I'm
How long
saying
was that
is
drive,
you
bro?
a part of that
From
country, but
Anchorage
you
to
have to
Canada?
go
How long
through
was that
another
drive?
country to get. What it is, what I'm saying is you a part of a country, but you have to go through another country to get back to your country. So therefore, if you want to live in Alaska and you want to come to any other country in America, you better have you a passport. You see what I'm saying?
There you go.
It goes back to what I said in the beginning.
That nigga out. Mailman. That nigga checked out. Oh, he gone.
Oh, who that guy? Who you talking about, guy?
I'm talking about Mailman. The nigga that was showing us Alaska.
Oh yeah.
That's his name, Mailman.
Okay. I only know a certain few, you dig what I mean? But you know what I'm saying? It's been a good show so far, and peace to everybody that's on the panel, you dig what I mean, and everybody that's
Peace to
watching,
the
you know what I'm
east, but
saying,
the
from the
West
back.
Coast
Go ahead,
rules.
hit that like button, hit that subscribe to Roni, you dig, SendaRoni, you dig.
Hey, Roni, what's up, nigga? You still here?
Peace. Yeah, I'm still up. What's up with it?
Yeah, he's on.
That nigga laying down with
Oh,
some
God's
bitches.
still here, God's still here.
How
Yeah,
many you got?
everybody's still up.
How many you got beside you, nigga?
Let that go.
I ain't gonna even say nothing on that one. I ain't gonna even say nothing on that one, God.
Next
That
question.
nigga say how many you got beside you?
I got 2 on my waist and 1 under the pillow.
You dig? It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
2 of them on the same bed,
Yeah,
nigga. That's
man.
What
enough.
they say, he got the whole world in his hand. He got the whole world in his hand. Y'all better catch on to something.
He got the itty bitty babies in his hand.
He got the itty bitty babies.
Itty bitty babies in his
In his
hand.
hand. He got the itty babies in his hand. Matter of fact, that boy don't want no pussy. He want dick some balls. They said that boy don't want no pussy. He want dick some balls. He like them balls. He don't want no girl at all. Talk about that boy don't want no
Hey,
pussy.
hey.
He like balls in his jaws. He like them balls.
He like it.
You did that faggot boy. Get your ass out of here, nigga.
Get your bitch ass on, nigga.
You did. We don't fuck with that shit. We men's around here. Grown.
They say, when you die and you go to hell, hell is here on earth. Your soul just roams on earth aimlessly with no destination. That's hell.
Well, see, to me, my thing is, ain't nobody ever came back from hell to tell me how hell is. So fuck what the fuck they talking
I
about.
always wonder if hell was so below, why are you putting people in the ground?
Exactly. You put
Done.
everybody in the ground when they die. Guess what they become? Big, strong ass oak trees.
Come as trees, they come back as plants.
Hey,
And a lot of us
why
you
is it
get high off of. That's why
why
you
is it
call
that
me bro right now.
why is it that every documented case of a motherfucker encountering a soul, a spirit, or a ghost, the ghost is always aggressive? I'm gonna tell you why, nigga. Because they roaming on Earth aimlessly. They got nowhere to go, so you're gonna
Well,
be aggressive.
actually, if
That's
you
hell.
want to
Hell
follow
is here on
spirit,
Earth. If you die and go to heaven, you go up. But if you die
actually,
and you in hell, you stay here with
everything.
no destination, just
If
roaming
you want to
Well,
aimlessly,
know
then
nigga.
let
who
me
God
work that
is,
out.
I'm about to tell you something that everybody should know but don't know. If you want to know who God is, listen to this word: electricity. Did you hear that word? Electricity.
Energy. Yeah.
Look up the word L. That's God right there. That electricity is what you're doing is you're extracting God. That's why everything that's empowered needs electricity in order for it to work. Everything, even you, everything magnified. That's electricity. That's L. That's L being extracted. That's God being extracted. You are extracting God. Don't believe me? You can take a battery right now. I don't care if it's a you can if any kind of battery you got right now, and take it. We can take some if you got some aluminum foil. I'm about to show you God. This is Lucifer and Heru. Every battery is made of Lucifer and Heru. Because you can take. Let me do this demonstration on camera. Ooh, I need a battery. I wish I had me a number 4 battery because I take a wire, I'll put it on the positive, which you would call Heru, then put it on a negative, which you would call set. And it will burn in the middle, which will create the electricity of the fire that's burning this wire, of which we call God. God is fire, baby, water, wind. That's what God is: earth, wind, fire, water,
Yeah,
flesh.
that is God. That is correct.
I'm
I agree.
telling you. I'm telling you, this is some powerful shit. But this is some knowledge that you can get killed for. But I ain't scared of these motherfuckers. I shoot back. I really do. I shoot back. Police or not. Shoot at me, I'm gonna shoot back at your ass. You better hope you hit me first.
Hey, you remember when that one night me and you were getting into it, nigga? You kept saying, "Prove it,
Yeah,
prove
yeah,
it."
yeah. I like to provide proof for everything I speak on. That's why I say that, God. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't nothing to belittle. That wasn't nothing to belittle you, but that was something to really help elevate you to make you even go and look up shit for yourself. You dig what I'm saying? But you see, the whole thing, we still became, you know what I'm saying, good friends.
Yeah,
But that
already,
comes from this thing
already.
that grown men got that's called integrity and dignity and respect for each other. We can argue all day, talk all the shit we want about each other, but at the end of the day, what did we do? We respected each other and we became friends because we
100,
didn't know each other at all. Hence that day, right?
100, nigga, 100.
Now that's a lesson for everybody that's got them tuning into this channel.
Yeah,
You did.
real shit, nigga.
And gratitude and appreciation to you for bringing that up because you just helped me awaken somebody else.
No, we went at it. It was a funny night,
Yeah,
nigga.
it was a funny, it was a good one too, nigga. We went at how long we going? We went at it for about like what, an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Hell no, nigga. It was damn near 2 hours, nigga. We started freestyling first, and then we got into it.
Hey,
Yeah,
pimping.
yes, ma'am.
Can you put that video on of
I know you got to talk to Ronnie to do
Ronnie.
that. 'Cause I don't know how to do.
Roni?
I told you I'm not computer literate, baby.
Roni.
That nigga
Roni.
don't win somewhere. He
What you
listen to
about?
us, keep the slow show
What
going.
you about to have this nigga play, sister?
I want him to play Dr. Clark. When you're
Ooh, Doctor, you talking about John Henry Clark?
you're getting ready to see in 1 minute.
He's jet black.
He's questioning. They're asking him these questions.
Ooh, if you talk about Dr. John Henry Clark,
Yes, that's
the
who I'm talking
historian,
about.
you talking about the historian?
That's who I'm
Yeah,
talking about.
yeah.
Ooh, yes, they can't nobody fuck with that man.
Okay.
I love God. I
You want to
Okay,
know
so
love
the
God.
truth?
yeah, so
I
you know,
love God.
yeah, that's a deep nigga. Yeah,
That's God. That's me. I told you, I am you, you are me. I know me when I see me. It's like I'm looking in the mirror. It's just me older.
that nigga Roni fell
I
asleep.
mean, he's just so powerful. Roni.
No, he ain't sleep. That nigga over there cooking something and not paying attention to the show right
Yeah,
now.
that nigga heating up his spam sandwich.
Yeah, he ain't sleep.
Damn.
Trust me, he ain't sleep. Trust me, y'all. Trust me on that. I'd have been fucking with this nigga for too many goddamn years. But it's a beautiful thing, though, that how we came across each other and shit. That's crazy, though. The
Yeah.
universe brought us across each other.
That
Wherever,
energy.
The late night
yeah,
hype ain't no joke, nigga. The late night hype is no joke.
yeah. But see, and people don't understand. I keep telling them it's a certain time of night where the spirit is so strong that it connects. You know what I'm saying? And it
Yes.
moves and it makes shit happens. People don't understand when I be telling them that, God. But you know me.
Johnny, sit on that
I
video I
am
sent you
God.
with James
I
Clark.
am the ultimate
I mean,
truth.
not James Clark. John and me. Yeah, I put it in private chat. All right. He's
Oh, you
about to
called
put it
that
on.
nigga?
Yes, that's the truth. Why you
Shit.
think everybody else said I am God?
I was letting some kids
And if
listen
you
to.
don't believe I'm God, all you got to do is challenge it. You want to know where I'm from? I'm from the imagination of the ultimate being. What's my age? My age is the age of Scorpio.
Hey, God, what you sipping on?
Crown. I'm a junkie for Crown Royal.
I feel that. I like that regular Crown. I don't like that fucking apple Crown
That's
shit.
all I drink. I can't drink the flavored kind. Nope. I tried it. No, I can't drink the flavor. I have to have
Mm-hmm.
mine straight. I want regular Crown Royal. I don't want. But
Yeah,
only thing I can drink mixed in with my Crown Royal is Royal Crown, which is
yeah,
RC Cola.
that's it. Right, right.
That's my whole combination. Give
That
me a
OG
goddamn
Crown
fifth
is
of
all I
Royal
can do, man.
Crown.
That
Give me a
flavor
fifth
shit is
of Crown
nasty as a
Royal and give
motherfucker.
me an RC Cola. Give me a fifth of Royal. Give me a fifth of Crown Royal and give me a 20 ounce goddamn it RC Cola and give me a little bit of ice in case I want it cold. But most of the time, I gotta have mine straight,
Already.
like what I'm doing
All
now.
right,
You did.
let's go to Louis' spot. This is Dr. Henry Clark shuts down two white historians on ancient
Oh, that's
Egypt.
the God, Dr. Henry
Here's my
Clark. That's
review,
the
Louis'
God.
spot.
Hi, call me Louis. This is my spot. Louis spot.
I came to this subject before I was 10 as a Baptist Sunday school teacher. I wanted to teach junior class in Sunday school, so I learned to read very early. What baffled me from the beginning was the Bible itself.
Come on.
I could not find my people in a book that's supposed to be about all mankind.
Not and one of them.
And what called my
Not and.
attention to the neglect of Africa was the Sunday school lessons with all those white angels.
You did. You
And when
did.
they
And
said
all of them was men, by the
God is
way.
kind, God is no respect of kith or kin, I kept wondering, why didn't he let at least one or two little brown or black
Oh,
angels
that's
sneak into
God
heaven?
right there. That's God.
So I began to suggest
Come on.
that somebody else had tampered with God's book in favor of somebody else, and that the Bible, to a great extent, was irrational. For European
Irrational.
domination. It had
That
been
means
used
make
as
no
such.
sense.
Then, coming to after leaving Georgia, after a white man that I've worked for, if he's alive today, he's a liberal with a capital L. His name is Jack Steiner. I asked him about some books on the African people in ancient history. And in the language of the South, he let me down slow. I mean,
What
he
he
spoke
say?
kindly. He said, John, I'm sorry that you came from a race that's made no history. But if you persevere, if you obey laws and study hard, you make history someday, and you personally might one day be a great Negro like Booker T. Washington.
Ain't that some shit?
Booker T. Washington was the one thing whites
You see, God, they want to hush your mouth now. You're giving up too much information. I told
He's
y'all
getting ready
about
to
that.
break it down. That's why.
Yeah, you give up too much information, they
Getting ready
want
to
to
make
shut
it make
you
sense.
up. You did. That's God right there. That's Dr. John Henry Clark. That one of the greatest historians ever.
Ever.
And
at that
then
time.
see
Okay, here you go.
him and Dr. Ben, they used to debate a lot. That's what I love about them too. Him and Dr. Ben, if y'all heard of him. He's a great historian too, but I would say that Dr. John Henry Clark is the master of history.
True.
But they both have a super treasure of knowledge that we can learn from if we pay attention to them. I swear to God, it will say,
Ronnie, we can't hear him.
even if you're not in trouble, it will improve your life. But if you are in trouble, it will save you.
All right. While doing chores in the books of a recital at Grove, and I found it, Arthur Schomburg. The essay was,
Come on with it.
and my oppressor was the last branch of the human race to enter that arena. Mock civilization. Don't get mad, get smart. Prove me wrong. Now, in the Old Harlem History Club, under Willis and Huggins, long since dead, John Jackson, who died only a few years ago, we had to take up a collection to bury him. Charles Seifert, J. Rogers, under all of these teachers pointing me to good material, and Arthur Schomburg telling me, go study the history of your masters. Study the people who took you out of history. Then you'll understand your history. I started on an old chestnut, recently mentioned, H.G. Wells' Outline of History. It is still worth reading. It is a good basic outline. His basic facts are in order. When he tells you about the Crusades, he's not off one iota. But his interpretation is basically Eurocentric to the point of being a prejudiced document. Now, I was reading these kinds of books. I was reading Spingarn's Decline of the West when I was 18 years old. So I began to read European masterpieces, and I began to read European curiosity about Africa. Gerald Massey's 6th volume, Egypt, Light of the World, 2 volumes. Natural Genesis, 2 volumes. Book of the Beginning, 2 volumes. And I began to read Gerald Massey's attitude on religion and his idea that nearly European concepts of religion were stolen from outside of Europe. He was not a historian. He was not an Egyptologist. He was an agnostic, fighting the arrogance of the European of that day. See, the history club led me to not only reading masterpieces by white radical writers who set the black radical writers in motion. A whole lot of claims blacks did not make until they saw the documents in works written by Europeans. And these works written by Europeans, what black had the time and the money to sit down and do a 6-volume work?
You get to ask Professor Clark a question. Yeah.
I hardly know where to begin. One thing I'm curious about, I had a quick look actually at the introduction to the second edition of Bradley's The Iceman Inheritance, a very interesting book with a lot of interesting hypotheses about the origins of cultures and civilizations. Professor Clark wrote an introduction to the second edition to it in which he stated that the first show of European literary intelligence surfaced around 1250 BCE with the publication of 2 books of folklore, the Odyssey and the Iliad. And that struck me as somewhat curious because, in fact, as far as most scholars seem to be able to tell, the Iliad and the Odyssey were composed actually orally and didn't reach a literary form, if you mean by that a written form, until probably the 6th century BCE in Athens. There are obviously texts from Mycenae and Crete and elsewhere with real Greek in a literary form from before 1250, in fact, going back probably to 1600 or so. But this has significant implications for the idea, which some scholars have put forth, that Egyptian language was deeply influential on the first form of Greek that we have, that is the Linear B tablets.
So I'm awaiting the question.
That is my question. Professor Clark has stated that this is the first form of literary intelligence that surfaced around 1250.
It ain't my
and in
fault.
fact, it did not. And I'm curious how he is maintaining that.
All right.
You understand it ain't my fault,
book
right?
of folklore, and we really don't know whether Homer wrote it or whether Homer was man or woman. It's the first book to become known, basic to the West, in a form that we could study and
Where's known at? Where's known at? Where's known at again? You said it's coming on to where the West, right? Okay, it's known in the West, right? So who in the West said it?
Listen, he getting ready to school him.
And if you deal with this, you have to deal with what Professor Lester accused me of, not paying attention to historical chronology. And if you read any of my texts, any of my numerous guides and curriculums and lecture notes, you know that I'm a specialist on chronology. I know that 1 comes first and 2 comes second.
Oh, shit.
But what I was trying to get across is that
come on,
in the 8th century to the 12th century, so the intellectual emergence of Europe, at a time Egypt was in its 23rd dynasty.
Thank you.
And dying after nearly 10,000 years of some forms of organized society. Europe intellectually was just being born.
Thank you.
And I
You still up
maintain
in your damn cave. You still musty, motherfucker. You still
Europe
crawling.
in general had nothing to do with the creation of Rome and Greece.
Thank you.
The challenge of Rome and Greece created Europe. Because they were scattered tribes, and the challenge of Rome and Greece brought them together, and they became a people strong enough to create a state. If anybody got
That's what
any
created them
information
as Arabs. That's what made them as Arabs first.
I maintain that there was no Europe. You're giving Europe credit for things that happened before the first European war. A shoe or lived in a house that had a window. And I'm saying that you have not read, not just Massey, Joe Massey, his European disciple, Churchward, Signs and Symbols of Primordial Man,
Tell him,
the
come on.
origins of
Tell him,
religions.
Tell him, come on, God. Come on.
In his extensive work on Freemasonry. You've not read the American disciple of Massey, Alvin Boyd Kuhn, is who is this King of Glory, one of the best written books on the Christ story.
Let's
He
go.
proves that the basis of European spirituality was taken directly from Africa.
You did.
Professor Rogers, would you like to follow on your question?
I mean,
no one is actually maintaining that literary Greek culture pre-existed any number of Near Eastern cultures. Again, I find it a bit curious.
I don't accept Egypt as Near East. I accept Egypt as physically a part of Africa, created by the Africans from the South.
Even if,
thank you.
Even if
Come on, him hard, God.
Even if I concede or admit or agree with you that Egypt is part of Africa, what I'm about to say.
There will be order. Thank you. There will be order. Thank you very much.
Do I detect some disagreement?
Yeah.
My point was going to be that the most recent scholarship about the genesis of those two oral epics, the Iliad and the Odyssey, points, in fact, in another direction to influence, and that is, in fact, the Hittite Empire, whose documents we can read very easily, and there may well be independent confirmation of the historicity of some form of a Trojan War in those documents. And so what I'm really asking is,
so
why
you
is
saying
it that we're
because
just really
Roman
looking
people
in one
came to
direction
Egypt,
when we're
Egypt
talking about
ain't
the
belonged
origins
by
of
Africans?
Greek civilization?
That don't make no damn sense.
When Alexander entered Egypt,
because Roman people came to
he
Egypt,
wrote home to
don't
his
make
mother
Egypt African.
and said that
Get
he
your
at last
stupid ass up out of here.
reached the land where the Greek gods began,
Thank
Apollo
you.
and Zeus. And he wanted to consult one of the great African teachers of oracles. And the oracle asked, how old is this man? He said, 32.
Him hard.
They said, in 20 years, maybe he'll be wise enough to ask me a question that I care to answer.
Pimp that bitch like a motherfucker goddamn macaroni, baby. Throw me some cheese. Let me get paid.
Professor Clark, would you like to ask Professor Rogers a question?
I don't think he'd like to do that. I don't think he would like to do that.
All right, we are waiting.
It's just me just watching this.
Professor Clark?
Yes.
It is your turn to ask Professor Rogers a question.
My main concern is that they seem to have equated the civilizations of the Tigris and the Euphrates with the civilization of the Nile. What proof do you have that the civilization of the Tigris and the Euphrates predated the civilization of the Nile?
I don't think that I said that, and I don't think that anyone maintains that. I think the Hittite Empire obviously comes at a much later period.
I know very clear when the Hittite Empire came, I know what damage they did, because I maintain that every people who came into Africa, Greeks, everything, modern day English, everybody that came into Africa did Africa more harm than good. And that Africa owes nothing to outsiders in regard to development.
You bitches owe
Because
us. Y'all
all of
raped
them
us.
declared
Everybody.
war
Everybody.
on African culture, war on African civilization, war on African ways of life. They began to bastardize Africa and confuse and create a kind of historical
Don't believe me? Do your
confusion that Africa
history.
had even got rid of to this very day. And they created whole words that did not previously exist.
Ask
Like
me why I don't
Middle
love
East,
no
Middle from
motherfucking
white.
hunkies or no Mexicans or no Asians. Fuck all of them. Fuck all
In
of them.
round two, we will continue. Professor Clark, you
No.
will ask the first question in round two of Professor Mary Lefkowitz.
Well, Professor Lefkowitz, at your own admission,
Look,
you
Professor
encountered
left the
J.
witch.
Rogers
What the professor do?
4
He
or
left
5
the witch.
years
They
ago.
called him Professor
Now, J.
left the witch.
Rogers didn't say he was a historian.
The professor left the
He was
witch.
such a trying to find the role of the African personality in world history. He worked over 50 years of his life, gave a service, died broke. What gives
The
you
professor
the
left a witch.
audacity
Listen to
think
his
that
name.
you can
Professor left
dismiss
the witch.
Rogers out of
Professor
hand?
left
And
the
what
witch.
gave you
The
the maturity
professor
to think
left
that you
a
can
witch.
judge a writer like Sheikh Anta Diop, the finest historical writer we have produced in the 20th century?
Pay attention, man. That's why it's called spelling. Don't believe me.
I
Look it up.
try to ask questions of all the material I read. I try to answer those questions on the basis of the evidence, the historical evidence. It all, in my view, comes down to that.
Now listen
And
to what you
I
said. You
do
tried
not
to answer
wish to
those questions
criticize
on the
any
basis of the
individual
questions. You
at
didn't try
all.
to
I am
reveal the
dealing
truth.
only
It's
with
just how
written
you
work.
answer how
The
you ask
people
your
who write
questions.
that,
I can answer it that
I
way.
do not always know, and I have no individual or personal criticism of them. This is the way scholars, I'm sure, as you know, proceed, and that is simply what I did in my book. I will leave it to everyone who reads the book to judge what I
So
did.
basically, buy my book and so I could get paid.
I think you have emphasized too much the word black.
Pimp
We
hard.
made the same mistake. Black tells you how you look, but it don't tell you who you are.
Exactly.
The proper name of a
Exactly.
people must always relate to land, history, and culture.
Thank you.
I
Thank
did
you.
not say Cleopatra was black.
Watch
I
this.
quoted
Watch this.
someone else who inferred that. My defense of Cleopatra is not on her blackness, but on no matter whatever she was born in Africa. Her manipulation of Mark Antony and Caesar kept the worst aspect of Roman rule from the backs of Africa. I defend her as an African nationalist. And that's a good defense. And no matter what she did with her wares in and out of bed, there's a whole lot of people got less for it.
Come on, God.
Come on. Queen
Professor
Nadia.
Lefkowitz, you
Come
may
on,
ask a
somebody
question of
correct me
Professor
if I'm
Clark.
wrong. Somebody slap me in the face or something. Wake me up because I want to learn. You did. But so far as I know, this nigga ain't
Professor
never
Clark,
lied.
do you think that we should always judge history in terms of race?
Look.
What other terms you gonna judge it in?
There was no such thing as race in the psyche of the world until the Europeans put it into the psyche of the world.
I gotta go get me a cigarette, man. Y'all making me catch the
They
Holy
didn't think
Ghost.
they belonged to anything called a race. And when the Africans saw the Europeans, because they have a traditional hospitality to strangers, they didn't fight them, they didn't kill, they were curious about them.
Baby, give me a couple
When the
cigarettes.
African explorers, especially Mundo Park,
You all right?
went into Africa, nobody hurt him, nobody shot at him, nobody shot any arrows at him.
Okay.
The Europeans went in peacefully, but the Africans heard that Mundo Park was
Lexi still working tomorrow. Okay.
Most people don't know it, but Africans were not great pork eaters, and they're not great pork eaters today.
Keep telling y'all.
Pork was a meat you ate in certain ceremonies, certain times a year. But we were not great pork eaters before we came to the United States or forced to the United States. But in the United States, we had to eat the part of the pigs that white folks threw away. So we made delicacies out of it to
You
survive.
eat nothing but
I
grist.
had this
So
argument
you
with Malcolm X. I said, if it wasn't for the black woman making
that's why
delicacies
you
out
eat
of pig
chitlins right now.
and guts, chitlins, you and I wouldn't be here arguing.
That's why your ass eat chitlins right now.
You hear what he told Malcolm X? You missed
I'm
what he
afraid
told
that you're
Malcolm
not
X.
only a delinquent in African history, you're delinquent in African folklore. So
Man.
much of our history is tied up with our
And
folklore.
that's a
But
thick
you
ass book. If you get
introduced
that book,
words
that's a
that
super
didn't
thick ass
exist
book
in
if you
anyone's
buy it.
vocabulary before. No one ever thought of anybody being inferior or superior. Intelligent people don't even devote. A
Exactly,
human being
because
can't
we
be.
didn't put no
You can't
rank
fall
on
into that
nobody. We
category.
actually loved each other freely.
Nobody had the
And that
extensive
was our
problems the
problem.
Europeans had with women, because in the period of feudalism in Europe that lasted over 1,000 years, the white woman in Europe was a vassal. But the African woman has never been a vassal in that sense. If we check out the cultural unity of Black Africa, dealing with the history of the matriarch,
How they say,
he got all evidence right there. We were the first people to support a woman as head of state. We were the first people to
Come
put a woman
on.
as riding head of her army. We were the first people to make women a god.
Now fuck with it.
But I wanted to follow up on a phrase that you said, and I didn't want to leave it unaddressed, the issue of full disclosure. And it is to that I'd like to ask the question of Professor Lefkowitz. Are you comfortable with the fact, you obviously were comfortable with the fact that your book, Not Out of Africa, subtitled How Afrocentrism Became an Excuse to Teach Myth as History, was underwritten by several foundations.
Well, first of
that
all, y'all
have,
the ones who teach myths as history.
reportedly
You don't teach
rightist
people to
leanings.
think, you teach people
I
to
wonder whether this
regurgitate.
was a reflection of your own
If
personal
I
or
don't say
ideological view, or whether you were just
that
so cash-strapped that you
George
took money from anyone.
Washington discovered America or whatever the fuck about there, you're gonna tell me I'm dumb. You're not gonna tell me to think
No one
and
tells
try to
me
find
what to
out who
think, and
actually
no one
did it.
tells me what to say except me, and the main financing of this book was out of my own pocket.
But surely you can appreciate the color of accepting funds from foundations that do not enjoy wide acclaim and receptivity. And I thought that maybe there was some concern on your part, in as much
So
as you're
you
interested
telling
in
her she
integrity,
should accept some
scholastic
payment from
integrity and all,
somebody so
that
she
you
can
might
say that
have
it ain't her shit.
foregone the grants in the interest of
Sound
academic
like
and
to
scholarly
me.
integrity.
If they had asked of me to do anything, I would not have
Thank you.
accepted these grants.
Thank
They
you.
did not do that.
Thank you.
Therefore, I didn't, the grants did not go to me. They went to
So
Wellesley
you didn't
College, which had
accept
no
no
objection to
payment on the
taking
grounds
money.
that you say what the fuck they
But
tell
still,
you to
the
say.
question
That's
remains.
all the
You
really
have a duty,
question
do you
is.
not? In as
Did
much
you
as
say
you
what
are
they told
preparing
you
work,
to say as per this
the aim of
payment?
which is to overturn the revisionism you say that is going on in Black studies, particularly in African studies, this whole battle that you have
So
been
what
dealing with in
African did
terms of
she study? What
Afrocentricity.
African did she
Do
study?
you not, regardless of where Wellesley chose to accept money from, do you not, as a scholar, have an obligation to discern where this money is coming from, to see whether the source is compatible with your own views as a scholar?
I did not see anything in the conditions of the grant that inhibited what I did and what I meant to do or say or think. I believe that I acted with perfect integrity. Now, you may disagree with that, and you may disagree with the aims of those foundations and other foundations, and
Good
that
argument.
is what we do in a
Good
free
argument.
country. Until they are outlawed, I don't see what else can be done.
Good
Well, let me
argument.
ask you the question perhaps more directly. Had there been, say, a foundation to wipe out scholarship of any sort, if such a foundation were to have given money to Wellesley College, would you have found it equally acceptable to take money from such a foundation to further your work?
First of all, I never agreed to do anything.
I don't know what foundation you're talking about. This seems to be a
It was a
totally
hypothetical question.
It's totally hypothetical. I don't know what you're trying to force me to say or to compel me into what
understand.
corner you're tending to put me. If you want to, go ahead and attack me.
I'm not
That's
forcing
fine.
you to say anything, Professor Lefkowitz. I'm just trying to elicit a cogent response from you.
Well, you be the judge of my response.
I ain't got nothing to do with second of all.
Okay, in this last round, before we get to questions, and we will get to questions, but let me warn you, you ought to have questions that are questions, not lectures, and that are straight to the point.
Okay,
in this round, it will be a free-for-all in which all of the discussants are permitted to ask questions of each other and to chime in responses whether they are asked the question directly or not.
Come on, watch this. Watch
Yes,
this.
you certainly will.
I'm about to whoop her ass. Come on.
I think we should. All right. I just wanted Professor Lefkowitz to know some basic information about the concept of Afrocentricity. There's a lot of people who believe in the African awakening and discovering of their history and their culture who do not accept the word Afrocentricity because it's a compromise with the word Africa. It's either African centricity or it's nothing.
Now ask me your question.
If she attacks Afrocentricity as the teacher of myth, have she attacked the nonsense about Columbus discovering America?
Yes, that would be a yes. I would say yes. I would say yes. That's your yes, no question.
He committed an act of genocide. He set in motion an act of genocide 10 times worse than the act of genocide in Europe called the Holocaust, as though that was the only Holocaust in the world. That event in Europe was wrong. And even if only 6 people were killed, it was wrong. But it was a matter started in Europe by Europeans that should have been solved in Europe by Europeans.
Exactly, because they the ones that started the problem.
Yet we pay $1 million a day.
I'm sure that you're
the
aware,
Holocaust.
as we
Man,
are, that
that's
there is
the
a
God. I
spectrum
keep telling y'all, that's the God. That's the God.
African-centric
Listen to the
views.
answer.
I'm a little bit curious what you think
He
then
gonna
of the
murder
work
this nigga.
of Asante, who, as far as I know, does call himself an Afrocentrist. Are you saying that Professor Asante's work actually is flawed conceptually?
I'm saying that all work under the guise of Afrocentrist is not perfect, but it is an earnest effort to restore Africa to a proper commentary in human history. I think Professor Sanchez's work is written too fast, and that some things he hadn't checked out as well as he need to. And I think too many times Afrocentricity becomes a personality cult, but that don't mean that I'm against African people discovering their history, their literature, their place in the political science of the world. That don't mean that I have not played a role in encouraging people to write about Africans in all the societies of the world. See, your talk keeps telling me what you have not read. You could not be asking these questions about Afrocentricity if you have not read Anacalypsis, 2-volume dealing with the massive explosion of African people throughout the whole world. You could not possibly have read with any degree of understanding the 3 volumes, Africans in early Asia, Africans in early Europe, Africans in early America. We're not talking about no hearsay. We're talking about documents.
This is God telling you this.
Professor Joseph Harris's book, given the global dimensions of the African diaspora. I don't know. I mean, you keep telling me, you keep confessing your ignorance with your questions. You have not read. I'm telling you, before Afrocentricity, Radical Europeans had pioneered in this work. Now, I haven't even mentioned the radical black writers that you probably have not read. Now, if you read Chancellor Williams, chapter 2 in the book, Destruction of Black Civilization, read that chapter 2 called Egypt, Ethiopia's oldest daughter. And it deals with the southern African origins of Egypt. If you read a book called Nubia, Corridor to Africa, once more you got it. Also, you got the early Arab slave trade. I keep saying nobody came into Africa through African people any good.
Nobody.
Displaced themselves trying to be early Christians. The Africans thought that by accepting Islam, they could get the Romans off of their back.
I told y'all
they did get the Romans off their back.
Came from. I told y'all that. I told y'all that. Nigga.
You've conducted, how long have you been, I hate to say this, but how long have you been in this storm? 5 years?
Sorry.
In this area of study?
I think I mentioned at the beginning that my undergraduate training was specifically in Near Eastern ancient history. So that's about 20 years ago at this point.
My undergraduate training is in economics, but I will not exactly say that I would go up against a real economist. It still is a BA degree, after all.
My PhD is actually in classics and ancient history, and I'm curious now that we're raising the question of qualifications, and you're asking me about judging those texts, whether in fact you do read Greek.
Yes.
Oh, shit. I'm gonna stop.
But I'm not at issue here tonight. I'm not at issue.
Then perhaps you would like to tell me that when Herodotus uses the term melanchroes to describe Egyptians, what he means.
I go back to my answer. I'm not here proclaiming to be an expert on Herodotus or any of the so-called Greek philosophers.
But that's a Greek question.
No, it's not a Greek question at all. It is a question that you ask an expert, and I am not here claiming to be an expert. I also, in case you would like to know, have a distinction in Latin, and I speak German and French and Spanish, and a distinction in English as well. So I'm somewhat literate. I'm concerned, though, that so far I've been hearing bits and pieces of the discussion in specificity. You take fact A and you argue fact A, and you get a response based on fact A. I'm not so sure, though, that you have accomplished the major objective here tonight, which is to argue that bodies of work have no legitimacy. I would like you, in concluding, to at least get to that issue, that entire bodies of work have no legitimacy. Yes.
I don't know which one.
All right, the order would be as follows. We'll start with Dr. Rogers, and then we will go to Dr. Lefkowitz, to Dr. Bernal.
I'm about to get out of here because I gotta go to work today. I need to give me a little bit of sleep.
I'm baffled by that introduction about bodies of work. I don't think that has anything to do with anything that either Professor Lefkowitz or I have said. But since you've asked me to conclude something about what we are trying to persuade people of, what I would say is this, that professors...
Hold on, please. I just don't want you to conclude about something that was not asked. So I would like to document it from the book. You claim, for example, and I'm reading from the cover, the back cover, the contributors to this volume argue that Bernal's claims are exaggerated and in many cases unjustified. You say also in the work, Bernal proposed a radical reinterpretation of the roots of classical civilization, contending that ancient Greek culture derived from Egypt and Phoenicia, and that European scholars have been biased against the notion of Egyptian and Phoenician influence on Western civilization. Since this is a 20-member compendium, I think it suggests that they're attacking a body of work.
I hope that in reading the back jacket cover and our description of Professor Bernal's enterprise, that we've been fair to him insofar as what he takes his project to be about. As far as I understand it, I think it is fair. My conclusion about that has to be framed in terms of what the object of that body of work is about. Professor Bernal says that his object, the political purpose of Black Athena is to lessen European cultural arrogance. My question is, does it lessen European cultural arrogance to argue that early Greek culture was derived from Egypt and or Phoenicia? If we start out from the premise that we study Egypt or Phoenicia for what they contributed to early Greek culture, my opinion is that we are undervaluing Egypt and Phoenicia. And therefore, the project itself is, in the end, essentially Eurocentric and is its own refutation.
I think one can agree with the project of lessening European cultural arrogance completely, and that we applaud all efforts to do so. What we are concerned with is trying to establish what historical evidence shows the influence of what on what. And this is not a project which any of us here can complete at all. That many people must be involved in this, and it requires the thought and efforts of a lot of us to do it. We would like to think that it can be redone without rewriting history altogether, or without claiming that there has been a huge European cover-up of information. There is certainly true. You can claim that, but please remember, you must also show that it has been done. There are many things that Europe has been guilty of and responsible for, and certainly the covering, not the covering up, I don't mean to say that, but the absolute refusal to acknowledge the history of Africa, which I made reference to in my opening remarks, is something that we must continuously work on redressing. Much more must be learned, much more must be studied. I am very much in favor of that, and I believe that can start also in our teaching of American history, where in many cases the whole history of the African American contribution to American history has been ignored and neglected, and there are brilliant writers out there whose works are not being read. I think we should change all that. But we do not have to rewrite ancient history completely in order to do some of these important things. I would just simply ask, let us investigate carefully the degree of Egyptian influence on ancient Greece, but we must also investigate the Near Eastern cultures such as Phoenicia and the Hittites, After all, Phoenicia gave ancient Greece her alphabet. They didn't learn the alphabet from the Egyptians. It was too hard. It was easier to get it from the Phoenicians. And we must begin to work on those lines. I would like to see everyone work also on a period we haven't discussed much here tonight, where we really do see Egyptian influence on Greek culture, and that is in the Hellenistic period after Alexander got there and Greeks were living in Egypt. A huge number of Greeks were living in Egypt. There, I think you can see some real influence.
This is now the third debate that we have had, and I'm very struck by what I see as a discrepancy between Mary Lefkowitz's speech and her writing. That in speech, she is all sweetness and light and for open debate and openness in culture. Her writing is very different. The title, Not Out of Africa, is extremely provocative, and it reads, the text carries on in the same way. And I'd like to quote to you a letter I received from probably the most distinguished active classicist in the world today, who actually agrees with her on the academic side. Nevertheless, he writes, "I do not find her exposition cool, detached, and reasonable, despite her efforts to make it seem like that. It is, in fact, as I wrote in my review, an impassioned polemic. Of course, Mary wants to look scholarly and detached, but hers is the scholarship of the National Association of Scholars, which is funded by the same people that funded Not Out of Africa. And that leads us back to where Professor Clark began on the general political context in which this book has appeared."
I would defend Professor Leskowitz's innocence because she is a pawn in somebody else's game. As I said in the beginning, it is beyond the lack and dislike of Afrocentricity, which has not even developed enough to be called a discipline. It is a world war to prepare the mind to accept the re-enslavement of Africa, to remove from the mind of all people anything good that the African has done, and to ignore the fact that Europe set up Africa to fall apart by imposing on Africa, through miseducated Africans, a nation state. The nation state is un-African. The African thrived at his best in the territorial state. Many cultures, many languages, side by side, challenging each other, fertilizing each other. What you might call an empire. If you study the last 1,000 years before slavery, the development of independent states in the Western Sudan, Ghana, Mali, Sungay, destroyed by the invasion from North Africa by the Arabs attacking the North African Muslims, attacking the African Muslims, and destroying the great University of Sankore and exiling its greatest scholar, Ahmed Baba, who admonished his students, believe in God and science. The Africans never separated God from science. The priest was scientists. The priest was the most knowledgeable person. That's why you had the concept of a priest God. Now, if they wipe this out of the mind of our children, and our children look at television and sound bites and think they were nothing but a nothing, when they re-enslaved Africa, they're going to say, good Father. They're preparing us to accept it. They're preparing the world to accept the re-enslavement of African people all over the world. And I'm saying that Ms. Leskowitz is a pawn in their game, in the tragic irony of it. She is the pawn in the game of people who turn their backs on her people and let them be killed by the millions. American intelligence, French intelligence, British intelligence, the intelligence of the Western world knew exactly what was happening to the Jews in Germany. We raised our voice against this in the old Harlem History Club, 1939 to the death of the leader in 1941. If you think that, if we get into the nonsense about black anti-Semitism, blacks have always had a sentimental attachment to the Jews. They actually believe the Bible. You know, we are the true believers. We out Pope the Pope, we out Muhammad Muhammad. But religion has always been a political thing to Europeans and still is. And when it no longer serves them politically, they're going to discard it. They turn their backs and let this happen. Now they're creating a new game they call Europe has spoiled Europe. They want to take some geography outside of Europe. They say the people they're going to take the geography from are unworthy. They can't rule themselves. Of course, they cannot rule themselves in artificial states set up by the Europeans. First place Africa has to do is to just get rid of these borders. Reestablish the borders along the old lines and integrate Africans into Africans.
Now, that sums it up for this video. What do you guys think? Share thoughts and opinions in the comment section below. Let's have a proper discussion about this without having me impose my opinions and ideas on this matter. Give this video a thumbs up if you liked it so that the YouTube algorithm can know that this video was so much interesting and share it far wide to more avid viewers just like you. Subscribe and click the notification bell if this is your first time watching these videos, and so that you can be notified as soon as we make a new upload on videos just like this. My name is Louis. Until next time, peace out.
Wanted to know what the discussion was to be, what it was about. He says, oh my God, you mean they're still discussing this stuff? I said, yeah, of course they're still discussing this stuff, because this stuff is the stuff that scholarship is made of and that academic inquiry is made of. Tonight we enter the world of scholars who have diametrically opposing views on the subject of the origins and foundations of what we know today as Western civilization. One school of thought is that it is distinctly African or Afro-Asian in origin. The other, that Western civilization in large measure is the bequest of ancient Greece. Make no mistake, this is not a mere difference of opinion in the ivory tower. The battle itself has become an allegory for something as important as the debate itself. Academic insurgents have breached the ramparts of the academy's high priesthood, and the battle is as much for the authority to write history and for how to write history. Our task tonight is to ferret out the truth insofar as we can discern it, but more importantly, to question and challenge. And we have four incredible people with us tonight, and I'd like to introduce them to you and have them come to the stage as they're introduced. Already on stage is Professor John Henry Clark. They were standing for you, Dr. Clark. Teacher, historian, writer, lecturer John Henrik Clark is a unique resource and a special institution in the African world. Beginning in his early years, Dr. Clark studied the world history of African people and became a master teacher. He has authored and/or edited more than 30 books, short stories, and pamphlets on African and African American history, and is Distinguished Professor Emeritus of African World History in the Department of Africana and Puerto Rican Studies at Hunter College. Professor John Henrik Clark. I'd like to ask to the stage Dr. Martin Bernal. Dr. Martin Bernal has been a professor of government at Cornell University since 1972 and an adjunct professor of Near Eastern Studies also at Cornell since 1986. Educated at King's College, Cambridge, where he earned his doctorate in Chinese studies in 1966, and at Peking University, the University of California, and Harvard, Dr. Bernal's works have been widely reviewed and criticized, in many instances as controversial. His chief publications are the two-set volume, Black Athena, The Afro-Asiatic Roots of Classical Civilization, and Cadmean Letters, The Westward Diffusion of the Semitic Alphabet Before 1400 BC. Dr. Martin Bernal. I invite to the stage Professor Mary Lefkowitz. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Thank you. You can sit right here. Mary Lefkowitz is Andrew Mellon Professor in the Humanities at Wellesley College. She is the author of Not Out of Africa, How Afrocentrism Became an Excuse to Teach Myth as History, and is co-editor of Women's Life in Greece and Rome. With fellow Wesleyan Guy McLean Rogers, she co-edited Black Athena Revisited, a collection of 20 essays by scholars from a broad range of disciplines who take dead aim at Dr. Bernal's Black Athena specifically, but contend generally that the Africa-centeredness of scholarship on the roots of what is called classical civilization is blatant revisionism. Dr. Mary Lefkowitz. I invite to the stage Professor Guy McLean Rogers. Professor Rogers, as I said, is also at Wellesley College, where he is an associate professor of Greek and history. With Dr. Lefkowitz, he co-edited Black Athena Revisited and is author of The Sacred Identity of Ephesus, Foundation Myths of a Roman City. Professor Rogers. So here we have a rather distinguished panel, and I would like them first to begin with their conclusions. They will have about no more than 5 minutes to summarize their major thrust this evening. Professor Clark, we will start with you.
Single point I wish to get across before we start anything. I am not here to debate with anyone. I have devoted all of my adult life to this subject. I only debate with my equals. All others I teach. Shall we continue or what? I'm not clear now.
Go ahead, Dr. Clark.
Your trees.
Go ahead, Dr. Clark.
Broadly speaking, honestly speaking, the book, Not Out of Africa, a good sophomore effort, is not really about not out of Africa. Last year, it was the bell curve. This year, it's not out of Africa. Next year, it'll be something else. This is part of a world war against the role of African people in the history of the world. If we began history, began mankind, how is it that the last branch of the human race to enter that arena, marked civilization, now think they brought civilization? Now, it is part of a war over and above Professor Lestowitz's book and over and above her political naivete. Her naivete is about what is happening in the Western world. There was a recent book called The Tribes. It diagrammed every people, major people on the earth, searching for a piece of turf for themselves. It left out the African people because the other people, including Asian imperialists, have plans to take over Africa. There have been several articles in the New York Times advocating the recolonization of Africa. This book and other literature of this nature mean to prepare the world to accept a rationalization for the re-enslavement of Africa. Now, and when you deal with the black endorsers of the book, running dogs of the new imperialism, professional white behind kissers, and as Carlos Cook used to say, a disgrace to the skin they wear. These people, if I'm be so kind to call them that, are running from themselves and teaching us a lesson that we should have learned long ago. Sometimes white wannabes are more dangerous than whites. And sometimes they'll fight you harder to be accepted by whites. They are running from their own people and running from definition. Now, what we need to look at now is how Professor Lestowitz neglected the white writers through history, the radical European writers who wrote positively of Africa and who identified the relationship of Africa to the ancient Greece. Now, if given time, and I probably won't be given it this evening, I can prove to you with your satisfaction, if you are listening, that Rome and Greece was not European creations. These were Mediterranean-inspired nations and couldn't be created by Europe because at the time there was no Europe. Huh? Huh? All right.
Thank you very much.
Shall I take it?
I now ask Professor Lefkowitz to present her 5-minute conclusion.
But let me just begin by saying what my book, Not Out of Africa, isn't about. It's not an attack on Afrocentrism. If Afrocentrism means recognition of African achievements in the world, it doesn't seek to deprive Africans of their rightful heritage. Africans do not need Greece to have a cultural heritage. They have a rich cultural heritage. Egypt is just one part of it. They don't need Greece. I'm concerned because what is being offered in some quarters as African history is really a European myth. And thus, instead of getting real information about Africa, what people are learning is something that's really 18th century French. It's Eurocentric, it's based on Greek and Roman myths. I do not myself think that one should do that because Egypt itself is so fascinating, so rich. There is so much that you can learn and know, and that I myself, as a result of all this work that we have been doing for the last 4 years and more, have come to know and understand about Egypt. I would like to now spend a great deal of the rest of the time that I have learning about that, because it is so different. It's so different from what the Greeks thought that it was. Herodotus was very impressed by Egypt. He wanted to say that everything in Greece that he could think of came or had some connection with Egypt. He didn't really understand the depth and richness of Egypt, which went in directions way beyond what he knew from his own experience in Greece. So I am concerned about that in Not Out of Africa. I've tried to explain why the notion of an Egyptian mystery system, which is basically a French invention, it's based on a novel that everyone has forgotten about, but still you can find in some very obscure libraries, get it up in Boston even, and that book, which was by a French priest, is based on Greek and Roman sources and tries to describe a Greco-Roman Egypt, and that this myth was preserved in Freemasonry and thus came into American culture. So I'm concerned that that myth not be taught, the notion that there was an Egyptian mystery system. Instead, I'd like to see people learn, all people learn, not just black people, white people, any people learn about Africa and the civilizations therein. And Egypt is particularly appealing because it's so old, it's so impressive, its role in the Mediterranean was so vast, and so many other civilizations were touched by it. Even if only slightly, they did get touched by it, and we have to work on that. I would like to say, just in my last 2 minutes, that from my point of view and the point of view of my colleague Guy Rogers, the ancient world is multicultural, and that one cannot study any one bit of it without studying every other bit of it. And the debate tonight, and I hope the debate will go on for many, many years because so many of us will learn from it, that debate should investigate the degree and extent of those links. Myself, as I think you know, I don't think that Greek philosophy was stolen from Egypt. I do not believe there is any evidence to show that. I think that because Egyptian philosophy, and there is such a thing as Egyptian philosophy and deep Egyptian religious thought, which is very, very complicated, and I myself need to know more about it still. But it's not like the Greeks. It may in many ways be richer and better than some of the concept.
Well, you'll have to leave it right there. I would like Professor Bernal to conclude in 5 minutes or less.
Well, can people hear me? Yeah. I agree with Professor Lefkowitz that Africa does not need Greece. There are plenty of glorious African civilizations. It's just that it happens to have Greece, or to have influenced Greece to a significant thing. This is not an issue of politics, it's an issue of history, the way things were. Now, Greece is extremely important because it is the single greatest source of European culture. And therefore, we are concerned with it. And it is very interesting to note that European culture did not begin in Germany or Sweden, but at the extreme southeast corner of Europe. And the reason for that is quite straightforward. It was the closest area to the great civilizations of northeastern Africa and Southwest Asia. And this East Mediterranean complex was the source of Greek and hence, I believe, European culture. Now, that's not to deny that there was a great deal of local development within Greece, and I certainly do not propose that Greek culture was merely a projection or an imitation of Egyptian or Semitic culture. It's clearly a very distinctive culture, but to try and understand Greek culture without knowing the background of the ancient cultures behind it would be as absurd as it would be to study Japanese culture without knowing the Chinese and Korean roots behind it, and no East Asian specialist would dream of doing that. That you have to see the cultures as interrelated, and that the older cultures and the more elaborate cultures had the predominant cultural influence. One of our basic disagreements is that Mary Lefkowitz, sitting in the 20th century, feels that she knows better than the Greek historians of the 5th and 4th, 3rd century, when they said that there were significant influences. Yes, he was very impressed. Yes, he was very Greek. But what struck him were specific similarities. And Herodotus, was a rather plodding historian. He said, well, what's the reason for these similarities? I think they're too close for coincidence. I don't think the Egyptians could have borrowed them from the Greeks because they've had them so long. Therefore, the most likely explanation is that the Greeks took them from the Egyptians. And this is what I call the ancient model. And this model was not overthrown until the early 19th century. Now, Mary Lefkowitz mentions the 18th century novels, and at times, despite the attention she's devoted to dismissing my book, I sometimes feel she hasn't read it, because I do devote quite a few pages to the novel Setos, which she talks, and I too have read it. It had to be sent by interlibrary loan to me, and I do think it is important in the formation of Masonic thought. But what she does not bring forward is the fact that this was perfectly orthodox history as understood in the 18th century, and going back beyond the 18th century to the view that the Greeks and Romans had of the Egyptian sources of their own culture. Now, I think that the Greeks were, on the whole, a very intelligent people, and I respect their philosophy, their art, their democracy, their science. But I also respect their history, and this is a great anomaly in Mary Lefkowitz's approach, in that she says they're very good in these other respects, but they cannot be trusted with their own history. So that I want to bring that out, that one has. Now, she says that modern classics has dismissed all this, and it's true that the predominant view of modern classicists is that the debts to Egypt and Phoenicia, and I don't want to underestimate the importance of Levantine or Southwest Asian influences on Greece, that these influences were exaggerated by the Greeks, and I think that they clearly were I think they were properly developed, and to some extent the Greeks may even have played down because they were very conscious of being Greek and proud as being Greeks, and they were affected by two forces. On the one hand, they wanted to plug in to the ancient civilizations and give themselves cultural depth. On the other hand, they were very conscious of being Greeks and wanted not to be surpassed culturally by the Egyptians and Phoenicians, who were still very much around. So they had two forces working on them. Modern scholars working in intensely racist 19th and 20th century had no double force. They had the single force wanting to make Greece pure, white, and European, and the ideological pressure that put on the scholars led to what I see as the recent dismissal of Egyptian and Phoenician influences on ancient Greece.
Thank you. Professor Rogers, please do present your conclusion in 5 minutes or less.
I'd just like to say from the beginning that Professor Lefkowitz and I are here precisely because we're open to debate about these issues. 3.5 years ago, the University of North Carolina Press asked Professor Lefkowitz and me to put together a volume of responses to some of the questions which were either implicitly or explicitly raised by Professor Bernal in his work, Black Athena. And what I would like to do for just a couple of minutes here, and perhaps expand upon this a little bit later, is to set out some of those questions and to give you some sort of sense of what the preliminary answers to the questions that the contributors to our volume found. Obviously, among the important questions that people have been concerned with, number one, were the ancient Egyptians black? 2, did the ancient Egyptians or the Hyksos colonize Greece? 3, did the ancient Egyptians or the Phoenicians massively influence the early Greeks in the areas of language, religion, science, or philosophy? 4, did 18th and 19th century scholars obscure the Afro-Asiatic roots of classical civilization for reasons of racism and anti-Semitism? Let me give you some sense of our conclusions. Number one, the scholars who have looked carefully at the first question have concluded that the attempt to fit the ancient Egyptians into a modernizing category of either black or white do so from a perspective which lacks both historical and biological justification. Did the ancient Egyptians or the Hyksos colonize what would later become Greek lands in the 2nd millennium? Unambiguous archaeological evidence to that effect is lacking in the Mediterranean. Did the ancient Egyptians and the Phoenicians massively influence the Greeks in the areas that I outlined? There is no doubt, and no one has denied for at least 50 years that I know of, that there was Egyptian influence on early Greek culture in several different areas. In areas, actually, that curiously Professor Bernal skips over, like art and architecture. The real scholarly question is, can that influence be described as massive in the sense that Professor Bernal means? And the conclusion, which scholars from many different subdisciplines, and not just classicists, but Egyptologists, Semiticists, and African historians have reached, is that the case cannot be made for a massive influence. Furthermore, students of the ancient world propose a very different model of interaction among the cultures of the ancient world in the time period that we're discussing. Instead of seeing a one-way street leading from Egypt to Greece, scholars now are shaping a model which includes many 2-lane highways going from Egypt to Greece, going from Egypt to the Near East to West Asia, and back in the other direction as well. What about racism and anti-Semitism in 18th and 19th century historiography? Yes, there were some scholars who operated from a framework which we would consider to be both racist and anti-Semitic. But an undifferentiated picture of racism and anti-Semitism cannot be sustained on the basis of the evidence.
Well, you've heard their conclusions, and we'll get to the amplification of their conclusions as we go on in the evening. But I wanted first to ask each of the discussants tonight how they came to this particular area of study and how scholastically have they undertaken comparative analysis in this particular area of study. How, in effect, are you preparing, or have you prepared yourself? We'll start at this end of the table and go straight down. Yes.
I'm not sure I quite understand what you're asking. Are you asking how we, or what our scholarly preparation was?
Both.
Both. Okay.
Particularly, in as much as you exert influence,
yes,
by virtue of your scholarship in this area, I'm asking, how do you defend your scholarship in this area? How did you acquire your scholarship in this area?
Okay. In a way, I am, I think, an example of the kind of training that Professor Bernal has been calling for, because I have the advantage of not having an undergraduate degree in classics, but an undergraduate degree in ancient history, which included, where I was taught, not only Greece and Rome, but also Egypt and Persia and Phoenicia and Palestine. So that's my preparation. How do I defend my scholarship? I don't have to defend all of the different areas which are raised by Black Athena or issues that we're talking about. The whole point of putting together a collected volume with scholarly views by different people is to offer different perspectives on these questions. My own particular expertise happens to be in the eastern part of the Mediterranean from about 1200 BCE to 300 CE.
So are you saying that you were a facilitator of a frontal assault?
A frontal assault on what?
As opposed to, in this book, Black Athena Revisited. If you're saying that you're not yourself prepared to defend the scholarship in this book.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm certainly prepared to defend the scholarship in this book, but I don't claim, and I don't think that anyone else would claim to be an expert in the 27 different fields which Professor Bernal raises. In that sense, we're all students of the...
If you'd pardon me, Professor Bernal will defend his own work. I'm saying that you, as a co-editor of this book, I would have assumed, perhaps it's naivety on my part, that part of your role is also to inspect the scholarship of contributors to your book, as well as to exercise some kind of scholastic judgment as to their expertise on the subject.
I think your question is now a little bit clearer, and my answer to it is that I stand completely behind our conclusions, and I take full responsibility for them. Is that clear enough?
Well, I was under the impression I was saying what I had to say quite well. Okay. You evidently are having difficulty trying to understand, and that's an entirely different problem, one which I'm happy to say belongs almost singularly to you. Professor Lefkowitz, how did you come by your scholarship in this area, and how do you defend your scholarship in this area?
Well, I come by my scholarship in this area as a classical scholar. I have an undergraduate degree in classics and a PhD in classics. My work has been widely through the whole field of Greece and Rome. I became particularly interested in a neglected field. It was neglected entirely when I came to it, which was the study of women in the ancient world. Half of the women in Greece and Rome, and I think elsewhere in the ancient world as well, were simply, half the people were ignored. So I became very interested in that and spent a lot of time on that, which involves many different periods of antiquity. I got interested in this subject because I was asked to write a review for the New Republic magazine of Martin Bernal's 2 volumes, And at the same time, I was asked to consider such influential and important books as George G.M. James's Stolen Legacy. So that's how I got into this. My perspective is simply that of a person who seeks to understand history and who uses evidence. I defend myself by citing my sources and the materials. Anyone can check these references. My goal is not to stifle discussion or to do anything I do not seek to indoctrinate. I have no agenda, even though many may be imputed to me. I have none. You may say that, but how do you know what is in my mind? If I am a white person or a Jewish person, does that mean that someone has told me what to say or told me what to think?
Professor Walefkowitz, have you been to Africa?
No, I have not been to Africa. Have you?
Have you studied in Africa?
No, I have not studied in Africa. I never said I did.
Can you tell me the African scholars to whom you have referred in your scholarship?
I have referred to the writings that are in Black Athena Revisited by some distinguished Egyptologists, such as John Baines and David O'Connor and Frank Yerko. I can only refer to those in detail. I have read many other things, but I do not pretend at any time to be a scholar of Africa and Egypt. I must rely on others for that, including Martin Bernal, whose work in spite of his suggestion, I read, and I know I could find the pages very easily on Terrasson that he mentions. And it is an example of the comprehensiveness of his work that he knows this obscure source.
In writing as prolifically as you have on ancient Greece, have you been to Greece?
Yes, many times.
I thought so. I would like to ask the same question of Professor Bernal.
Well, my training was not in this area at all. It was in East Asia, Chinese, Japanese, and to some extent Vietnamese. And the one advantage of learning Chinese, in particular the Chinese writing system, is that it makes you somewhat less frightened of others. I had done a very little Greek at school, and I tried to teach myself more as I did Hebrew. But essentially, over the last 20 years, I have been an autodidact, that is, teaching myself, but in a very privileged situation, in that I was a teacher at a university, so I could go to the experts, ask them naive questions about the new subject that I was looking at, and they were extraordinarily generous in responding to me, so that I did get information in this way. I was also given a very broad historical background by my father, who read me H.G. Wells's Outline of History over 6 years, with various glosses, so that he gave me a sense that one could understand history, one could see things in larger contexts and sometimes even in global contexts, and that I found very useful and confidence building. But I always insisted, and I say this in the introduction to Volume 1, that I am trying to open doors for people who have more, or are better equipped in a specialized sense to go through, because there are many areas that I look at and touch on, but cannot follow through. So I wouldn't claim a deep expertise. Yes, I have been to Greece. Yes, I have been not only to Egypt, but to Tunisia, to Malawi, to Zambia, to Zimbabwe. So I have some experience of Africa. So I have that background, and I think that has helped me in my general approach.
In your book, your 2 volumes, Professor Bernal, the Black Athena volumes, are you suggesting that you initiated much of this information, or are you picking up from where others have left off?
Well, I mean, I start off looking at the ancient sources, the ancient Greek sources, their view of their own history, but I don't take them on face value. I then try to check, looking at archaeological, linguistic, cultic information from other sources. So I was using a multidisciplinary approach, and I am eclectic, and I've been accused of that. But I think in these areas where there's so little information that one cannot follow the rigor of pursuing one particular discipline like linguistics or something like that, one has to look across the board.
I was referring specifically to the scholarship of African scholars.
Yes, I mean, although I must confess that I came to them rather late on in my study, and to some extent I found that I had reinvented the wheel, that there was a great deal of what I had laboriously tried to assemble for myself had been assembled, and this was very striking in the case of scholars like Du Bois or Sinclair Drake, but also many of Sheikh Anta Diop and others provided extraordinarily useful avenues for me to pursue. I wouldn't call myself an Afrocentrist, except to the extent that I believe that Africans and peoples of African descent have played many significant roles in world history, and that these have been systematically denied by European and North American scholars in the 19th and 20th century. I think that the degree of racism in our society can hardly be overestimated. We all have it, and it's very, very difficult to see past it.
All right, thank you very much. Professor Clark.
I came to this subject before I was 10 as a Baptist Sunday school teacher. I wanted to teach junior class in Sunday school, so I learned to read very early. What baffled me from the beginning was the Bible itself. I could not find my people in a book that's supposed to be about all mankind. And what called my attention to the neglect of Africa was the Sunday school lessons with all those white angels. And when they said God is love, God is kind, God is no respect of kin, I kept wondering, why didn't he let at least one or two little brown or black angels sneak into heaven? So I began to suggest that somebody else had tampered with God's book in favor of somebody else, and that the Bible, to a great extent, was a rationale for European domination, but had been used as such. Then, coming to, after leaving Georgia, after a white man that I'd worked for, if he's alive today, he's a liberal with a capital L. His name was Gagsteiner. I asked him about some books on the African people in ancient history. And in the language of the South, he let me down slow. I mean, he spoke kindly. He said, John, I'm sorry that you came from a race that's made no history. But if you persevere, if you obey laws and study hard, you make history someday. You personally might one day be a great Negro like Booker T. Washington. Booker T. Washington was the one thing whites approved of at that time. All right, while doing chores at a local high school, holding the coat and the books of a recitalist, I opened a book called The New Negro, and I found an essay by a Puerto Rican of African descent, Arthur Schomburg. The essay was called The Negro Digs Up His Past. Now I knew I was not only older than slavery, I was older than my oppressor. And my oppressor was the last branch of the human race to enter that arena. Mock civilization. Don't get mad, get smart, prove me wrong. Now, in the Old Harlem History Club, under Willis and Huggins, long since dead, John Jackson, who died only a few years ago, and we had to take up a collection to bury him. Charles Seifert, J. Rogers, under all of these teachers pointing me to good material, and Arthur Schoenberg telling me, go study the history of your masters. Study the people who took you out of history. Then you'll understand your history. I started on an old chestnut, recently mentioned, H.G. Wells' Outline of History. It is still worth reading. It is a good basic outline. His basic facts are in order. When he tells you about the Crusades, he's not off one iota. But his interpretation is basically Eurocentric to the point of being a prejudiced document. Now, I was reading these kinds of books. I was reading Spingarn's Decline of the West when I was 18 years old. So I began to read European masterpieces, and I began to read European curiosity about Africa. Gerald Massey's 6th volume, Egypt, Light of the World, 2 volumes. Natural Genesis, 2 volumes. Book of the Beginning, 2 volumes. And I began to read Gerald Massey's attitude on religion and his idea that nearly European concepts of religion were stolen from outside of Europe. He was not a historian. He was not an Egyptologist. He was an agnostic, fighting the arrogance of the European of that day. See, the History Club led me to not only reading masterpieces by white radical writers who set the black radical writers in motion. A whole lot of claims blacks did not make until they saw the documents and works written by Europeans. And these works written by Europeans, what black had the time and the money to sit down and do a 6-volume work?
Well, Dr. Clark, I would like you to hold it right there. Yes, thank you. Hold it right there. And sometimes you regret having to ask a question that is so obvious that it almost hurts. Okay, now let's get into the fray. We will have the scholars asking questions of each other. And I'd like to start with Professor Lefkowitz asking a question of Professor Bernal.
I'd like to ask Professor Bernal if he could point to some specific instances which he could cite where Egyptian thought influenced Greek philosophy directly, and if he could discuss some of those for us.
Well, the Greek philosophers were extremely respectful towards Egyptian philosophy, and particularly Plato in his later dialogues. The emphasis on geometry, which was the great strength of Egyptian mathematics and was the center of the Platonic educational system, I think is one example. I would also think that the system of ideas or forms which Parmenides and Plato pushed looks extremely Egyptian to me, but I can't prove it. I also think that the distinction between worlds of being and worlds of becoming, which fits Egyptian grammar extremely well and Egyptian cosmological notions extremely well, look very influential. I think that the Greek tradition, which was that Pythagoras and Plato had drawn from Egypt, seems altogether plausible. But what I insist, and here's our major methodological difference, is that I don't believe one can establish proof in these distant areas of history. One has to work on a system of probability, or what I call competitive plausibility. What is less unlikely than the other? Given the closeness of the two countries geographically, the contact that we know was taking place in the 6th and 5th century when Greek philosophy began to be formed, the likelihood of contact is extremely high. And I think if anyone should have to prove anything, it should be those who would deny that there were significant Egyptian influences on Greek philosophy at this time, as the Greeks themselves associated the word philosophy with Egypt in their earliest references to it. It seems very strange that the people who maintain the Greeks' own tradition on this subject should be asked to prove their case rather than those who challenge it.
Well, I think those are some interesting ideas, and I would like to think very hard about them, but I think we must also think about the things that are very different and very, very confusing in the tradition, such as some of the things that are said about that Pythagoras learned in Egypt. He couldn't have learned there because they aren't Egyptian, particularly. There are some mistakes that are made in the Greek understanding of Egypt. And one problem is in thinking about this contiguity, very few Greeks could get to Egypt over a long period of time, say from the 10th century to the 7th century. Then there was a window of opportunity, but then again, the Persians moved in, kept the Greeks from getting there in any great number, and really until the conquest of Egypt by Alexander.
I hate to interrupt you, Professor Lefkowitz, but the idea here is to not just explain the question that you yourself have asked, but to follow through based on the response you got.
Well, I thought that's what I was doing, but...
All right, well then, actually we differ there. Professor Lefkowitz, would you like to ask a question? I mean, Professor Bernal, would you like to ask a question of Professor Lefkowitz?
Yes, as she and the predominant view of classicists at the moment concede that Egyptian art and architecture, and she's just written an article in the New Yorker showing a particular medical view was taken by the Greeks from Egypt. Why is it so implausible to suppose that the Greeks took other aspects of their culture, particularly in this period, I believe also much earlier as well? What is the reason for denying the possibility, which was brought up by the Greeks themselves, of transmission of mathematical and philosophical ideas at the same time?
There's no reason to deny it. It's just simply to try and find what these ideas were. Now, in the case of the medical thing that you mentioned, it happens to be a particularly wrong idea. And of course, wrong ideas can be transmitted as well as right ideas. And this is one thing that in tracing the history of the world, we tend to concentrate so much on the glorious achievements and the glories of Greece, or the glories of Egypt. There are also some non-glories, and some of the medical ideas were one of them. I think we were all very lucky not to have been living at that time. But I would say there's nothing implausible about it at all. And there is a great Greek interest in Egypt, as you say, and that surfaces very clearly in the later dialogues of Plato. But I think that if you're going to talk about stealing ideas from Egypt, which I know you are not, but others have, then you really have to show some parallel text and show what is done. I think the idea of some influence is something that could fruitfully be discussed and pursued, and I would like to continue to do that and to continue to encourage others to work on that.
You want to follow up on your question? You get to ask Professor Clark a question.
Yeah. I hardly know where to begin. One thing I'm curious about, I had a quick look actually at the introduction to the second edition of Bradley's The Iceman Inheritance, a very interesting book with a lot of interesting hypotheses about the origins of cultures and civilizations. Professor Clark wrote an introduction to the second edition to it, in which he stated that the first show of European literary intelligence surfaced around 1250 BCE with the publication of two books of folklore, the Odyssey and the Iliad. And that struck me as somewhat curious because, in fact, as far as most scholars seem to be able to tell, the Iliad and the Odyssey were composed actually orally and didn't reach a literary form, if you mean by that a written form, until probably the 6th century BCE in Athens. There are obviously texts from Mycenae and Crete and elsewhere with real Greek in a literary form from before 1250, in fact, going back probably to 1600 or so. But this has significant implications for the idea, which some scholars have put forth, that Egyptian language was deeply influential on the first form of Greek that we have, that is the Linear B tablets.
So I'm awaiting the question.
That is my question. Professor Clark has stated that this is the first form of literary intelligence that surfaced around 1250, and in fact, it did not, and I'm curious how he is maintaining that.
All right.
It is the first book, and it's a book of folklore, and we really don't know whether Homer wrote it or whether Homer was man or woman. It's the first book to become known, basic to the West, in a form that we could study and conjecture about, and it emerged at the time Europe was beginning to show some intellectual maturity. And if you deal with this, you have to deal with what Professor Lester accused me of, not paying attention to historical chronology. And if you read any of my texts, any of my numerous guides and curriculars and lecture notes, you know that I'm a specialist on chronology. I know that one comes first and two comes second. But what I was trying to get across is that in the 8th century to the 12th century, so the intellectual emergence of Europe, at a time Egypt was in its 23rd dynasty and dying after nearly 10,000 years of some forms of organized society, Europe intellectually was just being born. And I further maintain that Europe in general had nothing to do with the creation of Rome and Greece, and yet the challenge of Rome and Greece created Europe because they were scattered tribes, and the challenge of Rome and Greece brought them together, and they became a people strong enough to create a state. If anybody got any information to the contrary, state the information to the contrary. I maintain that there was no Europe. You're giving Europe credit for things that happened before the first European war. Shoe or lived in a house that had a window. And I'm saying that you have not read, not just Massey, Joe Massey, and his European disciple, Churchward, Signs and Symbols of Primordial Man, the Origins of Religions, and his extensive work on Freemasonry. You've not read the American disciple of Massey, Alvin Boyd Kuhn, is who is this King of Glory, one of the best written books on the Christ story, where he proves that the basis of European spirituality was taken directly from Africa.
Professor Rogers, would you like to follow on your question?
I mean,
no one is actually maintaining that literary Greek culture pre-existed any number of Near Eastern cultures. Again, I find it a bit curious.
I don't accept Egypt as Near East. I accept Egypt as physically part of Africa, created by the Africans from the South.
Even if I concede or admit or agree with you that Egypt is part of Africa, what I'm about to say
There will be order. Thank you. There will be order. Thank you very much.
Do I detect some disagreement?
Yeah.
My point was going to be that the most recent scholarship about the genesis of those two oral epics, the Iliad and the Odyssey, points in fact in another direction to influence, and that is in fact the Hittite Empire, whose documents we can read very easily, and there may well be independent confirmation of the historicity of some form of a Trojan War in those documents. And so what I'm really asking is, why is it that we're just really looking in one direction when we're talking about the origins of Greek civilization?
Professor Clark?
When Alexander entered Egypt, he wrote home to his mother and said that he at last reached the land where the Greek gods began, Apollo and Zeus. And he wanted to consult one of the great African teachers of oracles. And the oracle asked, how old is this man? He said, 32. They said, in 20 years, maybe he'll be wise enough to ask me a question that I care to answer.
Professor Clark, would you like to ask Professor Rogers a question? All right, we are waiting. Professor Clark?
Yes.
It is your turn to ask Professor Rogers a question.
My main concern is that they seem to have equated the civilizations of the Tigris and the Euphrates with the civilization of the Nile. What proof do you have that the civilization of the Tigris and the Euphrates predated the civilization of the Nile?
I don't think that I said that, and I don't think that anyone maintains that. I think the Hittite Empire obviously comes at a much later period.
I know very clear when the Hittite Empire came, I know what damage they did, because I maintain that every people who came into Africa, Greeks, everything from modern day Englishmen, everybody that came into Africa did Africa more harm than good. And that Africa owes nothing to outsiders in regard to development, because all of them declared war on African culture, war on African civilization, war on African ways of life. They began to bastardize Africa and confuse and create a kind of historical schizophrenia that the Africans had even got rid of to this very day. And they created whole words that did not previously exist, like Middle East. Middle from what?
In round two, we will continue. Professor Clark, you will ask the first question in round two of Professor Mary Lefkowitz.
Well, Professor Lefkowitz, at your own admission, you encountered J.A. Rogers 4 or 5 years ago. J.A. Rogers didn't say he was a historian. He was a searcher trying to find the role of the African personality in world history. He worked over 50 years of his life, gave his service, died broke. What gives you the audacity to think that you can dismiss Rogers out of hand? And what gave you the maturity to think that you can judge a writer like Sheikh Anta Diop, the finest historical writer we have produced in the 20th century?
Sir, deal with that.
I try to ask questions of all the material I read. I try to answer those questions on the basis of the evidence, the historical evidence. It all, in my view, comes down to that. And I do not wish to criticize any individual at all. I am dealing only with written work. The people who write that, I do not always know, and I have no individual or personal criticism of them. This is the way scholars, I'm sure, as you know, proceed, and that is simply what I did in my book. I will leave it to everyone who reads the book to judge what I did.
Professor Clark? I think you have emphasized too much the word black, and we made the same mistake. Black tells you how you look, but it don't tell you who you are. The proper name of a people must always relate to land, history, and culture. I did not say Cleopatra was black. I quoted someone else who inferred that. My defense of Cleopatra is not on her blackness, but on no matter whatever she was born in Africa. Her manipulation of Mark Antony and Caesar kept the worst aspect of Roman rule from the backs of Africa. I defend her as an African nationalist. And that's a good defense. And no matter what she did with her wares in and out of bed, a whole lot of people got less for it.
Professor Lefkowitz, you may ask a question of Professor Clark.
Professor Clark, do you think that we should always judge history in terms of race?
Look, there was no such thing as race in the psyche of the world until the Europeans put it into the psyche of the world. The Africans knew nothing about race and didn't think they belonged to anything called a race. And when the Africans saw the Europeans, because they have a traditional hospitality to strangers, they didn't fight them, they didn't kill, they were curious about them. And when the African explorers, especially Mungo Park, went into Africa, nobody hurt him, nobody shot at him, nobody shot any arrows at him. The Europeans went in peacefully, but the Africans heard that Mungo Park was a pork eater. Most people don't know it, but Africans were not great pork eaters, and they're not great pork eaters today. Pork was a meat you ate in certain ceremonies, certain times a year. But we were not great pork eaters before we came to the United States or were forced to the United States. But in the United States, we had to eat the part of the pig that white folks threw away. So we made delicacies out of it and survived. I had this argument with Malcolm X. I said, if it wasn't for the black woman making delicacies out of pig feet, pig heels, guts, chitlins, you and I would be here arguing the point. I'm afraid that you're not only a delinquent in African history, you're delinquent in African folklore. So much of our history is tied up with our folklore, but Europe has introduced words that didn't exist in anyone's vocabulary before. No one ever thought of anybody being inferior or superior. Intelligent people don't even devote. A human being can't fall into that category. And nobody had the extensive problems the Europeans had with women, because in the period of feudalism in Europe that lasted over 1,000 years, the white woman in Europe was a vassal. But the African woman has never been a vassal in that sense. If you read Sheikh Anta Diop's The Culture Unity of Black Africa, dealing with the history of the matriarch, I mean, he's got all evidence right there that we were the first people to support a woman as head of state. We were the first people to support a woman as riding head of her army. We were the first people to make women a god.
I'd like to ask Dr. Bernal to ask of Dr. Rogers a question.
I agree. I haven't read Black Athena Revisited. I haven't yet received my copy. But I do know who the contributors are, and I have read the reviews they wrote, and these reviews, I'm told, are very similar to the ones that originally appeared. So the title Revisited is slightly misleading, because these were immediate responses in the heat of polemic. Now, I have no doubt that the conclusions he summarized are the conclusions found in the book, but I'm not sure whether they're the result of an impartial selection, because having read most of the reviews, not all the reviews of my work, I find a pretty systematic selection for Black Athena Revisited from the hostile ones, and other ones which were more balanced or more friendly to me have been in fact, completely systematically not requested, or if requested, refused. And these include the 3 experts on Egyptian-Greek relations, not Egyptologists, not Hellenists, but specialists in the interrelations between the 2 cultures. And these 3 scholars' works were, in fact, excluded. And it seems, I wonder if there's any other explanation for their exclusion than the fact that they would have appeared too friendly, or to have taken my work too seriously. And serious is a word repeated in these reviews. Thank you.
I'm afraid I have some rather bad news for you, Professor Bernal. Professor Lefkowitz and I actually didn't read just some of the reviews of your work. We read them all. We collected them all. There's 50 pages of bibliography at the back of our book with asterisks next to the current outstanding reviews of your work from 1987 until just a few months ago. As for the selection process of the essays that went into it, I have to say to you that we, in fact, do believe that we have given a representative sample. And here's where the really bad news is. We actually excluded the ones that attacked you personally or attacked your competence for this field. As far as the 3 experts on Greek-Egyptian relations are concerned, 2 of them that you're referring to must be Eric Klein and Stanley Burstein. Eric Klein has written several articles about those relations. We, in fact, did ask him if he wanted to contribute, but he couldn't meet our deadline. When he eventually did, I'm afraid to tell you that his essay did not actually agree completely with your conclusions, but the reason why it wasn't in the collection was that it came in too late. As far as Professor Burstein is concerned, I'm afraid that his essay was much more critical than you seem to believe. So that really is the explanation, I think, for those omissions. I might say that as far as our editorial posture was concerned, we realized that these are sensitive, difficult issues. And we fully expected that we would be in this room here tonight. We didn't know the date, but we knew we'd be here. And so what we did, what we tried to do, was we tried to have what we call full disclosure. It's the reason why the book turned out to be not just another 150-page book with some essays sort of thrown together, but a book which attempts to give summaries of comprehensive accounts of the questions that Bernal raises. And we give Bernal full credit for raising those questions. I think that Professor Clark and others are quite correct. Professor Bernal is not the first person to raise those questions, but in fact, he raised them in a compelling and interesting way. And we feel that we are giving him and those of you who are interested in these problems, as we are, complete respect, both by answering them in full and by being here tonight to defend our views.
I want to just, if I might.
Can I come back?
Yes, please do. I'm sorry.
I don't expect any scholar to agree with me entirely, and what I found with the reviews he said is that they did not agree with all I said, but they took what I said seriously, and they did agree with some significant things. I don't want total praise, and I'm sure they're right that the predominant reaction from the disciplines which I am challenging is hostile. I don't question that for the moment. But the selection does include, I'm told, personal attacks on me as being a baby and various other things. So I don't think they've been quite so scrupulous as far as that is concerned. I'm also intrigued because one person who had attended the meeting, the party given for the contributors to the book, which of course I was told nothing about, described it as a lynch mob. Another mutual friend of Mary's and mine refers to it regularly as the shit on Bernal book. And so I think there are very different perceptions of this book.
Yes, Professor.
Is that a title that you come up with on the spot, or is it something you've been thinking about? Professor
No,
Bernal?
it's a title that a mutual friend of Mary's and mine uses regularly. He's a colleague at Cornell. It's not, I wouldn't have thought that up.
I think that if you look carefully, and I'm sorry that you haven't had an opportunity to work through the book carefully yet, I think when you do, you will see that there are not very many ad hominem attacks in it, although I find your defensiveness about that somewhat curious, since in Black Athena, volumes 1 and 2, part of your methodology has involved actually contextualizing people and talking about their family relations, their own personal backgrounds. And so I'm a little bit puzzled by that kind of response.
I have no objection to people attacking me personally. What I would like to see is a all-round collection, and I think that as I live by the sword of a sociology of knowledge, I must be prepared to die by it. I think that people will see in 20 years where I'm coming from or what my personal problems or axes were. And I think that's part of the story of the book, but I think there's also the substance of the book. And I would have hoped to have found more, a wider scan, and we've had many collected volumes on this. I mean, don't think this is the first response to my work. There have been 4 journals now have had selections of articles on my responses and their responses to my responses, and there has been real dialogue. This was a book which I was not told about till long after it had begun, and when I was told about it and asked if I could see the pieces to write a response, I was told there was to be no response, and furthermore that the responses that I had published to the articles criticizing me were not to be included. This does not seem to me opening the debate. It seems to be stamping out heresy.
Excuse me. May I respond to that? May I respond to that briefly?
We will have a free-for-all in a minute.
Okay.
But I wanted to follow up on a phrase that you said, and I didn't want to leave it unaddressed, the issue of full disclosure. And it is to that I'd like to ask the question of Professor Lefkowitz. Are you comfortable with the fact, you obviously were comfortable with the fact that your book, Not Out of Africa, subtitled How Afrocentrism Became an Excuse to Teach Myth as History, was underwritten by several foundations that have reportedly rightist leanings. I wondered whether this was a reflection of your own personal or ideological view, or whether you were just so cash-strapped that you took money from anyone.
No one tells me what to think, and no one tells me what to say except me, and the main financing of this book was out of my own pocket.
But surely you can appreciate the color of accepting funds from foundations that do not enjoy wide acclaim and receptivity. And I thought that maybe there was some concern on your part, in as much as you're interested in integrity, scholastic integrity and all, that you might have foregone the grants in the interest of academic and scholarly integrity.
If they had asked of me to do anything, I would not have accepted these grants. They did not do that. Therefore, the grants did not go to me. They went to Wellesley College, which had no objection to taking the money.
But still, the question remains. You have a duty, do you not, in as much as you are preparing work, the aim of which is to overturn the revisionism, you say, that is going on in Black studies, particularly in African studies, this whole battle that you have been dealing with in terms of Afrocentricity. Do you not, regardless of where Wellesley chose to accept money from, do you not, as a scholar, have an obligation to discern where this money is coming from, to see whether the source is compatible with your own views as a scholar?
I did not see anything in the conditions of the grant that inhibited what I did and what I meant to do or say or think. I believe that I acted with perfect integrity. Now, you may disagree with that, and you may disagree with the aims of those foundations and other foundations, and that is what we do in a free country. Until they are outlawed, I don't see what else can be done.
Well, let me ask you the question perhaps more directly. Had there been, say, a foundation to wipe out scholarship of any sort, if such a foundation were to have given money to Wellesley College, would you have found it equally acceptable to take money from such a foundation to further your work?
I don't know what foundation you're talking about. This seems to be a
It was a hypothetical question.
It's totally hypothetical. I don't know what you're trying to force me to say or to compel me into what corner you're tending to put me. If you want to, go ahead and attack me.
I'm not forcing you to say anything, Professor Lefkowitz. I'm just trying to elicit a cogent response from you.
Well, you be the judge of my response.
All right. Okay, in this last round, before we get to questions, and we will get to questions, but let me warn you, you ought to have questions that are questions, not lectures, and that are straight to the point. In this round, it will be a free-for-all in which all of the discussants are permitted to ask questions of each other and to chime in responses, whether they are asked the question directly or not.
Will we have time to sum up?
Yes, you certainly will.
You treat. I think we should. All right. I just wanted Professor Lefkowitz to know some basic information about the concept of Afrocentricity. There's a lot of people who believe in the African awakening and discovering of their history and their culture who do not accept the word Afrocentricity because it's a compromise with the word Africa. It's either African centricity or it's nothing. And if she attacks Afrocentricity as the teacher of myth, have she attacked the nonsense about Columbus discovering America? Because he discovered absolutely nothing, and he committed an act of genocide. He set in motion an act of genocide 10 times worse than the act of genocide in Europe called the Holocaust, as though that was the only Holocaust in the world. That event in Europe was wrong. And even if only 6 people were killed, it was wrong. But it was a matter started in Europe by Europeans that should have been solved in Europe by Europeans.
I'm sure that you're aware, as we are, that there is a spectrum of Afro and African-centric views. I'm a little bit curious what you think then of the work of Asante, who, as far as I know, does call himself an Afrocentrist. Are you saying that Professor Asante's work actually is flawed conceptually?
I'm saying that all work under the guise of Afrocentrist is not perfect, but it is an earnest effort to restore Africa to a proper commentary in human history. I think Professor Sanchez's work is written too fast, and that some